Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me? What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Xiaoqun to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiaoqun was somewhat puzzled. The three palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the three hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the three hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him. Not to mention these disciples. Xiaoqun was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Xiaoqun heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaoqun saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other two palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Xiaoqun sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? Greetings, hall masters. Xiaoqun bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Xiaoqun. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You can just call me Senior Yun. There's no need to be reserved." "Thank you, Head Palace Master." Even so, Xiaoqun still felt somewhat restrained and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the three hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the three of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Xiaoqun heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang, who was at the side, looked at Xiaoqun. When he saw Xiaoqun's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist." Xiaoqun was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course. The vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated. Or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations." Xiaoqun knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a heaven dragon. Xiaoqun infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist and instantly overtook Yan Songming. This was the best proof. However, Xiaoqun had not expected that after he truly became a heaven dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first palace lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiaoqun over? Feeling suspicious, Xiaoqun asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiaoqun would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiaochen created, he would fight to the end, no matter who it was, if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first palace master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first palace master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute, no one noticed it. "You are Xiaochen, that mixed-blood dragon who comprehended the supreme dragon fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man wearing golden dragon armor with Emperor's dragon chi surrounding him opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiaochen had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first palace master said softly, "This is Lord Qin Yu, Monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City." At the same time, the third palace master's voice projection rang out in Xiaochen's ears. Whether Xiaochen crippled the supreme dragon fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiaochen heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his supreme dragon fist, Xiaochen would not have any complaints. However, if a random golden divine dragon wanted to cripple his supreme dragon fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. To think that you are not bowing when you see this monarch. When that Qin Yu saw that Xiaochen did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed-blood dragon who cultivates the supreme dragon fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status." "Greetings, Monarch Yu." Xiaochen spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qin Yu snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiaochen. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the supreme dragon fist for me right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiaochen felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qin Yu revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed-blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your supreme dragon fist," Qin Yu threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the 3 palace masters want to cripple my supreme dragon fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now." Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiaochen would not practice the supreme dragon fist for Qin Yu. When the 3 palace masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen spoke to Qin Yu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the 3 palace masters. "You are seeking death." Qin Yu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, an insignificant mixed-blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Yu immediately punched at Xiaochen. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiaochen at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small perfection sovereign personage, 1 grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, Xiaochen had the support of a divine dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the Divine Dragon War Body. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then he punched with the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The two fists clashed, and Xiao Chen immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiao Chen was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die. Qin Yu is shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally, he had wanted to kill Xiao Chen at lightning speed, preventing the three palace masters from reacting. However, from the looks of it, although Xiao Chen was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiao Chen could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qin Yu's heart. Stop! The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up, enraged. This Qin Yu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qin Yu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. Screw you! How dare you injure my brother? You are really damn tired of living. Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hall. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qin Yu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. Who dares to injure me? Qin Yu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. Beat him up. Vice Hall Master Li shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qin Yu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qin Yu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Master Li shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiao Chen looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guard surrounded and beat up Qin Yu. Qin Yu was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guard's experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. Li Yunfeng, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Qin Yu, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother? Yes, Hall Master. Three palace masters, save me." Qin Yu, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Qin Yu turns his head to take a look. At the center of the Great Hall, the three hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Qin Yu said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. But, with a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Qin Yu again. After blocking 3 moves, Qin Yu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. The *CK, it hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Qin Yu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Don't just stand there, continue beating him up. Yes. Xiao Chen silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, "Big brother Li, many thanks." At the same time, worry flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall Master Li smiled disapprovingly and said, "Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later." Just as Qin Yu, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. It was the 3 hall masters. The 3 of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The 3rd palace master went over to help Qin Yu up and examined his injuries. "Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed." The 3rd palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The 1st hall master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, "What happened?" Vice Hall Master Li said, "I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hall. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hall. This is the ancestral rule, so I taught him a lesson." The 1st hall master said coldly, "Do you know who you beat up? This is Monarch Yu, Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu." Vice Hall Master Li looked at Qin Yu in shock and exclaimed, "Monarch Yu?" Qin Yu's face looked like a pig's head, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yu wanted to say something but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, "I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters, I'll bring him away now. Don't let this brat go." Qin Yu sat on the ground, whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Qin Yu could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Chen away. The 1st hall master and the 2nd hall master said, "It looks like it is a misunderstanding." However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu. The 2nd hall master nodded with a smile and said, "We have to report this matter as it is. I just used a light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing." After saying that, the 2nd hall master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xiao Chen chatting. Then, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xiao Chen. After that, Vice Hall Master Li barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The 3 palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xiao Chen handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xiao Chen's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xiao Chen felt that these 3 palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already divine vein realm experts, yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qin Yu said with some difficulty, "The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xiao Chen has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning." The second hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qinyu. Many thanks. Monarch Yu reported it honestly. Third brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries. After Vice Hall Master Li pulled Xiaochen out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the three palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it. This was the second Hall Master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon races people have always been disdainful of mixed blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qinyu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character? How can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first Hall Master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence, Qinyu came. Who knew you happened to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second Hall Master came to discuss it with me, and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry." Vice Hall Master Li spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xiaochen could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xiaochen imagined. However, Xiaochen had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. The first Hall Master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter has blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xiaochen's heart. He said seriously, Big Brother Li has suffered as well. This time, the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qinyu. It will be troublesome. However, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, the Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign? Vice Hall Master Li nodded and said, that's right. Hence, you don't have to worry about me. The three palace masters might fear this Qinyu, but we, the Blood Dragon Guards, do not. From the moment the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6-colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards? This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information. Chapter 1973. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories were extremely vast and complicated. Xiaochen could not possibly accept them all, so he compressed and sealed most of them in a corner. When he needed to use it, he would search for it. For example, the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace. When Xiaochen thought hard about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's information about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace slowly appeared. When Xiaochen heard that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created the Blood Dragon Guards, he recovered from his shock. After a while, some information about the Blood Dragon Guards appeared in his mind. It turned out that while the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was in charge of the Dragon Race, the Blood Dragon Guards were an independent organization responsible for intelligence. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed founded by the Blood Dragon Guards. However, after so many years, the Blood Dragon Guards were no longer just in charge of intelligence. Now they extended their reach to every corner of the Divine Dragon Empire. You have never heard of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, right? Vice Hall Master Li said with a smile when he saw Xiaochen's confused expression. Xiao Chen came back to his senses and nodded. I've never heard of it. How could Xiao Chen not have heard of the blood-soaked dragon emperor before? Right now, Xiao Chen was the person who understood the blood-soaked dragon emperor the best in the entire dragon race. However, he was unable to explain it to Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only feign ignorance. Vice Hall Master Li said unhurriedly, speaking of this blood-soaked dragon emperor, there are some secrets of the dragon race that I only heard of by chance. Just treat it as a story. Actually, I don't really believe it. Xiao Chen said softly, Brother Li, tell me. It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were a total of 7 divine dragons. Other than the white dragon, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the red dragon, the blue dragon, and the green dragon, there was also the strongest divine dragon. This blood-soaked dragon emperor is the dragon king of the strongest bloodline and one of the strongest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. Back then, the Black Dragon King nearly destroyed the dragon race and turned the entire central great realm upside down, starting a horrifying war between the righteous and demonic factions. However, the one who sealed him in the end was the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Vice Hall Master Li said softly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he personally ended the previous war between righteous and demonic factions. Xiao Chen pretended to be curious and asked, what kind of dragon is this? Since it is so strong, why is there no word of it? Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, yeah, I find it strange too. It is said that this lineage is called the Blue Dragon, but it has been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. I'm afraid that even if the Blue Dragon lineage stood in front of me, I wouldn't know what kind of dragon it is. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After he confirmed that this Vice Hall Master Li was not testing him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that there weren't any words left behind. It said that some secrets were preserved. Furthermore, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Who would care about a dragon race that no longer existed? The Empire's territory has changed several times, and the central world is in turmoil. There are too many distractions. Xiao Chen was slightly startled when he heard that. But when he thought about it, it was indeed so. As it was passed down from generation to generation, fewer people knew about the Blue Dragon lineage, unless they were like the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation. Otherwise, they would not care about the Blue Dragon lineage at all and would not know more about the Blue Dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said, however, no matter what, the Blood Dragon Guards have passed it down from generation to generation. We have never forgotten that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the founder of the Blood Dragon Guards. This is recorded in the general principles. Xiao Chen smiled and said, that's a pretty good story. I'm done listening to it. Big Brother Li, are you going to bring me to the law enforcement hall now? Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Return to your residence and cultivate properly. Don't overthink. The 3 palace masters are counting on you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After saying that, Vice Hall Master Li left. If Qin Yu knew about this, he would probably die of depression. The Blood Dragon Guards did not even put on a show of bringing Xiao Chen to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him, directly letting Xiao Chen go. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction that Vice Hall Master Li left, he entered deep thought. He felt that in these short 4 hours he had experienced a lot. It was even more tiring than the adventure in the ancient city. The seemingly calm divine dragon empire was actually filled with undercurrents. The Supreme Dragon Fist's cultivation technique stirred up so many storms. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the storm had not completely subsided yet. The Dragon Emperor's throne changed every 500 years. Before the Dragon Emperor abdicated, the successor would be determined first. According to the rules, mixed blood dragons could fight for the successor. However, in reality, only the most talented junior generation outstanding talents of the 6-colored divine dragons fought for it. The Golden Dragon bloodline had already occupied the position of Dragon Emperor for many years. This time, only the Golden Dragon race's people came to care about the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In reality, the other 5 bloodlines were happy to see this happen, hoping for a variable to appear. To break the Divine Dragon Empire's calm on the surface, the more chaotic it was, the better. Thousands of clues gathered in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, a majestic scene appeared before his eyes. Xiaochen thought of the White Dragon King. For a moment, Xiaochen felt that he would die at the White Dragon King's hands. The White Dragon race had Lu Rua. The other divine dragons should have their own outstanding talents as well. The 6 colored divine dragons were all stifling themselves in the struggle to become the Dragon Emperor. Sooner or later, an even greater storm would erupt, shaking the entire divine dragon empire. However, what role would I play in this? After returning to reality, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he returned to Cold Moon Cave. Then he arrived at the mirror-smooth lake in the cave. Splash! Xiao Chen directly leaped into the lake. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the lake. When Xiao Chen reached the bottom of the lake, he shut off his senses. Then, Xiao Chen relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Right now, he did not want to do anything. He just wanted to sleep quietly. In the struggle of the martial Dao, a good night's sleep was often a luxury. 3 days later, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and a figure leaped out of the center. As Xiao Chen stood on the lake, the water droplets on his body gently fell into the lake. Xiao Chen did not use his veritable essence energy to evaporate the water. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being wet. Amid the mist, he looked up at the rising sun in the east. It was colorful and had a different flavor. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and wiped away the water on his face. His vision became clear, and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt carefree and relaxed. The fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time was swept away. Then, Xiao Chen let out a long breath of turbid air. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen's long hair draped over his shoulders, and the water droplets had yet to dry. He appeared unrestrained as he arrived at the courtyard with his hair draped over his shoulders. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of wine, the 1,000-year flame. However, he could not bear to drink it. There were only 2 or 3 bottles of 1,000-year flame left. If he drank it all, there would be no more. Xiao Chen took out a night-glazed wine cup and filled it with wine. Then, he raised the exquisite wine cup and gently swirled it. The golden starlight hovering above the wine cup slowly flickered with light. As the fragrance of the wine spread out, it rippled. As Xiao Chen slowly swirled the wine cup, the wine was adjusted to its most perfect state. The starlight flew out and formed a golden crow flying in the air. When the golden crow mysterious phenomenon disappeared, Xiao Chen drank it in one gulp, feeling the fiery aftertaste of the 1,000-year flame. After drinking only 1 cup, Xiao Chen put away the 1,000-year flame. What wine is it? It smells so fragrant. Just at this moment, someone arrived uninvited. Xiao Chen turned his head to look and saw the 3rd Palace Master, the 2nd Palace Master, and the 1st Palace Master. Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, Palace Masters. At this meeting, the expressions of the 3 Palace Masters were much warmer, no longer as grave and fatigued as they had been the first time they met. Clearly, the storm of the Supreme Dragon Fist had come to an end. The 3rd Palace Master looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, are you hiding some good wine? Quickly take it out. I already smelled it." Xiao Chen could not help feeling some heartache. He could negotiate with the other good wines, but he could not bear to take out this 1,000-year flame. "I'll exchange it with you with a rank 4 heavenly pill," the 3rd Palace Master said fervently as he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the 2nd Palace Master saved Xiao Chen. "Third brother, speak your mind. Don't get drunk here." Only then did the 3rd Palace Master say somewhat unwillingly, All right. Xiao Chen, the 3 of us Palace Masters have unanimously decided to give you some pointers before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. Really? This was a pleasant surprise. Probably no Heaven-class core disciple in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would receive such treatment. Having 3 Palace Masters giving pointers at the same time was heaven-defying. Of course, I have long wanted to see your firmament's rage. The 1st Palace Master revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Clearly, he already knew about it. Aside from the 1st Palace Master, Xiao Chen was the second person in the Heaven Dragon Palace in the past few thousand years to successfully practice Firmament's Rage. Chapter 1974. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang said after some thought, "Before we came, we already discussed that the first Palace Master would give you pointers in martial techniques. In reality, aside from Firmament's Rage, Big Brother also participated in the Supreme Dragon Fist that you practiced back then." What? This startled Xiao Chen. This first Palace Master truly hid his strength. Firmament's Rage, which no one in the dragon race had successfully practiced for thousands of years, reached perfection. Unexpectedly, the first Palace Master could be considered half the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This was truly surprising. Palace Master Zhu Yang continued, "I am most skilled in Soul Dao cultivation, so I will give you pointers in this aspect. Third Brother's cultivation is weaker than ours, but medicinal pills are excellent. However, medicinal pills are the best, and there's nothing better than cultivating your fleshly body." Martial techniques, soul energy, and physical body were all targeted at Xiao Chen, giving pointers on strengthening his body. Xiao Chen had to say that he was filled with anticipation. However, don't overthink this. The three of us cannot guide you for too long. At most, we will give you 1 day. The rest will depend on your own comprehension. The second Palace Master is the busiest, so he will guide you first. We will take our leave first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he still felt happy. In reality, he did not think too much about it. The other party was not Xiao Chen's master. It was enough for them to take time out to guide him for 1 day. Most of the time, there was no need for long-term guidance. Sometimes, 1 sentence might be enough to benefit someone for life. It was fine as long as one put in the effort. "Thank you, Palace Masters." Xiao Chen bowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first Palace Master and the third Palace Master vanished at the same time, leaving only Xiao Chen and second Palace Master Zhu Yang in Cold Moon Cave. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, "Xiao Chen, show me your holy venerate will. Your holy venerate will should be able to materialize, right? I sense that your soul energy is very strong, at the late-stage holy venerate level." With a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered. The blazing sun and bright moon slowly rose into the air, competing with each other. In mere moments, Xiao Chen's holy venerate will covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Sun and moon shine together. The second Palace Master, Zhu Yang, was greatly startled. There was actually a mysterious phenomenon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A soul will that could produce a mysterious phenomenon was 1 in 10,000, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Normally, soul wills that could produce mysterious phenomena were mostly inherited from their ancestors, passed down through their bloodline. It was rather common among the outstanding talents of the various dynasties and aristocratic clans. However, it was rather rare in the 8 great empires. In the vast northern region, there were very few outstanding talents that could produce a phenomenon. Zhu Yang smiled and nodded. "Not bad. This way, it will be easier for me to guide you. I will teach you how to use the mysterious phenomenon. Please enlighten me, second Palace Master." The so-called application of skills is the actual combat skills. There are only 2 points. One is offense, and the other is defense. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, "You cannot have both at the same time. There must be a priority. Tell me first, is your avatar mainly for defense or offense?" Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He actually had many ways to attack. As for the soul energy, Xiao Chen mostly wanted to replenish it. He could not allow himself to end up in a passive position when he met a Soul Dao expert. The clear-headed Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. He said decisively, "Hence. Since it is defense, then I will teach you how to merge this sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon with your physical body." The second Palace Master Zhu Yang's face sank. He stepped forward and suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! The light of the sun and moon in the sky intensified continuously. The blazing sun in the sky looked very real, giving off a scorching glow. The moonlight was like water, calm and serene as it sprinkled down a gentle glow. When the two merged, they reached an exquisite balance. This prevented one from feeling the heat of the blazing sun or the gentleness of the bright moon. Just as Xiao Chen sank into this wondrous feeling, the sun and moon entered his body at the same time. His body immediately gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen's might soared, and the light of the sun and moon flickered rhythmically. The surroundings fell into a wondrous, mysterious phenomenon. One moment it was night, and the next moment, it was day. Xiao Chen felt very surprised. To think that the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be used like this. This was truly incredible. Now, control it yourself. The second palace master withdrew his hand and retreated quickly. Then, he appeared on a distant wall and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chen felt like the two different wills of soul in his body went haywire. The wills of soul moved everywhere, alternating between hot and cold. Black and white light flickered without any pattern. Xiao Chen completely lost control, which he could not endure. Think carefully. This is the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Don't use your usual methods to control them. The second palace master's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears, calming him down somewhat. That was right. This was the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen calmed down. However, he normally controlled a portion of the will of soul, which was a whole entity. Now that this will of soul suddenly split into two, Xiao Chen felt somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen controlled the blazing sun, messed up the bright moon, and stabilized the bright moon. However, the will of the blazing sun turned irritable. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon burst out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash to his soul. The second palace master reappeared beside Xiao Chen. Without saying anything, he placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. This time, Zhu Yang healed the damage to Xiao Chen's soul. Zhu Yang's strong soul energy quickly healed Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and voiced his earlier doubts. The second palace master smiled without saying anything. Then, he got Xiao Chen to stretch out one hand and one foot at the same time. Xiao Chen sat nimbly, moving his hands and feet. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Second palace master, this light of the sun and moon is actually like my hands and feet. While they look separated, they are actually one entity. I only have one will of soul. Of course, if you could have two different wills of soul, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? After your soul is destroyed, you can still survive. That is equivalent to having another life. Do you think that is possible? The second palace master smiled, feeling gratified. Although this was Xiao Chen's first contact, he was not stupid. I'll let you experience it again. Properly experience it. You were too distracted the previous time. Zhu Yang placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. Soon, the earlier scene reappeared. The sun and moon entered Xiao Chen's body. Day and night alternated, flickering rhythmically. Suddenly, the rhythm became chaotic. Day and night alternated, changing constantly. However, in reality, it was still under the second palace master's control. Zhu Yang let go, and the light of the sun and moon scattered. Then he said softly, "In reality, I still used your soul energy. I did not use any of my soul energy. Come, experience it again." This time, Xiao Chen used his mind to experience it. It was indeed as the second palace master said. Be it the strengthening of the light of the sun and moon, or the light of the sun and moon entering Xiao Chen's body at the same time, merging with his physical body. Xiao Chen controlled it with his soul energy. He did not need a strong soul energy to achieve such an effect. He only needed a small amount of soul energy to easily control it. The important thing was how to control it. I understand. This time, Xiao Chen took the initiative to stop, forcing out the second palace master's will. The second palace master felt slightly startled. Then, he moved back and watched Xiao Chen's actions. Sun and moon competing radiance. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the bright moon and the great sun soared into the air at the same time, hanging high in the sky. As Xiao Chen drained his soul energy, the light of the sun and moon continuously strengthened. However, everything was in order. Neither side was stronger. This The second palace master felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chen grasped the art of equilibrium so quickly. This was truly shocking. Conservation of yin and yang. Light of the sun and moon, heed my call. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the light of the sun and the great sun entered his body at the same time. The two were indeed one. Xiao Chen imagined it as a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, with the sun and moon corresponding to yin and yang. After the initial immaturity, he could control them as he pleased. The sun rose and the moon set. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen moved freely. He smiled as he soared into the air, moving up and down. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. It had only been a while, but he no longer needed to focus fully. While maintaining the light of the sun and moon, he could still move and even drive his veritable essence energy. This dumbfounded the second palace master, Zhu Yang. This was equivalent to having practical combat ability. This was truly impressive, causing him to clap and praise Xiao Chen. As the alternating light of the sun and moon flickered, Xiao Chen landed beside the second palace master. Then he smiled and said, "Second palace master, please teach me the attacking technique of my holy venerate will." The second palace master shook his head and said, "There's no need. Once you understand one method, you will understand all methods. All that is left is for you to choose a soul energy cultivation technique to cultivate. I have nothing to teach you." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He scattered the light of the sun and moon and sent his will of soul into his soul pool. Then he exclaimed in shock, "That's it." Zhu Yang thought to himself, what else could he do? Originally, he thought that it would take him several months to comprehend, but he learned it in 3 tries. Chapter 1975. The second palace master looked at the somewhat disappointed Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be too disappointed. You are not a cultivator who focuses on soul energy. Indeed, you do not need to learn too much. However, given your talent, it is truly a pity that you do not focus on soul energy." Focus on soul energy? Xiao Chen had never thought about it before. Soul energy was more supportive. He could not let himself get flustered when he ran into a soul energy expert. How horrifying are the strength of a soul energy expert? Xiao Chen asked. After some thought, the second palace master replied, "That's hard to say. The soul energy Dao is similarly vast and profound. The strongest person I've seen can even cultivate a will clone to the same level as the main body. As a soul body, it has the same cultivation as the main body. Furthermore, it has some advantages that the physical body cannot, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. There are also those who can merge their soul energy with their eye technique. With just one look, one will sink into it, trapping the soul. The scariest are some demonic Dao sections. The ghost penance that they refine are extremely evil." The second palace master explained many things, broadening Xiao Chen's horizons. The central Great Realm's soul Dao experts were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even fewer soul Dao cultivators than physical body cultivators, and they were much more difficult to cultivate. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely horrifying. Second palace master, can you show me a soul energy attack? Xiao Chen was somewhat eager to see how strong the second palace master, who had an extremely strong will of soul, was. Palace Master Zhu Yang entered deep thought. After a while he said, "That's fine. I will restrict my cultivation to wholly venerate and use my soul energy martial techniques to attack. This will be a good test to see how you can use the light of the sun and the moon to defend against my soul technique attacks." Right after Palace Master Zhu Yang spoke, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul coming from Palace Master Zhu Yang. Almost instinctively, Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. After Xiao Chen landed, he was somewhat horrified to discover the afterimages he left behind. These short spears were condensed from soul force and seemed solid. If one was struck by them, one's soul would immediately be riddled with holes. Boom! Before he could sigh, the second palace master's will of soul turned into a landscape painting that spread out. Immediately, the holy venerate will greatly suppressed Xiao Chen. His movement technique and veritable essence energy decreased by more than half. The second palace master grabbed gently with his hand, and a dragon claw made of soul energy swiped at him. Xiao Chen's movement technique was limited. After dodging for a moment, he was caught by accident. In an instant, he felt as though half of his soul was gone, and the pain was unbearable. Several times, Xiao Chen tried to bring out his holy venerate will. However, the second palace master's soul technique attacked him. Almost all the time, it was like a torrential storm, continuously attacking him. As a result, Xiao Chen was unable to concentrate and had no chance to use it at all. Xiao. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen felt the pressure on him lessen abruptly. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, a dragon's soul descended from the sky, pouncing at him with a vast dragon might. When Xiao Chen felt this pressure in the depths of his soul, he could not move at all. His entire soul felt suppressed. This startled Xiao Chen. If he let the dragon's soul descend, it would definitely swallow up his soul. Sun and moon shining together. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Chen erupted with unprecedented potential before the immense pressure. The bright moon and the sun soared into the sky at the same time, hanging high in the sky. In the next moment, the light of the sun and the moon entered Xiao Chen's body. His surroundings flickered with light as day and night alternated. Bang! The dragon's soul crashed into Xiao Chen's body, and a huge shockwave erupted. The entire dragon's soul directly scattered, but Xiao Chen's soul only suffered some minor injuries. Very good. As long as you can bring out the light of the sun and the moon before this pressure, you will be able to protect yourself. Even if you face a sovereign personage's will of soul, you will be able to protect yourself. The shock wave scattered, and the second palace master, Zhu Yang, smiled faintly. Xiao Chen panted gently. He felt that the second palace master had not used his full power at all, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept this praise. Many thanks for second palace master's pointers. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and withdrew. Then, the first palace master's figure slowly appeared before Xiao Chen. The first palace master looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This is really surprising. I originally thought that you would need at least 3 months to control the light of the sun and the moon. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, you managed to grasp it in actual combat. First Palace Master, you praise me too much." The first Palace Master shook his head and said, "I did not praise you too much. You are just lacking in accumulations. If you had cultivated in a large sect of the Central Great Realm since you were young, you would have become famous long ago. However, you are not afraid now. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the northern region, even the entire Central Great Realm." Clearly, the first Palace Master thought very highly of Xiao Chen. He continued, "I heard Zhu Yang mention the Supreme Dragon Fist. He brought you to see that person in the dragon prison." He seemed to have gained some new comprehension. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes." He gained a new understanding of what it means to be a prime. "It involves many things that I do not understand." After saying that, Xiao Chen told the first Palace Master about what he saw in the dragon prison. The first Palace Master sighed and said, "Even being locked up in the dragon prison did not stop him from gaining an understanding of this world. However, you don't have to worry about this for now. The Supreme Dragon Fist has not reached that level yet. In the future, when you become a heaven dragon, you will discover some of the mysteries of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Perhaps it will be much easier for you to understand it." After some thought, the first Palace Master said, "I'll teach you Firmament's Rage first. Show me your Firmament's Rage and let me observe it." Xiao Chen nodded and thrust his hand out. Immediately, the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's rage spread out in the sky. A gigantic, burning hand appeared, covering the sky and sun. Its 5 fingers were like sabers. Resplendent electric light and cold saber light flashed in the palm. Its might was vast and incredibly horrifying. The first Palace Master carefully observed it. After a while, he said, "It's done." Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, and Firmament's Rage flew into the distance, shattering a mountain peak. Then, he quietly waited for the first Palace Master's guidance. Xiao Chen felt extremely satisfied with the might of this Firmament's Rage. That earlier strike had exhausted only 1% of his strength. You have not searched for the 5 elements yet. Are you looking for the 5-element divine lightning? The first palace master could tell that Xiao Chen had already practiced the second layer of firmament's rage to perfection. He could already infuse it with the 5 elements energy. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The 5-element divine lightning happens to be compatible with my Thunder Great Tao. Furthermore, it is a peak energy of the 5 elements. It is very suitable to infuse it into this firmament's rage. However, this 5-element divine lightning is not easy to find. Furthermore, there are many experts who are interested in it. I will help you keep an eye out. If there is any news of the 5-element divine lightning, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, First Palace Master. You are too polite. For now, your firmament's rage actually does not need much guidance. You already grasped its mysteries. You just lack some flexibility." Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "For example?" "For example like this." The first palace master stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then, he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed. The first palace master instantly executed firmament's rage. Before Xiao Chen could react, he felt the horrifying rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon encasing him. He felt the horrifying rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon enveloping him. Boundless sword chi assaulted his entire body. If he moved rashly, this rage would swallow up his physical body, and the sword chi would tear him to shreds. What was even more horrifying was that the first palace master did not unleash this firmament's rage even as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head. The first palace master already had complete control over the release of his rage, unlike Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not control the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Once he executed it, he needed to vent his rage quickly. Otherwise, he would explode from the rage. Whoosh! The first palace master withdrew his hand, and Xiao Chen felt sweat pouring down his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief, horror flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen had never thought that firmament's rage could be executed in such a manner. There was no startling aura or rage spreading in the sky. The first palace master simply executed it casually. Xiao Chen was certain that the first palace master had not brought out the might of the 3rd layer of firmament's rage. "How do you feel?" "This is an eye-opener. Incredible. I am ashamed of my inferiority." Xiao Chen answered honestly, not exaggerating at all. The first palace master smiled and said, "This is the result of my centuries of comprehension. Of course, you are not as good as me. There is no need to feel ashamed. Speaking of which, I should be the one feeling ashamed. Back then, I spent an entire year to reach the 2nd layer. Even so, my master praised me to the heavens, saying that I was a rare genius of the Heaven Dragon Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. The first palace master revealed a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. Then, he said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you how to be flexible. First, control the rage. Hold it in without unleashing it. Finally, reach the state of showing might without rage." The first palace master was very patient. He guided Xiao Chen over and over again, teaching him how to control the rage. This was a very dry process. Seeing that Xiao Chen had the patience to learn, the first palace master felt extremely happy, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, condense the firmament's rage. It does not have to really make the sky rage. If the rage of the water can shake the sky, wouldn't that be even better? Don't you think so? That's it. Withdraw your rage and do it step by step. There is no rush. I failed. There is no rush. Watch me demonstrate it. It was hard to imagine that a person could cultivate firmament's rage to such a level. For someone to have such a good temper, patiently giving pointers and guiding him step by step, this made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he was too stupid. Even after such careful guidance, he still could not learn it. Focus. 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 Xiao Chen repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He showed a serious expression, not daring to get distracted. Try it again. Control the rage. That's it. There is no rush. Anger without showing it. That's right. Very good. Condense the ancestor dragon's rage in your palm. The thunder Dao and the saber Dao are both in your palm. Soon, the first palace master stopped speaking. Xiaochen immersed himself in this, reaching a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Then, he raised his hand and curled his fingers. His palm turned into a claw, and he moved it gently. Boom! A tyrannical look that showed disdain for the world burst out of Xiaochen's eyes. With this gentle claw, the entire sky trembled. Success! The first palace master's voice rang out again, containing a gratified smile and satisfaction. Chapter 1976. Angry but not obvious, not angry but mighty. Xiaochen clenched his fist and retracted the great path power and the ancestral dragon's fury in his palm. The god mountain erupted with a shocking pressure. Although it was calm, it was still awe-inspiring. All right. The first palace master praised softly as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xiaochen was pleasantly surprised. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, First Hall Master, for your guidance. Xiaochen is deeply grateful and has no way to repay you." There was an ancient saying that apart from one's parents and heaven and earth, only the master could be worshipped. Although the first palace master was not Xiaochen's master, the first palace master's patient guidance had greatly benefited Xiaochen. The first palace master was like half a master. If not for the other party, Xiaochen would have needed at least another 10 years to comprehend Firmament's rage. His horizons were limited. In the past, he had never imagined that Firmament's rage could be used like this. Right now, this first palace master was the best at using Firmament's rage in the Divine Dragon Empire. The first palace master stepped forward and helped Xiaochen up. Then he said, "You are too polite. Just do your best to enter Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Actually, there are still many things that can be developed in Firmament's rage. The great Tao that you and I cultivate is different. The Firmament's rage that we execute is actually 2 different martial techniques." The first palace master continued, "I see that you seem to have cultivated the will of ice as well. Unfortunately, you do not use it much. I'm afraid that you will have to wait a long time before you can break through this bottleneck. If I manage to break through, I really look forward to infusing Firmament's rage with the ice Tao. What kind of changes will there be?" Xiaochen said softly, "I do indeed not use the ice Tao much. I cultivate too much and cannot afford to be distracted for now. Unfortunately, none of us 3 palace masters knows how to use the saber. The other experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace who use the saber are all cultivating in Ancestor Dragon City. This is problematic." The first palace master was rather disappointed that he could not guide Xiaochen in the saber Dao, which he excelled at. "That's it. Let third bro do it. He can't wait any longer." The first palace master chuckled and waved his hand, disappearing from Xiaochen's sight. "It's finally my turn. Xiaochen, don't hide anymore. Bring out your good wine." The third palace master appeared anxiously and said impatiently. Xiaochen smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Since the third palace master was so enthusiastic, he could only take out a flask of 1,000-year flame. "Come, teach me how to drink." The third palace master was clearly a wine lover. When he saw this 1,000-year flame, he knew that he could not casually drink it. So, Xiaochen told him how to drink this 1,000-year flame. Boom! A golden crow soared into the sky and circled around. After circling a few times, it turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. The third palace master picked up the 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go. He immediately felt very satisfied and refreshed. Good wine. After drinking the cup, the third palace master felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed softly. If this wine appeared in the Golden Crow Empire, just 1 cup would fetch a sky-high price. How unfortunate. Xiaochen had already told the third palace master that he did not have much of this wine left and felt that it was unfortunate. All right, it's time to help you temper your physical body. Here comes the proper business. Just as Xiaochen was feeling some anticipation, wondering how the third palace master would temper his physical body, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large pile of bottles appeared on the table, all sorts of medicinal pills. The third palace master pointed to the medicinal pill bottles on the table and said, "This is dragon bone paste. It is a rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pill forged from dragon bones found in the ancestor dragon remnant. When refined by me, it is no weaker than a heaven-ranked item. There are a total of 3 bottles. Each bottle contains 50 pills. Don't try to save them. Just refine them. Come and look for me after you run out. This is the Heavenly Cloud Bishio pill. It can help you repair your hidden injuries. Cultivators of the physical body can easily leave hidden injuries, damaging their foundations. With my Heavenly Cloud Jade Elegance pill, you can practice without worry. I guarantee that you won't have any internal injuries. This is the Putua pill, used to refine one's blood and strength. It's also of the heaven rank." Looking at the pile of pills, Xiaochen was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Third Hall Master, are these the pointers you gave me?" The third palace master smiled and said, "Of course, what else do you think it is? Do I look like a physical body cultivator to you? Doesn't seem like it. That's it then. I'm here to teach you how to take medicine. Medicinal pills can't be taken randomly. If you were to eat this pile of heaven-ranked level 4 medicinal pills, not only will it be ineffective, it will also harm your body." Suddenly, the third palace master paused. His expression turned serious as he said, "I say, brat, I can tell long ago whether you are unhappy or not. Back then, when I took you in as my disciple, I was already extremely unwilling. Under the guidance of Big Brother and Second Brother, you benefited greatly, and you looked down on this old man. Fine, I'll take it back." So. How can that be? The table was filled with rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills. Just thinking about the value of rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills, this table was probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. This startled Xiaochen. However, he reacted quickly and collected all the medicinal pills before the third palace master could. Then he said softly, "Third palace master must be joking. Who doesn't know that talent comes first and resources second on the path of cultivation? However, without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless." The third palace master snorted softly and said, "It's good that you know." Xiaochen did not dare to offend the third palace master, so he carefully dealt with him lest the third palace master get angry and take everything back. With so many medicinal pills piled up, Xiaochen estimated that he should have no problem cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art to the 5th layer. 50 cauldron force would probably be able to improve it further. Furthermore, it would take a long time. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiaochen would have to interact with the third palace master for a long time. For the next half a year of cultivation, Xiaochen would have to go to the pill hall to exchange for medicinal pills. Clearly, the third palace master was not truly angry. He took out a list and said, "Refine according to the steps on it. There are also some instructions on how to use the medicinal pills and how to refine them to achieve the best effect." Xiaochen received the list. The details on it warmed him. Although this third palace master did not personally guide Xiaochen like the other 2 palace masters, he was very considerate. "Many thanks, third palace master." The third palace master waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. Compared to the other outer palaces, our Heaven Dragon Palace is poor. There are not many Heaven-class core disciples that we can nurture. Those that the 3 palace masters can nurture with all their might are even fewer." "Oh, right, I just recalled something. You should have a primal chaos level flame, right?" Xiaochen nodded and opened his hands. The heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame appeared in his hands. What a fellow! To think that it is the heavenly snow divine flame and, hey, what flame is this? It seems like it? The third palace master stared at the heavenly flame, feeling very doubtful. He asked, "Isn't this the universe origin true flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court can grasp?" The universe origin true flame. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. This should be the true name of the heavenly flame, the universe origin true flame. "How did you obtain this flame?" Just as Xiaochen was about to answer, the third palace master suddenly stopped. He said, "I forgot. How can I casually tell others about such a secret? It is best to use it sparingly in the future. Although this universe origin true flame is not of a high rank yet, it is still something that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples can grasp. What do you mean? The third palace master looked at Xiaochen with some surprise. Then he explained, "Brat, you really don't know. Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The universe origin true flame's primeval flame seed is in the Tianwu dynasty's royal secret realm. It is the forbidden land of the royal court. If the people of the royal court can pass the test, they can obtain a strand of the primeval flame seed and nurture it for themselves. In the future, take it easy. Don't tell others. If someone says that this is the universe origin true flame, you can deny it even if you are beaten to death. Just say that this is the dragon race's extreme thunder true flame. After all, most people would not recognize it. You also do not know the Tianwu dynasty's martial techniques. No one should suspect anything." Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled that Chu Chaoyan had a heavenly flame as well. However, he did not have an origin flame. Xiaochen did not know if Chu Chaoyan would go to the Tianwu dynasty or where he was now. Aside from Xiaochen, the only other person who came out of the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyan. That's not right. There is also the Kitsugarbha Bodhisattva, who was brought away. I'm leaving. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the medicinal pill hall to look for me. The third palace master stood up and prepared to take his leave. While Xiaochen was distracted, he took advantage of the time when the third palace master was distracted to sneak away with the 1,000-year flame on the table. Wait. What's the matter? The third palace master, who had already stood up, asked with some guilt. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind. Third palace master, during my experiential training outside, I actually gained a great harvest. However, I am unable to grasp it and bring out its power. The third palace master said lazily, "What is it? Let's talk about it another day." Another day. As the third palace master spoke, he prepared to leave. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he said anxiously, "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure an astral flame. Senior, are you really not going to take a look?" What? The third palace master was greatly startled. He turned around and revealed an extremely shocked expression. "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure 9 astral cores at the same time. There is also a rudimentary divine pill in it." Xiaochen answered honestly. This thing had a frightening origin. However, it was temporarily useless in his hands. If it were the third palace master, it would be a different story. Quick, let me take a look. Chapter 1977. With a smile on his face, Xiaochen left the third palace master's secret realm. It had to be said that the secret realm was a huge treasure trove. The foundation of the Heaven Dragon Palace was still very impressive. Unfortunately, he only managed to obtain a 9 heavens mysterious ice fruit. However, if these words were heard by the third palace master, he would definitely reprimand him. After returning to Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen began to prepare for his closed-door training. Right now, he did not lack resources, comprehension, and accumulation. He needed to go into seclusion and consolidate his foundation, turning all of this into actual combat power in preparation for the competition between the 7 palaces. Not only did Xiaochen want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, but he also wanted to enter with the best ranking. Xiaochen started with the Holy Venerate Will. The second palace master said that if one understood one method, one would understand all methods. Hence, he did not teach Xiaochen the attacking methods of the Holy Venerate Will. The logic was the same. There wasn't much of a gap between defense and attack. Since he could use the light of the sun and the moon to defend himself, he could definitely use the blazing sun and the luminous moon to attack as well. For example, a scorching sun or a luminous moon could fall to the ground and form a soul power shockwave. Or the sun and moon could fuse, and then the light of the sun and moon would explode. Actually, the various methods and the technique of infusing the light of the sun and the moon into one's body were all the same. There was nothing too difficult to understand. Xiaochen gave it a try. After half a month, he finally managed to switch the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon between offense and defense as he pleased. At the same time, Xiaochen was more concerned about the second palace master's method of guiding soul power. Xiao Chen did his best to recall the feeling of controlling soul power when the second palace master's finger touched his forehead. His current soul power was actually higher than his cultivation. Xiao Chen's cultivation was only at early stage holy venerate. However, with the help of the divine characters, his soul energy already reached peak holy venerate. The sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be directly manifested. If used well, it could catch the opponent off guard. After Xiao Chen stopped cultivating his holy venerate will for a while, it was time to solidify Firmament's Rage. The first palace master's Firmament's Rage made Xiao Chen's eyes light up, fresh in his memory. Although he could successfully use it now, it wasn't very smooth and the success rate wasn't high. Not only did it require a change in technique, but it also required a change in mentality. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. It required a long period of hard work. After cultivating for half a month, Xiao Chen felt that there was no obvious room for improvement, so he stopped and began cultivating. Physical body, divine dragon body tempering art. Relying on the third palace master's resources, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a breakthrough. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had already been in seclusion for 4 months. In the cold moon cave, the white-robed youth continued to cultivate. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was doubtful. Occasionally, his brows would relax and he would reveal a knowing smile. That was the sincere happiness he felt after a difficult problem was solved. The path of a martial artist had always been like this. There were no shortcuts. On the road to success, those who stood at the peak would always be those who knew how to persevere. No one could casually make progress. Explode. In the cold moon cave's combat training room, Xiao Chen tried his best to throw a punch. The towering dragon pattern cauldron rang out 100 times. The sound was ear-splitting, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of thunder, reverberating endlessly. 100 cauldron force. After 4 months of bitter cultivation and the aid of many resources, Xiao Chen's vital chi finally reached a horrifying 100 cauldron force. Divine Dragon War Body. With another shout, Xiao Chen's physical body swelled up, reaching 2 meters tall, becoming like a small giant. The muscles all over Xiao Chen's body bulged, filled with explosive energy. The divine dragon's dragon might lingered, looking solid as it wandered around his body, turning into strands of azure-colored dragon chi. Xiao Chen's eyes filled with pressure. Even if he faced the power of a sovereign personage, he would not shrink back in fear. In the ancient city, Xiao Chen could barely hold his own against an initial perfection sovereign personage. At best, he would not lose. Now, Xiao Chen, who had strengthened and consolidated his strength in every aspect, could hold his own against a sovereign personage. It might even be possible for him to defeat one. Furthermore, this was without using soul tools or trump cards like the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chen gently snapped his fingers, and combat puppets immediately leaped out of the cultivation room. Xiao Chen had requested these from the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Masterly. The Blood Dragon Guards normally used these combat puppets for combat training. Every one of these combat puppets was at least an early-stage holy venerate. Compared to real cultivators, they lacked some flexibility and intelligence. These combat puppets still possessed the offense and defense of a holy venerate. Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. His fingers curled, and his palm turned into a claw as he pressed it against the combat puppet's head. Immediately, boundless saber chi and thousands of lightning bolts encased this combat puppet. With a thought, the puppet gave off a crunching sound as the saber chi tore it into thousands of pieces. Each piece flickered with crackling electricity. Bang! Xiao Chen threw another palm strike, still using Firmament's Rage. However, this time, he did not turn it into a claw. Instead, he threw this palm strike. The lightning infused with saber intent turned into a lightning saber chi storm, howling. The 10-odd combat puppets in front all got blasted away, their bodies riddled with holes. Pa! This time, Xiao Chen turned his palm strike into a palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a huge palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the damaged combat puppets shattered into pieces, destroyed. A sense of danger came from behind. Xiaochen turned into lightning, and his figure flashed. This was the last combat puppet left. This combat puppet was stronger than the others, reaching the peak of the holy venerate level. Xiaochen had just landed when this combat puppet quickly followed and punched. Bang! 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 After exchanging 3 punches, Xiaochen moved back 10 steps, his aura forcibly suppressed. The veritable essence energy of a peak holy venerate was extremely strong. Right now, as a middle stage holy venerate, Xiaochen was not a match for it. Blood Dragon Chop. After gaining the upper hand, the combat puppet showed no mercy. Scarlet flames burned all over its body, and a scarlet dragon coiled around its arm. Then it punched with great might. Firmament's Rage. When Xiaochen executed Firmament's Rage, he turned his palm strike into a fist. He tightly grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the horrifying Saber Great Tao, and the mysteries of the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. Boom! The 2 fists clashed. This time, it was the combat puppet that got knocked back by Xiaochen. However, he did not move at all. A terrifying might erupted from Xiaochen's body. He exuded might without showing rage, shaking the sky with 1 punch. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiaochen's body swelled up, and his vital qi surged. Then he roared and charged over. Xiaochen punched 10 times in a row. Each punch contained 100 cauldron force. After the 10 punches, the combat puppet's arm shattered. Cracks appeared in half of its body. Xiaochen raised his leg and kicked heavily. The late-stage holy venerate combat puppet directly exploded, and its core crystal rolled on the ground. After stretching his body, Xiaochen felt somewhat relaxed. However, he did not feel satisfied. After all, a combat puppet was just a combat puppet. It was still much weaker than a true cultivator. It could only be used to familiarize oneself with martial techniques and movement techniques during training. It could not be used as a reference for one's strength. If one treated a cultivator as a combat puppet in actual combat, one might not even know how they died. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the 7 outer palaces drew closer. However, Xiaochen did not feel much about it. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his originally somewhat restless heart calmed down. This was especially so after practicing Firmament's Rage. Xiaochen's mental state had improved significantly between anger and calmness. Xiaochen picked up the combat puppet's core crystal on the ground. At the same time, he pondered, how should I use the remaining time? There were still 2 more months. Even if there were fortuitous encounters before me, I would not be able to truly digest them. Should I go to the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace to look for Murong Yen, Sidichongfeng, and the others? At the same time, I can understand the strength of the experts of the other outer palaces. After thinking about it, Xiaochen gave up on this idea. The other outer palaces discriminated against mixed-blood dragons. If Xiaochen went over, he could not guarantee that he would not run into trouble like the White Dragon Palace. Heaven-class core disciples quickly gather at the profound dragon platform on the Heaven Dragon Peak. Just at this moment, a message came from Xiaochen's identity token. It was Elder Tian Yun's voice. Why are the Heaven-class core disciples gathering at this moment? There are only 2 or 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there a need to gather? Xiaochen did not feel like going. He did not like Elder Tian Yun either. However, Xiaochen was wrong about this. There were more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It was just that those who could climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak had all gone out on experiential training. The remaining 3 happened to be the weakest. They had not been able to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiaochen had something important to discuss at this gathering. After collecting the core crystals on the ground, Xiaochen prepared to go to the Blood Dragon Guards and meet with Vice Hall Master Li. The 2 got along well. Xiaochen found it interesting to hear about the Blood Dragon Guards. Senior brother Xiao, this junior brother was about to disturb you. Unexpectedly, senior brother came out on your own. Just as Xiaochen left Cold Moon Cave, he saw an outer palace disciple stop him and say respectfully, "What's the matter?" Elder Tianyun was afraid that senior brother Xiao did not receive the message to gather at the profound dragon platform, so he sent a disciple to inform you. Xiaochen had no choice but to go. Chapter 1978. On the profound dragon platform, figures flashed. Exian, Ju Yun, and Li Luo had arrived long ago. They looked around as if searching for someone. However, they revealed disappointed expressions. They did not see the person they wanted to see. Soon, 10-odd people gathered on the profound dragon platform. Xiao Jinyu felt startled, somewhat surprised. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace had so many Heaven-class core disciples. Whoosh! Soon, an extremely strong aura flew over from the profound dragon platform. That aura was so strong that everyone felt an obvious pressure, prompting them to look over involuntarily. This person wore white battle armor and showed no expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. This person was already a late-stage holy venerate. He had an extremely sharp look on his face. After slowly looking at the crowd, he silently hid his sharpness. This person radiated sharpness as he pleased. Senior Brother Lu. This person seemed to be very famous among the older generation Heaven-class core disciples. Many people greeted him respectfully when they saw him land. Xiao Jinyu pulled Yi Qianyun, who was beside him, and asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Qianyun had stayed in the Heaven Dragon Palace longer than Xiao Jinyu, so they should know each other. After passing the test, the two had already become official Heaven-class core disciples. Yi Qianyun gave that person a deep look and said, "His name is Lu Feng. He joined the Heaven Dragon Palace at the same time as me. He has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, but he already became a Heaven-class core disciple 3 years ago. During the test back then, he suppressed us all by himself. I was the most confident of becoming a Heaven-class core disciple. In the end, I lost to him, wasting 3 years of time." A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still that strong? Xiao Jinyu said in surprise, feeling startled. Yi Qianyun whispered, "Speak softly. Don't let him hear you. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't let him target you." Just at this moment, Xiao Jinyu felt a chill. When he looked up, he saw Lu Feng looking at him coldly. Xiao Jinyu only felt better when the other party looked away. He could not help feeling shocked. Originally, he thought that after cultivating bitterly during this period he should be able to rank within the top 3 of the Heaven-class core disciples. Now, it looked like he was somewhat surprised. There were many hidden talents among the Heaven-class core disciples. It was not as simple as he thought. Boo. Junior brothers, long time no see. All of a sudden, an aura even stronger than before descended from the sky. A figure slowly landed on the peak of the Heaven Dragon, looking down at the crowd. "Eldest senior brother," the others said in unison when they saw this. As Xiao Jinyu looked at that person, he thought to himself, "Is this the strongest Heaven-class core disciple, by Yunfeng?" Xiao Chen had heard Li Luo and the others mentioned by Yunfeng long ago. Bai Yunfeng had already occupied the top position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple for many years. Xiao Chen spent most of his time traveling. Rumor had it that the people he befriended were already inner sect disciples of Ancestor Dragon City, not outer palace disciples. He had a close relationship with many of the inner disciples, and he often followed them around. Xiao Chen's wanderings were not limited to the Divine Dragon Empire but the entire northern region. He came into contact with the outstanding young talents of the entire northern region. He could be considered as someone who had seen the world. His knowledge and strength were a level higher than the others. Xiao. Bai Yunfeng descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment. It was like the others looked down on Lu Feng. "Who is Xiao Chen?" Bai Yunfeng asked sullenly. However, no one answered him. Xiao Jinyu felt startled. Could it be that this Bai Yunfeng has heard of Xiao Chen as well? Li Luo stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Bai, Xiao Chen has not arrived yet. He is not here." Bai Yunfeng smiled in understanding. "That's true. If he is really here, then the rumors are too exaggerated. Let me wait and see how strong this Xiao Chen is. To think that 3 palace masters personally guide him." The moment Bai Yunfeng said that, everyone was startled, feeling deeply shocked. 3 palace masters actually guided the same person at the same time? That's impossible, right? This is too exaggerated. It is already very fortunate for people like us to receive guidance from just one palace master. To think that he received guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. Could it be that this fellow has some backer? It was not that no one in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace could receive guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. However, they could be counted on one hand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 palace masters to guide Xiao Qin to leak out. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The 3 palace masters did not hide it on purpose. It was not strange that Bai Yunfeng, who had some means, found out. Shock flashed in Li Luo's heart. Then she asked, "First senior brother, did you gain anything after going out for 2 years?" Bai Yunfeng smiled faintly and replied, "I can't really say that I gained anything. However, I am confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City this time." As Bai Yunfeng spoke, he radiated strong confidence. His body radiated a pure dragon might. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back, feeling startled. What a strong dragon might! Such an aura could rival that of a sovereign personage. Congratulations, first senior brother. You probably converted at least 30% of your bloodline power. Someone with sharp eyes praised softly, noticing the mysteries behind it. Bai Yunfeng said softly, "It's still all right. I just gained some benefits from traveling with the inner sect disciples. If you have the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will see how strong the inner sect disciples are. The competition between geniuses in the entire northern region will be very exciting." These words made some people uncomfortable. It was as if Bai Yunfeng himself had already entered Ancestor Dragon City. First senior brother, which experts in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces do you think are worth paying attention to? Someone asked softly. After all, the other party was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He knew many things that the others did not. Bai Yunfeng pondered for a moment before replying, "There are many experts in the 6 divine dragon outer palaces. The first is the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu, whom you all know. There is no need for me to elaborate. His Emperor Dragon Fist has already reached the 7th layer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the outer palaces. Next is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. His sword skills are superb, and his sword Great Dao has already reached great perfection. I heard that he is already close to the Dao domain level. Ordinary sovereign personages would not dare to fight him. Next are the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun and the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. Their comprehension of the Fire Dao and the Wind Great Dao is unrivaled in the outer palaces. These 4 are definitely people who will enter Ancestor Dragon City. The inner sect elders even took a liking to them long ago. Qin Mu, Yuan Shi, Ding Jun, and Feng Wuheng were currently the 4 strongest experts of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. Xiao Jinyu made a mental note of these people's names. In that case, senior brother Bai, how many of our heaven-class core disciples do you think can enter Ancestor Dragon City? Someone asked in anticipation. Bai Yunfeng looked around and replied softly, "Aside from me, Lu Feng has a high chance. As for you all, your chances are rather slim. If that Xiao Chen is not up to par, it is likely that only the 2 of us will enter Ancestor Dragon City." Bai Yunfeng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's heads. Everyone immediately fell silent. They found it hard to accept. However, the one who said this was Bai Yunfeng, so they could not rebut. Just as everyone fell silent, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "For you, how dare you speak nonsense here? What does my situation have to do with you?" It was Xiao Qin who had walked up from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Qin remembered that he had not come up from the foot of the mountain before, so he came up from the foot of the mountain, which delayed him for some time. He was somewhat surprised to see so many heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform. What was even more unexpected was that he heard someone talking about him behind his back the moment he arrived. Xiao Qin immediately felt dissatisfied. This was a formal gathering. How could others speak nonsense about him? Whoosh! The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone felt shocked. They had not expected Xiao Chen to challenge Bai Yunfeng the moment he arrived. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "You must be Xiao Chen, right? You are rather strong. No wonder you are someone who received guidance from 3 palace masters. However, with your strength, you only have a 50% chance of entering Ancestor Dragon City. You are a frog in a well. The sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. You should go out and see more." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This person seemed to understand Xiao Chen very well and seemed to have made preparations long ago. This person even knew about the 3 palace masters' guidance. Xiao Chen, senior brother Bai, has a close relationship with Elder Tianyun. It seems like he is targeting you. Li Luo sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen, resolving Xiao Chen's doubts. It turns out that Bai Yunfeng is Elder Tianyun's man. No wonder this old fellow is so prejudiced against me. Since Elder Tianyun does not care about me, there is no need to be overly concerned. There is no need to stoop to the level of a jumping clown. Xiao Chen looked around, preparing to find a place to rest. Junior brother Xiao, it seems like you do not agree with senior brother's point of view? Who knew? Bai Yunfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chen, looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. He was already angry. Xiao Chen turned around and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng seemed to be putting on a show. His figure turned into a dragon image in the air and spun around several times. Then, with a loud boom, he appeared in front of Xiao Chen again. I wonder if junior brother Xiao has any advice for senior brother's movement technique? As Bai Yunfeng spoke, his figure turned illusory, continuously circling around Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, and afterimages flickered. A deep dragon roar rang out in the surroundings. No one could see where Bai Yunfeng's true body was. Pa! Just as everyone was praising Bai Yunfeng's movement technique, a resounding slap rang out, sending Bai Yunfeng flying. Chapter 1979. The profound dragon platform fell completely silent. Many people were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Chen actually sent Bai Yunfeng flying with one slap. Naturally, the calmest person was Lu Feng. From the very start, he had maintained a cold and indifferent appearance. Even after Bai Yunfeng appeared and commented on him, Lu Feng remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. It was like Lu Feng was not talking about himself. Now, after Xiao Chen sent Bai Yunfeng flying with a slap, Lu Feng still showed no signs of changing his expression. Bai Yunfeng held his burning cheeks. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Even he felt somewhat confused. My soaring cloud art has already reached peak great perfection. Why can he still see me? Not only can he see me, but his attack is also so accurate. Most importantly, Xiao Chen even used the most humiliating method to slap me. You are seeking death. Bai Yunfeng was thoroughly enraged. Originally, he only wanted to promise Elder Tianyun that he would humiliate this Xiao Chen. He had not thought of doing anything to Xiao Chen. However, rage filled his heart. He only wanted to trample on Xiao Chen, mercilessly trample on him. Rage burned in Bai Yunfeng's heart, and his aura soared. Dragon might roared out, venting the murderous intent and rage in his heart. Quickly dodge. Quickly dodge. This is already the aura of a sovereign personage. First senior brother's improvement in the past 2 years is really terrifying. Even an initial perfection sovereign personage would not have any advantage against first senior brother. This rage is somewhat scary. Let's move further away and not get caught up in it. Everyone felt the rage in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Aside from Lu Feng, they all left in a hurry, afraid of getting caught up in it. Worry appeared in Li Luo's heart as she looked around. Why is the sect elder not here yet? It must be Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun must have sent him away. He still has not let go of his grudge with Xiao Chen and does not want to give up this opportunity to deal a blow to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you forced me to do all this. You're just a frog in a well. Today I will show you how vast the sky is. Bai Yunfeng roared, and his holy venerate will appeared, infusing it into his aura. The strength of his soul energy turned the formless dragon might into something solid. Layers of dragon shadows floated in all directions. Not only did they bring a strong sense of oppression to one's physical body, but even one's soul would tremble. Soaring dragon fist, flying flame meteor. Bai Yunfeng soared into the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. He turned into a shooting star that traveled across the horizon and punched out. It gave off the feeling of a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it a peak aura as it turned into a falling star. The fist light was like a star, lighting up the surroundings. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also frighteningly fast. In the next instant, it had already arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's left shoulder shook slightly, his body slanted, and he easily dodged the punch. When the horrifying fist light struck the air, it instantly exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire profound dragon platform trembled. Twinkling starlight. Bai Yunfeng roared with a frown. His fists flashed as he continuously punched. Motes of light looked like flickering stars, crackling as they flew at Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. The dense attacks and the overwhelming aura made it impossible to dodge this punch. Let's see where you can dodge to. After learning from the previous punch, Bai Yunfeng immediately changed his strategy, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to dodge. However, Bai Yunfeng seemed to have misunderstood. Did Xiao Chen need to dodge? Did he? Naturally, he did not need to. Holding it in without unleashing it, angry but not showing it. Xiao Chen planted his feet on the ground. He did not see a startling aura erupt from his body as he threw a palm strike. This was Firmament's rage. However, most of the people present could not recognize this Firmament's rage. There was no rage filling the sky, no colossal hand, and no overwhelming rage that made everyone tremble. There was only a palm wind. Bang! When Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, it did not show its might. However, the thunder great Dao and boundless saber chi, as well as the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon, completely poured out. Boom! With this palm strike, Xiao Chen clashed with the thousands of fist lights that Bai Yunfeng sent out with his fists. A loud sound rang out. The motes of starry fist lights scattered. Bai Yunfeng took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Might without getting angry. Xiao Chen stepped forward and gently pushed off the ground. His expression was calm, but an overwhelming might encased Bai Yunfeng's body. This made Bai Yunfeng feel very uncomfortable. To think that the other party actually suppressed his aura. Dragon subduing fist, burning clouds. Bai Yunfeng did not want to just sit and wait for death. He shouted again, and his aura rose by 50%. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen. Fiery clouds surrounded Bai Yunfeng as he charged at Xiao Chen. Fist lights rained down, clashing head-on with Xiao Chen, not believing that he could not do so. Xiao Chen remained calm, dealing with the moves as they came, fighting steadily and surely. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng did not gain any advantage. Bai Yunfeng looked like a raging monkey jumping around Xiao Chen. I don't believe that I cannot injure you. Soaring dragon profound chop. Rage filled Bai Yunfeng's heart as he chopped with his hand. Flames spread out in the sky and gathered into a 300-meter-long saber light. The blazing flames on the saber light inspired fear when seen from afar, deterring one from clashing head-on. To think that this was a martial technique that merged soul energy and veritable essence energy. No wonder it was so scary. The moment this move appeared, the surrounding Heaven Dragon Palace disciples retreated significantly. They all sensed that this move would be extremely horrifying. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao Chen shouted. Without needing to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon, he drew the light of the sun and the moon into his body. Instantly, day and night moved around his body. One moment, it was day, and the next moment, it was night. The pressure that this soaring dragon profound chop brought on his soul vanished. When he looked at it again, it was just the same. There was no need to care. Explode. When Xiao Chen punched, it was still Firmament's rage. However, this time, it turned into a fist light. The ancestor dragon's rage, the overwhelming saber chi, and the lightning saber Dao instantly exploded together with the fist light. The terrifying, subduing dragon profound slash was shattered into thousands of pieces by this punch and scattered in all directions. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of the cultivators who were already far away changed greatly. They hurriedly made their moves in a fluster, trying to shatter the remnant flames. Only Lu Feng did not panic. He gently tapped a few times with his fingers. The remnants of the flames that flew towards him were torn apart by strands of sword intent, turning into wisps of faint hot wind that blew past his body. She only lifted the hair in front of her forehead, but her body was not injured at all. How could this be? Seeing Xiaochen perfectly break his killing move, Bai Yunfeng suffered a huge blow. His momentum faltered and he became somewhat dazed. So. However, Xiaochen didn't give him the time to be in a daze. He took a few steps forward and officially attacked for the first time. In just 3 moves, Zhang Xian had forced the other party into a dilemma, and his face paled. Whoosh! After 10 moves, Bai Yunfeng was struck by a punch. He soared into the air, flying towards the top of the heaven dragon. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng already felt regret in his heart. He wanted to use his movement technique to get Xiaochen to stop. However, who could have imagined that Xiaochen would arrive first despite moving later? He turned into a lightning dragon and soared up. When Bai Yunfeng stabilized himself and looked down, he saw nothing but empty air. He did not see Xiaochen at all. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng felt a strong might and pressure above him. When he looked up, he saw a lightning dragon charging at him. This startled him so much that he nearly fell off. Boom! Bai Yunfeng did his best to throw a punch, wanting to shatter the lightning dragon. In the end, he was knocked back several steps. Then he stepped on the dragon's head and looked like he would fall off. When the lightning dragon appeared, Xiaochen did not show any mercy. Using Firmament's rage, he used his palm as a claw and swiped at Bai Yunfeng. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng forced out all his strength. He dodged left and right, dodging several times, causing Xiaochen to grab nothing. Scram! With this, Bai Yunfeng's confidence soared. He grasped the opportunity and threw a punch. Xiaochen had to admit that his first senior brother was truly his first senior brother. Even in such an adverse situation, he could remain calm and steady. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yunfeng's final, all-out punch struck Xiaochen's shoulder at lightning speed. Is he going to make a comeback? From the start until now, the two's fight had been startlingly fast, making everyone's hearts hang in their throats. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfeng would be able to seize the opportunity at the last moment? Bang! The fist light landed solidly on Xiaochen's shoulder. Before Bai Yunfeng could smile, his expression changed. Vital qi surged in Bai Yunfeng's body and gathered at his left shoulder. 100 cauldron force surged out. The one to retreat was not Xiaochen but Bai Yunfeng. However, Xiaochen did not give Bai Yunfeng a chance to fall. Using Firmament's rage, he turned his palm into a claw and attacked again. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiaochen's 5 fingers pressed against Bai Yunfeng's head, preventing him from moving carelessly. The horror that Xiaochen experienced at the hands of the first palace master appeared on Bai Yunfeng's body 10-fold, 100-fold. Boundless saber qi, the thunder great Dao, and the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage all appeared in this claw, encasing every corner of Bai Yunfeng's body. As long as Bai Yunfeng resisted, he would instantly shatter into pieces. Life and death depended on a single thought from Xiaochen. Bai Yunfeng looked around and saw everything in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then Xiaochen asked indifferently, "How big do you think the sky is?" At this moment, how could Bai Yunfeng dare to answer? He begged, "Junior brother Xiao, please let me off." Senior brother was confused. "I'm asking you how big the sky is." Xiaochen interrupted the other party coldly. Bai Yunfeng's legs trembled. He felt like his life hung by a thread. Earlier, he had mocked Xiaochen for being a frog in a well. Now, he could not answer. "At the top of this Heaven Dragon Palace, I'll teach you a principle. Being a frog in a well is not laughable. As long as your heart is always higher than the sky, it is fine. The laughable thing is that by looking at the sky, you can jump out of the well, but you cannot jump out of your own heart." Right after Xiaochen spoke, he retracted his hand and slapped Bai Yunfeng off the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he shouted, "Old fogey Tian Yuan, how long are you going to keep sneaking around?" Chapter 1980. Just a moment ago, the resounding slap still resounded above the Heaven Dragon statue. In the next moment, Xiaochen shouted furiously, forcefully drowning out the sound of the slap. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xiaochen defeating Bai Yunfeng, Xiaochen did something shocking, challenging a heaven-class elder. Xiaochen had long sensed that something was wrong. After fighting with Bai Yunfeng for so long, no sect elder came out to stop him. It had to be Elder Tian Yun's doing. During the battle, Xiaochen kept an eye out and sensed that someone was spying on him several times. The other party hid very well. Xiaochen could not figure out how. He only vaguely sensed that the other party wanted to make a move several times. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not make a move. Now that things had reached this point, Xiaochen was sure that the old Revenant Tian Yun had been hiding from the start. According to the Heaven Dragon Palace's rules, those who disrespect an elder can be executed on the spot. On account of your ignorance, this old man will not bicker with you. Get down. Elder Tian Yun said seriously as he appeared in the air with a sullen expression. Then he landed on the Heaven Dragon statue. Xiaochen turned around and looked at the other party. On account of my ignorance? Although this Bai Yunfeng is stupid, he will not take the wrong medicine and seek trouble for me for no reason. This is especially so when he knows that the 3 palace masters have given me pointers. He will not come and offend me. If not for someone supporting him, how could he be so confident? Elder Tian Yun felt very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I instructed him? Brat, don't think that you can challenge an elder just because you have the support of the 3 palace masters. Not to mention that I did not instruct Bai Yunfeng. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Can you get the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The 3 palace masters only gave me pointers for 1 day. Don't think too highly of yourself." Elder Tian Yun spoke arrogantly. He simply could not be bothered with Xiaochen, not caring about him at all. Elder Tian Yun already made it clear that he was the one behind this. "Friend, this is not a place for you. This elder still has something important to announce." Xiao. Elder Tian Yuan's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiaochen. Then he threw a palm strike. The palm was so fast that Xiaochen couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his body's instincts to dodge it in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Missed? Elder Tian Yun felt somewhat surprised. He felt slightly angry in his heart. This elder is teaching you a lesson. Just stay there properly. As soon as he said those words, he struck out with an even faster and stronger palm strike. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Elder Tian Yuan was a late-stage sovereign personage. Furthermore, he had comprehended a Dao domain. Even among late-stage sovereign personages, few could defeat them. The difference between Xiaochen and him was too great. They were not on the same level. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to dodge his palm strike. However, Xiaochen didn't even have the time to react and was hit. Several of his ribs broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Luo quickly went over and helped Xiaochen up. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Tian Yun. Elder Tian Yun smiled coldly, showing no fear. Naturally, Elder Tian Yun showed no fear. He was a heaven-class elder and had known the 3 palace masters for decades. The 3 palace masters cherished talent and taught Xiaochen for a day. However, they did not take him in as a disciple. He was not even a nominal disciple. In the past 4 months, they did not give him any instructions. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not make any major mistakes. Even if Xiaochen called over a palace master, he would at most give him a verbal warning. This Xiaochen was reckless. Defeating Bai Yunfeng was enough. To think that he dared to challenge Elder Tian Yun. If Elder Tian Yun did not teach Xiaochen a lesson today, he would lose his prestige as a heaven-class elder. Xiaochen, take a step back and you will see the world. After all, we are disciples. A disciple is a disciple, and an elder is an elder. There is no need to bicker with them. Li Luo advised softly when she saw that Xiaochen had no intention of backing down. In Li Luo's opinion, Xiaochen was seeking trouble for himself. How could a disciple challenge an elder? Even the unruly genius disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace for thousands of years did not dare to do so. Xiaochen, do you admit your mistake? Elder Tian Yun asked as he looked coldly at Xiaochen from the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. What mistake? Elder Tian Yun remained expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a sword wind pulled Xiaochen away from Li Luo. After the sword wind passed, many crisscrossed bloody wounds appeared on Xiaochen's body, inflicting incredible pain. Elder Tian Yun's sword intent remained in Xiaochen's wounds, continuously deepening them. Did you admit your mistake? Elder Tian Yun shouted coldly. Then, with a flip of his hand, he sent another sword wind at Xiaochen's body. Intense pain assaulted Xiaochen, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Xiaochen remained silent as he gave Elder Tian Yun a deep look. Then he turned and left. The elder is asking you a question. Just at this moment, the figure of Bai Yunfeng, whom Xiaochen had slapped earlier, flashed and appeared in front of Xiaochen. A mocking smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he said, "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Weren't you very arrogant up there earlier? Now, let me ask you, how big is the sky? Speak. If you don't, you are not allowed to leave today." The other disciples on the profound dragon platform could not bear to see this. Xiaochen should not have offended Elder Tian Yun. No matter what, Elder Tian Yun was a heaven-class elder. Xiaochen instantly reversed the situation. Bai Yunfeng, who was under Xiaochen's foot, flipped around as if he wanted to get back at Xiaochen. Disdain flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He could not be bothered with Elder Tian Yun. With Elder Tian Yun backing Xiaochen, do you think I do not dare to attack him? Gravely wrong. Xiaochen replied to Bai Yunfeng with a lightning-quick strike. 100 cauldron force instantly erupted, sending Bai Yunfeng flying with one punch. Bai Yunfeng was sent flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the cliff wall. His facial features twisted together as he felt extreme pain. Idiot! Just as Elder Tian Yun was about to make a move, who knew Xiaochen would leap off the cliff? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, a group of elders emerged from the Heaven Dragon statue. They asked somewhat worriedly, "Elder Tian Yun, isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Elder Tian Yun retorted indifferently, "What's inappropriate? He is just a disciple. Can he really instruct the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson?" The other elders thought about it and agreed. The 3 palace masters were very busy people. How could a disciple casually instruct them? Xiaochen, who came down from the Heaven Dragon Peak, showed a cold expression, not saying a word. Xiaochen felt angry in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. If it were an ordinary person, they would either get angry and fight it out with Elder Tian Yun. Otherwise, they would feel sullen and have nowhere to vent, resulting in a heart demon, making them feel even more depressed and pained. However, since Xiaochen dared to challenge Elder Tian Yun, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Tian Yun's thoughts were right. Even if Xiaochen called the first palace master and the second palace master over, they would only give Elder Tian Yun a warning. They would not give Elder Tian Yun any substantial punishment. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. However, it was different for the third palace master. Xiaochen moved as fast as lightning, heading for the secret realm where the third palace master was. When he neared the secret realm, when he approached the secret realm, there were many checkpoints guarding it. However, the third palace master had instructed not to make things difficult for Xiaochen. Seeing that it was him, all the checkpoints let him through, and Xiaochen successfully entered the secret realm. At this moment, the third palace master's face was full of smiles as he studied the medicine cauldron inscribed with divine runes. After 4 months, he was finally able to slightly control this medicine cauldron. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could officially use this medicine cauldron to refine pills. At that time, not only would the pills he concocted be upgraded to a whole new level, but it would also increase the grade of the pills he concocted. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for over 100 years and reach another level. When the third palace master thought that he was about to break through his bottleneck, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Ah, Xiaochen, you came at the right time. Did you bring any wine? Come, have a drink with me. The third palace master sensed Xiaochen's presence the moment he entered the secret realm. When he saw Xiaochen, he welcomed him with a smile. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen would ignore him? He walked over, waved his hand, and put the medicine cauldron into the divine universe steel. Kid, what do you mean by this? The third palace master asked anxiously. This medicine cauldron was about to start a fire to refine pills. Now that it was gone, how could the third palace master sit still? Xiaochen waved his hand and said, I can no longer remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace. I'm preparing to pack my things and leave. Naturally, I have to take this medicine cauldron as well. Only now did the third palace master notice the sword wounds on Xiaochen's body. He was startled to realize that the other party was not joking. This is that brat Tianyun's sword intent. What exactly happened? Tell me. If there's anything, this old man will take care of it for you. Xiaochen turned around and said, I already told him everything I needed to say. There is nothing more to say. He already injured me to such an extent. How can I have the face to remain here? The third palace master carefully examined Xiaochen's injuries. They were a ghastly sight, and he immediately became enraged. Even if the third palace master did not say anything, the fact that Xiaochen told him the secret of the divine rank medicine cauldron was already a great favor. Given Xiaochen's talent and aptitude, he should not have suffered such grievances. How dare you rebel? There's no need to say anything else. Come with me. This old man will not believe it today. How can an elder be so bold? The third palace master showed a sullen expression. Without saying anything, he grabbed Xiaochen and left the secret realm. Chapter 1981. This is really strange. Bai Yunfeng startled to his senses and hurriedly knelt. Third palace master, I am innocent as well. Elder Tianyun tempted this junior by giving me 50,000 primeval heavenly pills and a rank 5 heaven medicinal pill to teach Xiaochen a lesson. I did not dare to disobey him. With Elder Tianyun taking the lead, the others all bowed. The three palace masters held great authority. No matter how low profile this third palace master was, he was still a palace master. His status and strength far surpassed everyone else's. However, Elder Tianyun was frightened out of his wits. He fell to his knees and said in a sobbing tone, Third palace master, Tianyun knows his mistake. Please give me a chance. Unexpectedly, Elder Tianyun gave the crucial slot to Bai Yunfeng to choose from. On the profound dragon platform, Tianyun's expression was still fine. However, the expressions of the elders behind him all changed wildly. Even if they were wronged and knew that it was the other party's fault, they should have endured it for now. Elder Tianyun slowly descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon platform. It was clear that he was in a good mood. Actually, when Elder Tianyun planned to have Bai Yunfeng seek trouble for Xiaochen, he had thought that if Bai Yunfeng failed, Xiaochen might mock him. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng felt very pleased with himself, giving off the feeling that he was passing judgment. He said seriously, this time, the three outer palaces will gather. The people who go cannot be weak. They absolutely cannot embarrass the Heaven Dragon Palace. Hence, the first person I choose is... That person showed a bitter expression and said, Third Palace Master, this time, it really has nothing to do with us. Elder Tianyun told us that he wants to suppress Xiaochen, so he wants Bai Yunfeng to test Xiaochen's strength. It would be best if he can teach him a lesson and tell us not to show up. After saying that, the third palace master turned around to leave. The third palace master seemed to be in good spirits. It was hard to tell that Xiaochen had taught him a miserable lesson not long ago. As for Bai Yunfeng, his earlier grandeur had long since been tossed out of his mind, completely frightened silly. The third palace master laughed in rage. The heaven-class elders of my Heaven Dragon Palace are indeed very awe-inspiring. I wonder if they are still as awe-inspiring in the starry Heaven's Dragon Prison? Tianyun was immediately frightened. The third palace master was truly enraged. If he only wanted to help Xiaochen get back at him, he could have just taught him a lesson on the spot. Bai Yunfeng, who had tidied up a little, stepped forward and answered loudly. The Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary was the nightmare of the dragon race. No one could come out in one piece after being imprisoned in there. Elder Tian Yun pointed to the crowd and said, Yunfeng, as everyone's first senior brother, you have a deep friendship with the inner sect disciples and are very knowledgeable. This time, you will be the leader of the 3 halls gathering. Including you, there are a total of 5 places. You can choose. At that time, it would be perfectly justifiable for him to teach Xiaochen a lesson, leaving him with no place to complain. This was because he had a good grasp of Xiaochen's character, and he would not easily compromise. Elder Tian Yun immediately panicked. All hope of getting lucky vanished. He could only brace himself and say, yes. However, Third Palace Master, please listen to my explanation. My Heaven Dragon bloodline has a low status and limited resources. It is truly not easy for a sovereign personage who comprehended a Dao domain to appear. The first brother and the second brother also helped you a lot in secret. However, this is not the capital for you to make a mistake. If all the elders are like this, petty and scheming to suppress a junior generation disciple in exchange for satisfaction, then there is really no need for this Heaven Dragon Palace to continue existing. There is really no need for the Heavenly Dragon Palace to continue existing. If it cannot protect its juniors or allow the Heavenly Dragon to rise, what is the point of having it? Fortunately, this shout was mainly directed at Tianyun. Otherwise, half of the Heaven-class core disciples present would have been severely injured and vomited blood. However, who could have imagined that the Third Palace Master, who never interfered with the sex matters, would actually stand up for Xiaochen? The other elders spoke up at the same time, trying to shirk responsibility. Indeed, the Third Palace Master is here for Xiaochen's matter. No matter how much reason you have, you can only obediently hold it in. You might even have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Tianyun stopped speaking. Then he said sullenly, this is a rare opportunity, and the slots are limited. Those who go can observe the strength of the other outer palace's Heaven-class core disciples. This will be of great help to the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I believe everyone understands the significance of this. Third Palace Master? Greetings, Third Palace Master. It was Xiaochen. It's over. The Third Palace Master is angry. What's going on? The Third Palace Master has never interfered with the sex matters. Why is he so angry? That person immediately felt horrified. Before the Third Palace Master, he did not show any of the prestige of an elder. When Elder Tianyun saw Xiaochen beside the Third Palace Master, his heart immediately sank. He felt somewhat flustered as he did his best to think of a countermeasure. Greetings, Third Palace Master. However, the slots were limited. Xiaochen did not know how Elder Tianyun would choose the slots. Oh no. I remember that this Third Palace Master was famous for his fiery temper and unruly behavior in the past. However, ever since he became the Third Palace Master, he has been much more restrained. Although his temper is strange, he no longer loses his temper. The scarier thing was that when Elder Tianyun discovered that the Third Palace Master actually smiled, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt that the situation had truly spiraled out of his control. Among the Heaven-class elders, your strength increased the most steadily. When you came to ask me for a medicinal pill, you were the one with the strongest strength. When you came to me for medicinal pills, although my words were harsh, I actually gave you additional supplies, hoping that you could break through the shackles within 10 years and advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Tell him that I do not wish to see you. The other Heaven-class core disciples quickly moved aside. When they saw Xiaochen beside the Third Palace Master, their jaws dropped in shock. This time, the Silver Dragon Palace invited the Heaven-class core disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Palace to gather at the Silver Dragon Palace to give the juniors a chance to discuss matters. The Third Palace Master personally brought Xiaochen over. The many Heaven-class core disciples felt somewhat stunned. The Third Palace Master showed a sullen expression. He did not answer at all. Instead, he looked directly at Elder Tianyun and asked, Let me ask you, were you the one who injured him? What's going on with this third brother? I have not seen him so angry in so many years. This is really strange. At the same time, many of the secluded supreme elders in the ancient heavenly dragon peak revealed doubtful expressions. Originally, these supreme elders had thought that it was not a big deal. Perhaps Xiaoqun had a bad temper and angered Elder Tianyun. In that case, they would just teach Elder Tianyun a lesson and help Xiaoqun get back at him. Everyone was greatly startled. They did not know what happened, and their expressions changed wildly. It's the third palace master. However, the other party was a heaven-class elder. The many elders recalled the third palace master's fiery temper before he became the palace master. Their complexions paled slightly, and they all felt a headache. Elder Tianyun, who was kneeling on the ground, felt somewhat flabbergasted. He had not expected the third palace master to remember him. However, Xiaoqun had said it before Elder Tianyun on the summit of the Heaven Dragon Peak. However, the heaven-class core disciples present still valued this news. It was as Tianyun said. Before the gathering of the 7 outer palaces, knowing the strength of the other outer palaces' disciples would be very helpful to them. This was exactly what Tianyun wanted. He did not say anything to Xiaoqun at all. He directly attacked and taught Xiaoqun a lesson. It really has nothing to do with us. We were all forced into this. Most likely they had all turned crazy. However, he had never thought that the truth would be so surprising. He felt a little tired. Plop! Tianyun banged his forehead on the ground, causing blood to flow out. He said sullenly, "Third Palace Master, I really know my mistake. Please give me a chance. I guarantee that I will not disappoint Third Palace Master again." Immediately, everyone became somewhat anxious and expectant. They temporarily forgot about the storm between Xiaoqun and Bai Yunfeng. It looked like Xiaoqun was right. This Bai Yunfeng had a deep friendship with Elder Tianyun. The earlier matter was a trap set up by Bai Yunfeng. Tianyun's heart immediately sank. He knew that it was all over. The third palace master was truly angry. This time he really went overboard. In the next moment, the third palace master landed on the profound dragon platform with Xiaoqun. The third palace master shouted coldly, interrupting Tianyun. Then he looked around and looked at the people behind Tianyun. Then he fixed his gaze on an elder and said, "I have some impression of you. Tell me everything in detail. If you hide anything, I'll cripple your cultivation." Bai Yunfeng. However, now that Xiaoqun mentioned the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, he turned and left. Just at this moment, a horrifying might and pressure encased the entire profound dragon platform, making everyone tremble. Immediately, everyone felt some sympathy for Xiaoqun in their hearts. The third palace master stopped and said with his back to Nian, "I remember that you were still a holy venerate 50 years ago. I saw that your sword Dao cultivation was pretty good. When you broke through to sovereign personage, I gave you 3 grade 5 heaven-ranked breaking crisis pills. Indeed, I did not make a mistake. After you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you successfully broke through to sovereign personage. After you came back, you worked for Second Brother. Although I have not been managing matters for the past few years, I heard that you comprehended a Dao domain and felt proud of you. It was my suggestion to promote you to Heaven Class Elder." The gathering of the 3 palaces was rather surprising. The other 4 palaces probably had other gatherings. However, unexpectedly, Xiaoqun's strength improved greatly. Bai Yunfeng was no match for him. At that time, we saw Elder Tianyun's expression change. After Elder Tianyun appeared, Xiaoqun tried to reason with him. However, before Xiaoqun could say anything, Elder Tianyun smashed him off the top of the Heaven Dragon platform with a palm strike. After that, Elder Tianyun personally taught Xiaoqun a lesson, asking if he knew his mistake. "We really did not do anything. The third palace master also knows that he is a heaven-class elder, 1 rank higher than us. We had no choice but to obey." Heaven Dragon Peak, profound dragon platform. Tianyun's heart trembled. He thought to himself, "This is the third palace master's aura. What's going on? Why is the third palace master here?" A bad feeling welled up in Tianyun's heart. Could it be? Indeed, it was as Tianyun expected. After Xiaochen defeated by Yunfeng, he wanted an explanation from the third palace master. Originally, Tianyun thought that after Xiaochen suffered such humiliation, he could only endure it. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. This disciple is here. Tianyun's face turned green in anger. However, he could not think of anything to rebut, as that was the truth. The third palace master pointed at Xiaochen but did not turn around. Shut up. Boom! Tianyun thought about many things. He even felt somewhat confused and did not want to remain here. The series of events today was full of ups and downs. They simply could not react to it. Just as Tianyun was thinking, a loud shout resounded in the sky. Many people trembled and nearly knelt on the ground in fright. Bai Yunfeng immediately started trembling. He could not say a complete sentence, not understanding what was going on. At this moment, Tianyun felt very cocky in his heart. With a smile on his face, he said to the many heaven-class core disciples, I gathered everyone here today because there is something important to discuss. The competition between the 7 outer palaces is imminent. According to tradition, there will be a small gathering of the outer palaces to see the strength of the younger generation. Aside from Tianyun, there was probably no one else with such courage in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if one was angry, one could only hold it in. Tianyun thought that the other party had already forgotten about the 3 rank 5 breaking adversity pills from back then. Unexpectedly, the other party still had high hopes for him. Chapter 1982. Tell him. When Elder Tianyun heard this, he felt shocked at first. He thought about how he was a heaven-class elder. How could he leave his fate in the hands of a disciple? However, after some thought, he realized that the second palace master was letting him off by doing this. Then, he turned around and knelt to Xiaochen. Xiaochen, I was in the wrong this time. Can you let me off? I guarantee that I will not make things difficult for you in the future. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Then, he said softly, I can't stand your kneeling. Stand up and speak. Many thanks, Xiaochen. Elder Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief, feeling cold sweat running down his back. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xiaochen felt somewhat dispirited, not feeling much of a sense of accomplishment. He walked over to the third palace master and said softly, Third palace master, let's leave it at this. I will not pursue this matter. I am not trying to do anything to him. I just want to say that wrong is wrong, right is right. Just prove that I, Xiaochen, am not in the wrong. The moment Xiaochen said that, the third palace master felt startled. As he looked at Xiaochen, he found it strange. The third palace master remembered the rage in Xiaochen's heart when he entered the secret realm. Xiaochen had not faked it. Now, Xiaochen actually let it go just like that. The third palace master asked seriously, Are you sure? Xiaochen nodded and said, The third palace master's words gave me an answer. Elders cannot be narrow-minded, haggling over every ounce and using the authority in their hands for the sake of being happy. This disciple is the same. If I abuse the authority that third palace master gave me for the sake of feeling happy, there is no point. Actually, given Xiaochen's mental state, this matter would not affect him too much. If it were in the past, Xiaochen would have brought out all his trump cards, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the god shadow bow, and the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. Even if the other party was a late-stage sovereign personage, he would have fought to the death. After causing a huge commotion, Xiaochen would have left this Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Xiaochen truly had some feelings for the Heavenly Dragon Palace. He had wandered the Great Thousand Realms for so long. It wasn't easy for him to settle down, and he didn't want to leave just like that. Xiaochen recalled that when he fought for the Heaven-class core disciple slot, he had fought against 1,000 people and remained standing until the end. Those core disciples took the initiative to leave. That was the pride of a dragon. It respected the strong and did not go against its conscience. Instead of continuing to surround and attack Xiaochen, they took the initiative to help him become a heaven-class core disciple. Even mixed blood dragons had their own pride and breadth of mind. This place was filled with dragon disciples. If it were anywhere else, it would be difficult for him to feel nostalgic. He still remembered the first time he climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon and looked down at the Heaven Dragon Hall. He could not forget the excitement and hot-bloodedness he felt. The feeling this place gave him was no less than when he was in Qingyun. He just wanted to find a suitable way to stay and prove that he wasn't wrong. He didn't go against his heart and the unyielding will in his heart. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to be unforgiving and beat the dog while it was down. Elder Tianyun, who was in the distance, felt somewhat stunned as well. He immediately felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, he, a bona fide elder, could not compare to a junior generation disciple in terms of breadth of mind. When Elder Tianyun looked at Xiao Chen's injuries, he felt his face heat up. The third palace master turned around and looked at Elder Tianyun. Then he said, "This matter is over. However, even though Xiao Chen forgave you, it does not mean that you do not need to receive any punishment. Your monthly stipend will be suspended for half a year, and your heaven-class elder honor will be suspended for 3 months. You will be tested again." "Thank you, third palace master." Elder Tianyun knew that he was already fine. These punishments were nothing compared to the starry heaven's dragon prison. No matter what, the person she should thank the most was Xiao Chen. If he insisted on not forgiving her, she would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chen insisted on not forgiving him, Elder Tianyun was certain that the third palace master would lock him up in the starry heaven's dragon prison. Back then, the third palace master had not even been willing to turn around and look at Elder Tianyun. This showed how much he loathed him. At the same time, Elder Tianyun felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, the third palace master had remembered him all this time and was even prepared to help him break through to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor within 10 years. Elder Tianyun truly let down the other party's expectations. Elder Tianyun looked at the other elders and sighed. "Let's leave this matter as it is, then. When I arrived, I overheard your discussion. Let Xiao Chen choose the spots for the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. We have to decide on the spots eventually. Right. Xiao Chen's strength is clear for all to see." The other elders quickly nodded in agreement. "Xiao Chen, take a look. Choose 4 people to go with you to the Silver Dragon Palace," the third palace master urged. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng first. This person gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was stronger than Bai Yunfeng, hiding his strength very deeply. "Him," Xiao Chen said softly as he pointed at the other party, not knowing the other party's name. Lu Feng stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. He smiled casually and said, "I am Lu Feng. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao, for thinking highly of me." The others all felt some anticipation, hoping that Xiao Chen would choose them. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on one person. Then he said, "Xiao Jinyu." Xiao Jinyu was stunned for a moment, wondering if he heard wrong. After verifying that he was not mistaken, he said joyfully, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao Chen." This was a complete surprise. When Xiao Jinyu thought about his past conflicts with Xiao Chen, he had not expected the other party to choose him. Xiao Chen naturally had his reasons. Although this Xiao Jinyu's cultivation could not compare to those seasoned senior brothers, his talent in the sword Dao was extremely terrifying. His potential for growth was very strong. Xiao Jinyu could still make great improvements in the next 2 months. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Li Luo. Li Luo. As for choosing Li Luo, Xiao Chen had his own selfish reasons. Back then, when Tianyun knocked him down with a palm strike, only Li Luo came over to support him. Due to Tianyun's might, the others did not dare to move. Naturally, Xiao Chen remembered who was good to him and would repay them. There was one more person. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on Bai Yunfeng, he said, "Him, then." There was no need to praise or belittle this Bai Yunfeng. Even Xiao Chen's strength went without saying. While defeating the other party looked easy, in reality, he had put in a lot of effort. The third palace master was slightly stunned, appearing somewhat shocked. Then he revealed a smile, feeling somewhat gratified. After Bai Yunfeng recovered from his shock, he felt wild joy. "Thank you, junior brother Xiao Chen." Even Bai Yunfeng himself felt that this happiness came too suddenly. Originally, he thought that after offending Xiao Chen in that manner, he would definitely not have this opportunity. The others who were not chosen all felt somewhat disappointed. According to the rules, aside from the opportunity to observe the strength of the other Outer Palace disciples, the 5 people who were chosen would also receive intensive nurturing from the sect in the last 2 months. In the last 2 months, the sect would focus on nurturing them, providing them with large amounts of resources. These were some unwritten rules that were not openly announced. However, everyone here was a veteran and knew this very well. While they were disappointed, they still had to congratulate those who needed to be congratulated. The people who were familiar with each other started to congratulate each other. Go back and prepare. We will depart in 3 days. Those who were not chosen, don't be disappointed. The second palace master has his own arrangements. He will not let everyone stay in the palace for 2 months for nothing. After everyone left, Xiao Chen and the third palace master returned to the secret realm. After this, the relationship between Xiao Chen and the third palace master actually improved further. Xiao Chen, you came to look for me first. When you said that you wanted to leave, you were 70% telling the truth. However, I could tell that you really could not bear to leave. The third palace master said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and did not deny it. My experiences are rather complicated. Before I came, I did indeed have other intentions. However, after coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, I am indeed somewhat reluctant to leave. Even if I go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, I will always be a part of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The third palace master smiled and sighed, if only everyone thought like you. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he looked at the third palace master and said, earlier, when I heard third palace master reprimanding Elder Tian Yun, you seemed to be somewhat disappointed in the Heaven Dragon bloodline. The third palace master said somewhat helplessly, the Heaven Dragon bloodline is, in the end, a mixed blood dragon bloodline. This Heaven Dragon Palace is used to protect all mixed blood dragons. That is something from many years ago. Let's not talk about it. I feel that I finally got to know you today. The mixed blood dragons have a lowly status. However, if they could be like you and have such a strong and unyielding will, they would not have to worry about not rising up. Xiao Chen said seriously, such a day will come. The third palace master smiled faintly and said, after saying so much, you should leave the medicine cauldron with me, right? I will soon be able to use this medicine cauldron to refine medicinal pills. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, that fast? That's right. The third palace master thought of something and asked, do you have any way to communicate with that divine pill's spirit? If it is willing to work with me, I can provide it with natural treasures when I refine the medicinal pill. As long as it uses its divine nature to help me form the pill, the medicinal pill I refine will have some of the spirituality of a divine pill. Chapter 1983. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not understand, the third palace master explained further, it is no longer an ordinary divine pill. It can be considered a living creature with its own intelligence. This is normally called a pill spirit. It only appears in the process of refining divine pills. However, the chances of it appearing are extremely rare. Normally, it is an pill demon. However, once a pill spirit appears, it will be even more valuable to an alchemist than the divine pill itself. Xiao Chen also knew how to refine some medicinal pills. He immediately understood the third palace master's explanation. This was equivalent to an alchemist gaining an assistant. Furthermore, this assistant lived in the cauldron and lived in the blazing fire. This assistant could observe the properties and conditions of the various ingredients in the cauldron. Even the most brilliant alchemist could not reach the level of understanding the medicinal pills the pill spirit had of the medicinal cauldron. Do you understand now? The third palace master continued, however, this pill spirit is somewhat difficult to deal with. Normally, a pill spirit would feel a sense of closeness to its refiner. However, its refiner died many years ago. The situation is unique. I tried communicating with him several times, but I could not get anything out of it. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before saying, I'll give it a try. The third palace master did not hold much hope. If it does not work, then so be it. There is no need to force it. Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. Then he leaped into the air and landed on the medicinal cauldron. Then he leaped into the blazing fire. The inside was a world of fire. Xiaochen knew that if the pill spirit wanted to hide, he would not be able to find it. He could only think of a way to use a strange move. The so-called strange move was nothing more than threatening and enticing. Xiaochen was about to speak when the sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. The sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. Then, a childlike boy with a red doodoo tied to his chest appeared before Xiaochen. His facial features were exquisite. He glared at Xiaochen indignantly and said angrily, "It's you again. Last time, you extracted 10% of my medicinal pill. Then you found an old man to kill me. If it weren't for my great luck, I would have long since died at the hands of that old man. If you want to threaten me again, then don't even think about leaving this medicine cauldron. We'll die together." Rumble. Her delicate little face was filled with anger, making her look extremely adorable. However, the words that came out of his mouth were no joke. Xiaochen felt a little awkward. He was prepared to use the same trick, but he didn't expect his opponent to take the initiative. As far as the eye could see, all the flames in the medicine cauldron were gathering in this place, forming a blazing fireball. The medicine cauldron with divine characters suddenly shone brightly, and heat waves rose to the heavens. This startled the third palace master outside. What's going on inside? Why does it feel like this pill spirit has a deep grudge against Xiaochen? Xiao. He hastily leaped up and arrived above the medicinal cauldron. When he looked down, he was greatly shocked. The flames that filled every corner of the medicinal cauldron condensed into a dazzling fireball, hovering in the middle of the medicinal cauldron and not scattering. The third palace master quickly sent out a strand of soul energy. After piercing the fireball with some difficulty, he discovered that Xiaochen was fine. However, he did not know what happened inside, so he still felt somewhat anxious. "Xiaochen, how's the situation?" "It's fine. I'll talk to him." Inside the flame barrier, Xiaochen looked around at his surroundings. At first, he was startled. However, after a while, he calmed down. Pill spirit was a pill spirit after all. The more ferocious it appeared, the more timid it was. Xiaochen consoled her, "Don't be rash. This time, I am not here to extract the nature of your medicine, nor to refine you. If you were spiritless, I might think of a way to refine you. Since you already have spirituality, I really can't bring myself to do it. I'm here this time to bring you an opportunity. Look at you. After staying in this flame for a long time without spiritual energy to replenish yourself, your spirituality will dissipate sooner or later, right?" The pill spirit's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He retorted angrily, "So what if that is the case? In any case, if you want to extract my medicinal nature and swallow and refine me, I will die with you." At this point, Xiaochen already felt completely confident. He said calmly, "Aren't you just letting me off easy by doing this? When you die, the vague divine pill will lose its spirituality. I will not have any pressure refining it then. I'll self-detonate at that time." The pill spirit said sullenly when Xiaochen hit the nail on the head. "There's no need. This is a win-win situation. This is not good for anyone. As long as you agree to help me, not only will I not refine you, but I will even give you resources to help you cultivate. It is not like there are no pill spirits in history who have attained the Tao. At that time, you will successfully attain the Tao and break free from the divine pill. I can naturally refine the divine pill as well." The pill spirit's mind wavered slightly. However, it vanished very quickly. He said sullenly, "You humans are not worth trusting. I will not cooperate with you." The pill spirit had already spoken to this point. Unexpectedly, the pill spirit was still so stubborn. Xiaochen frowned slightly. "In any case, I can be considered half your master. If not for me suppressing the pill demon, you would not have been born. Are you really not willing to cooperate with me?" The pill spirit's heart wavered again. However, he finally shook his head resolutely and said, "No way. Since you obtain the medicine cauldron, you will have to refine pills sooner or later. I will not take advantage of you. I just need to take a breath of the spiritual energy produced during the refining process." Xiaochen smiled and said, "I don't even know what I want you to help me with, but you rejected me. It looks like your first impression of me is too bad. You just need to help me mold the pill during the refining process and nourish the medicinal pill. Aside from the spiritual energy produced during the refining process, I will also provide you with other natural treasures to help you cultivate. The pill spirit asked in some disbelief, "Really?" "Naturally. I said it before. Helping you is helping myself. In the process of providing you with resources, I am refining the divine pill. Once you succeed in your cultivation, the divine pill will be nearly complete. At that time, you can live without the divine pill, and I can refine the divine pill in peace." "Why not?" The pill spirit lowered his head and entered deep thought. Clearly, he was somewhat moved by Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin continued, "You can give it a try first. In any case, you will not lose anything." "Alright, I promise you. I'll give it a try first." The pill spirit finally agreed. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the flame. Xiaoqin revealed a smile and soared into the air, flying out of the medicine cauldron. "How is it?" the third palace master asked somewhat anxiously. Xiaoqin nodded. "I agree. As long as I give it a try, I can give it a try. No problem. The resources I give him are not worth mentioning at all compared to what he gets in return. This is great. Not only will my medicine refinement skills improve, but the Heaven Dragon Hall might even change because of this." When the third palace master heard that, he felt overjoyed. "Oh, by the way, how did you do it?" This pill spirit was not even willing to meet the third palace master. The third palace master tried to enter a few times, but he ended up in a sorry state every time. There were a few times when he almost rolled out of the hole in the dregs. The third palace master had already given up hope long ago. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin made a move and settled it instantly. Xiaoqin smiled softly and said, "The main thing is that the other party was willing to give me a chance to meet. Although it nearly killed me the moment we met, I managed to convince it in the end." The third palace master looked at Xiaoqin and asked suspiciously, "What exactly did you do to it for it to have such a huge grudge?" "You startled me. I thought that the cauldron was going to explode." Xiaoqin thought about it. Back then, he was eager to save the pill spirit, so he directly extracted 10% of the medicine. That was indeed somewhat cruel. It was like someone forcibly extracted 10% of their soul from a living person. Xiaoqin did not answer the third palace master's question. Instead, he looked at the medicine cauldron with divine characters. Then he said, "Third palace master, I can let you use this medicine cauldron for free for 1 year. After 1 year, I want to take it back. If third palace master wants to use it to refine a high-ranked medicinal pill, there will definitely be no problem." Xiaoqin had his own plans. In the future, if the Blue Dragon Palace was rebuilt, this medicine cauldron would be of great use. Xiaoqin took the risk to convince the pill spirit for the sake of his future Blue Dragon bloodline. The third palace master felt it was unfortunate. However, this medicine cauldron belonged to Xiaoqin in the first place. Being able to use it for 1 year was already a great opportunity for him. The third palace master said seriously, "All right. If you lack any resources during this 1 year, as long as I can give it to you, you can take them from me." "Many thanks." The third palace master smiled and said, "Brat, you are still being so polite with me. Quickly go back and prepare. This trip to the Silver Dragon Palace is an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Make good use of it." Right. Chapter 1984. Just as the battered wave was about to fall, Yuan Tai put away his sword and flicked his finger. In the center of the flower-filled island, there was an open space. A group of people were casually sitting on stone benches. Yuan Shi looked at Xiaoqin meaningfully and then looked at Yuan Tai in confusion. Yuan Tai went over and whispered something in Yuan Tai's ear. 6 people came from the White Dragon Palace. Logically speaking, only 5 should be enough. Lu Yunfei slowly landed on the surface of the lake. There were some sword wounds on his body, and he looked slightly dispirited. As Lin Yun drew his sword out of its sheath, a silver light flickered, and strands of silver sword chi surged out. There was someone in the crowd who wore a bright silver dragon robe. The dragon patterns on the robe were all made from special divine materials. While it was gorgeous, it didn't lose its elegance. It was eye-catching. Just as the towering wave was about to swallow Yuan Tai up, he smiled faintly, and a sword appeared in his hand. That's true. However, no matter how you look at it, our Silver Dragon Palace still holds the advantage. Based on the strength of these two palaces, my Silver Dragon Palace will be able to send at least 5 people into Ancestor Dragon City. If we are lucky, it will be 10. It seems to have begun. Everything was quiet. On the island of flowers, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Compared to daytime, it seemed to be even more fragrant. When this palm strike was sent out, a strong wind kicked up huge waves. It was as if the entire Crescent Lake was going to be lifted up. It was a terrifying sight. Yuan Shi nodded slightly. Yuan Tai looked around and said, "This Yuan is untalented, so I will stand out first. If anyone thinks highly of me, we can exchange pointers. Let's get to know each other first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to spar later. Junior brother Su, you don't have to be anxious. This is our second elder brother, Su Fuguan." Yuan Tai sat down and introduced him. In the night, the scenery of the Twin Moon Lake was exceptionally beautiful. Coincidentally, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking exceptionally bright. Bang! The huge waves in the sky were forcefully pushed back by Xiaoqin. They settled back down, reflecting the full moon in the sky. It was as he had guessed, Xiaoqin had indeed come. The weather is not bad, and the bright moon tonight is really bright. I wonder which fellow Daoist is willing to stand out first? After Xiaoqin finished introducing everyone, his gaze landed on Lu Ruyun. However, he did not know how to introduce her. Not far away, there was a musician playing a zither. The melody of the zither was beautiful and pleasing to the ears, causing the butterflies on the island to dance. There was a full moon in the sky, and the 2 moons on the ground reflected 2 full moons, so there were 3 bright moons. Great senior brother, the people from the Heaven Dragon Palace are here. On the Silver Dragon Palace's side, a man with an unfriendly expression looked at Xiaoqin provocatively. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. Actually, this was what he thought as well. He did not feel that the Supreme Dragon Fist was as strong as the legends made it out to be. Men, bring some fine wine and spirit fruits. Musicians, play. However, everyone present knew that it wasn't that Lu Yunfei couldn't even withstand one move from his opponent. However, this move had already revealed many things. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuan Shi nodded slightly and gestured for them to sit down. Then he glanced at Yuan Tai. It really made one feel that it was a bit wondrous, as if one was in a dream. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. Undisguised adoration flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ruyun. He stood up and said, "Let me make the introductions. This is the White Dragon King's beloved daughter, Lu Ruyun, the younger sister of the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyue. She does not need to take the test to enter Ancestor Dragon City. She has given me some face by coming here this time." Xiaoqin glanced around and saw 3 familiar people. One was Lu Ruyun, one was Zhong Li, and the remaining was Lu Yunfei, whom Xiaoqin had injured. In the following conversation, aside from Bai Yunfeng taking the initiative to speak, Xiaoqin simply skipped over it and focused on the White Dragon Palace's group. First, he introduced Lu Ruyun. This is the White Dragon Palace's first senior brother, Ling Xiao. This is brother Zhong Li. This is Lu Yunfei. Aside from the Silver Dragon Palace's people, the White Dragon Palace's disciples had arrived long ago. Not to mention Yuan Shi's strength, even Yuan Tai alone was sufficient to defeat most of the other Outer Palace disciples. A certain elder sighed as he looked at Xiaoqin. If they really fought, the one who would lose after 500 moves would still be Lu Yunfei. How boring! A Dao disc appeared behind Lu Yunfei, and a strong wind blew. As he flew out, he threw a palm strike. The monstrous waves were pierced by him. These monstrous waves contained Lu Yunfei's aura and Dao runes. I've lost. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this fellow has improved a lot in the few months that I have not seen him. The others surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. Needless to say, this person was the pride of the Silver Dragon Palace, one of the 4 strongest disciples of the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace, Yuan Shi. This was not a life and death battle, just a simple exchange of pointers. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuan Tai's expression slowly changed. After he heard that, he walked over and said, "You actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I originally thought that the strongest expert of the Heaven Dragon Palace would be by Yunfeng. It looks like I took it for granted." As Yuan Tai spoke, he leaped up and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. The others remained silent, not saying anything. Hence, he begged first senior brother Ling Xiao to bring him over. Lu Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he revealed a somewhat cruel smile on his face. After just one move, Lu Yunfei took the initiative to admit defeat and return to his seat. Supreme Dragon Fist? That's all there is to it. I really want to see if this Supreme Dragon Fist is as exaggerated as the legends say. The elders of the Silver Dragon Palace gathered together, secretly observing the group of people chatting at Crescent Moon Lake. This was especially so for Yuan Shi, one of the 4 heaven-class core disciples of the Outer Palace. He had an extremely well-hidden sharpness. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace is somewhat surprising. To think that an expert who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared. Ignoring Yuan Shi, Lu Ruyun stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, we meet again. Senior brother Yuan." The Divine Dragon disciples of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace felt some disdain for Xiao Chen's group. Yuan Tai immediately felt a headache. He did not seem to know the names of the others, so he had not paid much attention to them. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He was carefully observing the White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li and the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. This is by Yunfeng, the first senior brother of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As for the others, they knew that they had already lost by one move, allowing the other party to win easily. Yuan Tai said loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace's people. No matter how one looked at him, he was a dragon among men. This was equivalent to sending out sword lights and shattering Lu Yunfei's aura. In a palace on a mountain peak in the distance, Lu Ruyun actually knows a mixed blood dragon? Who is that? Come, let's exchange a few moves. Earlier, didn't you want to know how strong first senior brother is? Now, I'll tell you on behalf of first senior brother, to show you the difference. However, Lu Ruyun could not sense much based on his aura alone. Coincidentally, the zither music stopped at this moment. To think that Yuan Shi still dared to take the initiative to mock him. He was truly reckless. Bai Yunfeng had met Yuan Shi several times before. Bang, bang, bang. Being able to practice it is one thing. How much of its might you can bring out is another. Furthermore, this fist technique is not that easy to execute. The side effects are very obvious. The feeling that these two gave off was that they were not ordinary holy venerates, both extremely strong. On the flower-filled island, Yuan Shi raised his hand, and the musicians stopped playing and slowly left. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "We meet again." Yuan Tai felt somewhat cocky at making the other party admit defeat in one move. He somewhat forgot himself as he looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng. The White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao was not too surprised. He had learned about how Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun met from Zhongli. Yuan Tai stepped forward and said, "Senior brother, let me do it." Yuan Shi felt slightly stunned. This stunned him for a few seconds before he reacted. He felt somewhat embarrassed, not knowing what to say. In the end, Yuan Shi withdrew his sword and used his finger to break. Clearly, he was trying to show off. "I am the White Dragon Palace's Lu Yunfei. Please give me some pointers." Before anyone realized it, night fell. However, that did not matter. The gathering of the 3 outer palaces was clearly not just for a chat. They needed to exchange moves and probe each other's strength. When Lu Ruyun heard that, she felt somewhat unhappy in her heart. When she heard that the 3 outer palaces were gathering, she thought that Xiao Chen might represent the Heaven Dragon Palace. Yuan Tai understood what she meant. She wanted him to introduce the people of the 3 outer palaces to each other. Lu Feng was about to step out. Unexpectedly, someone came out before him. Chapter 1985. However, by the time Yuan Tai startled to his senses, it was already too late. The other party had already completed his move, and his momentum was gone. As Yuan Tai grasped the sword hilt with his right hand, Sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. You really talk big. Yuan Tai's palm was covered in sweat. At this moment, he felt that the sword hilt was incredibly heavy. However, he did not dare to draw it. That is very possible. No matter what, the White Dragon Palace is stronger than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even Lu Yunfei used only one move. He definitely needed only half a move. Given Yuan Tai's strength, he should have been able to dodge this sword strike. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. This sword strike was indeed beautiful, inspiring admiration. You lost. Suddenly, a cold shout filled with energy came from outside Twin Moon Lake. It's the Golden Dragon Palace's people. It seems to be Qin Outyin and Li Feng. Xiao Chen stood up and glanced at Su Fuguan, who challenged him earlier. Then he looked at Li Feng and said, "You came at the right time. Since that is the case, the two of you can come at me together. If you win, I will return the dragon-patterned battle suit." That earlier move was somewhat lucky. Don't make it sound too ridiculous. Objectively speaking, if Lu Yunfei wanted to fight, he could fight for another few hundred moves without losing. However, this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple is actually a sword cultivator. It is hard to say how many moves he can last. Lu Feng did not stand on ceremony. He instantly drew his sword, and his figure soared into the air, turning into a beam of sword light as he charged at the dragon. Xiao Chen did not say anything, not bothering with him. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen was not weak. However, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If Xiao Chen had not underestimated the other party, he would have reacted the moment Lu Feng drew his sword. Before the strange phenomenon of 3 moons could shock everyone, Lu Ruyun arrived beside Xiao Chen. Lu Ruyun asked softly as she arrived beside Xiao Chen. However, it was normal for Xiao Chen to be somewhat cocky with the strength he displayed. This was also a swordsman's basic technique. As long as it was a strong sword move, it had to be a straight thrust in the end, unleashing its might. Just as Lu Ruyun's mind went blank, thinking about how to embarrass himself and how to face it, a shout startled him to his senses. The Silver Dragon Palace disciples all had strong confidence in the sword Dao. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Lu Feng." Seeing Xiao Chen admit to it so openly, Qin Outyin raged. "Senior brother Li, there is no need to waste your breath. Just take him down. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for it." Yuan Tai was quite confident. He raised his hand and said, "You first." That Li Feng seems to rank within the top 10 of the Golden Dragon Palace. In the Heaven Dragon Hall, Xiao Chen and the others also did not know how strong Lu Feng was. The Silver Dragon Palace was famous for its sword Dao. However, Lu Feng completely suppressed its sword Dao. Xiao Chen refused indifferently, "I'll bet on a sure win situation." This was because he discovered to his horror that he couldn't dodge the stab. This was a move that all swordsmen knew, a straight thrust. When the Silver Dragon Palace's people heard this, they immediately felt upset. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was filled with boundless sword qi, accompanied by the moonlight that filled the sky. Petals flew everywhere, dancing chaotically in the 9 heavens. Lu Feng smiled faintly and sheathed his sword. "This is just a small matter. Is there a need for senior brother Qin to make a move? I alone am enough." The White Dragon Palace's first senior brother smiled faintly and said, "Brother Su, fortunately, you did not bet. Otherwise, you would have lost miserably." Xiao Chen nodded, not denying it. Senior brother Yuan Tai might be able to defeat this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple with just half a move. The Silver Dragon Palace's second senior brother, Su Fuguan, showed a sullen expression. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Saying 1,000 words and saying 1,000 things is not as good as having a real fight. Xiao Chen, right? Do you dare to exchange moves with me? Let me see the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist." Defeated? First senior brother, what's wrong? Su Fuguan asked, feeling confused. Qin Outyin? If I recall correctly, he is Qin Mu's younger brother. What is he doing here? Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Although I have not seen Lu Feng make a move from the start to the end, he did not treat Yuan Tai as a match. A person with such foresight is either ridiculously strong or arrogant. I do not think he is the latter." After Yuan Tai underestimated his opponent, Lu Feng completely suppressed his sword move. The moment the other party drew his sword, Yuan Tai was already defeated. Such a setback was even more sullen than when he defeated Lu Yunfei. The Silver Dragon Palace has some understanding people. However, when it was Yuan Tai's turn, he suffered a complete defeat. He could not even draw his sword. Yuan Tai's body trembled slightly, feeling humiliated and extremely dissatisfied. After all, Yuan Tai was a Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple. For Yuan Tai to be the first to fight, he had to be confident. This showed how horrifying Lu Feng's sword Dao cultivation was. If you are afraid of losing, just say so. However, just at this moment, Yuan Shi, who had been paying attention to the battle on the flower-filled island, said softly, his expression changing slightly. Junior brother Yuan Tai is going to lose, Yuan Shi said softly as his expression returned to normal. He didn't say anything else. However, Lu Feng's sword pressed against Yuan Tai's chest. If Lu Feng had advanced another centimeter, the strong sword intent would have crushed Yuan Shi into dust. Yuan Shi raised his head and asked, "Why are the two of you here?" Two figures arrived uninvited, soaring through the air. Only when they landed on the flower-filled island did people see their appearances. Xiaochen, you are right. These people were definitely famous in the Silver Dragon Palace. Xiaochen, who do you think will win? This Li Feng could rank within the top 10 in the Golden Dragon Palace. If he went to the other outer palaces, he would have no problem ranking within the top 3. Yuan Tai appeared cocky after forcing back Lu Yunfei with one move. There was no point in inviting the Golden Dragon Palace over. Not to mention whether the other party would come or not. Even if he did, he would just be asking for trouble if he got beaten up. The others were not familiar with Lu Feng. It was not just the people from the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace who did not know. Since this is the Qin clan's matter, why is Qin Outyan not coming? Second senior brother Su Fuguan said coldly. He has not even seen the other party make a move, yet he dares to say that he is the victor. This is very interesting. Do you dare to make a bet with me? I bet that junior brother Yuan Tai will definitely win this round. Why? Lu Riyun found this slightly strange. When she looked over, she did not see any advantage in Lu Feng. However, Xiao Chen answered so many questions. Xiao Chen was rather interested in this battle. It was rare for a swordsman to have such a calm state of mind. Lu Feng and Yuan Tai already stood firmly on Crescent Moon Lake, each holding a sword. The other party's thrust looked ordinary. However, it was secretly compatible with the world. The other party's sword move had already invaded the lake, the bright moon, and the night sky without anyone realizing it. Give me another chance. Even if my sword techniques are not as good as yours, I will not lose in such a miserable manner. The Golden Dragon Palace firmly suppressed the other 6 outer palaces, just like how the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu firmly suppressed the other 3 outer palace experts. Just as the few of them were feeling surprised, the smile on Yuan Tai's face suddenly froze. The sword move from that earlier sword move instantly exploded. 2 bright moons immediately rose up from Crescent Moon Lake. Li Feng said proudly. When Yuan Tai saw the situation, he could not help mocking. A swordsman of the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot even execute a decent sword technique. Never mind. Since you want to play with the basics, I'll play with you. One dragon-patterned battle suit. Yuan Tai lost just like that? Oh no. Suddenly Yuan Shi, who was on the flower-filled island, said, Yuan Tai, stop embarrassing yourself. If I give you another chance, you will only lose even more miserably. You even lost the sharpness of a swordsman, and you still want to turn the situation around? Did you toss aside the education that the Silver Dragon Palace gave you? No matter how Yuan Tai drew his sword, the moment he drew it, the other party's sword would strike his heart. Li Feng glanced at Xiao Chen and said, Senior brother asked me to do this? I only came to take something from my Qin clan, and it is in his hands. At the very least, the other party clearly had a lot of energy to spare, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yuan Tai did not lose too badly. Yuan Tai said, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, most people could tell that even if Yuan Tai had not underestimated Lu Feng, he would have lost extremely miserably. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said softly, "There is no need to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to deal with you." Yuan Shi felt confused. It seemed like the Silver Dragon Palace did not invite the Golden Dragon Palace. Upon seeing this scene, the others suddenly startled awake. Why did Yuan Tai lose so miserably? Why could he not even draw his sword? Yuan Shi frowned slightly. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, the Qin clan really has something in your hands." Chapter 1986. The moment Xiaochen said that, the crowd on the flower-filled island burst into an uproar. To think that Xiaochen wanted to fight one against two. One of them was even a Golden Dragon Palace expert. Is my hearing bad? Did I hear wrong? If Yuan Shi or the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao had said this, it would have been fine. After all, they were cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. However, Xiaochen was a Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple with a mixed blood dragon bloodline. Where did he get his confidence from? Even Yuan Shi could not help feeling slightly stunned. He asked sullenly, "Xiaochen, do you know what you are saying?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "I am very clear. Your Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan wants to fight me, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng wants to seek trouble for me as well. We can deal with them together to avoid trouble." "What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?" The others were stunned when they heard that. There was nothing wrong with Xiaochen's words. Since the trouble came together, it would be best to deal with it together. Everyone would think that way. However, the problem was that Xiaochen was a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, just a mixed blood dragon. Of course, everyone only thought this in their hearts and would not say it out loud. However, everyone looked at Xiaochen like he was a madman. Actually, there was no need to say anything to know what they were thinking. Li Feng said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace does not need the help of the other palaces when it comes to its matters." Su Fuguan felt somewhat upset at Xiaochen's words. He retorted, "I am challenging this fellow, and I do not need you to interfere. This is the Silver Dragon Palace, not your Golden Dragon Palace. If there is anything, wait until after I fight with him." Yuan Shi felt a headache coming on. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. Come at me together. Let me see how strong the person who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist is." Yuan Shi's tone contained some displeasure. This displeasure stemmed from Lu Ruyun being too close to Xiaochen, upsetting Yuan Shi. Furthermore, Xiaochen's attitude made him feel disdain. Since Yuan Shi spoke, Li Feng and Su Fuguan hesitated for a moment before leaping onto the water at the same time. For Li Feng, he only needed to retrieve the dragon-patterned battle suit and report to Qin Mu. Although he did not feel good about teaming up with Su Fuguan, it was better to end the battle quickly. As for Su Fuguan, he could sense his eldest senior brother's displeasure. He knew that his nagging had angered the other party, so he couldn't help but look at Xiaochen with even more hatred. Right now, there was nothing much to think about. The two of them just had to work together and beat up Xiaochen to vent their anger. When the Heavenly Dragon Palace's people saw such a lineup, they all felt somewhat worried for Xiaochen. Li Luo looked at Xiaochen. "Junior brother Xiaochen, isn't this a little too risky?" Bai Yunfeng lowered his voice and said, "I think so too. We need to be cautious." Xiaochen looked up at Bai Yunfeng and said, "When I fought you, I only used 50% of my strength." Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Just 50% of his strength was enough to make him unable to retaliate? Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. Then he quietly looked at the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng. "Senior brother, beat him to death." Qin Outyan roared as he watched from the side. Li Feng appeared displeased, but he did not hesitate. He instantly moved. Li Feng was the kind of person who would not underestimate any opponent. When he attacked, he would show no mercy. The instant Li Feng moved, the Golden Dragon's furious roar reverberated in the surroundings. The lake water exploded and poured down like a torrential rain. When Li Feng punched, a golden dragon image coiled around his arm. Then, a golden disc materialized in front of his clenched fist. The golden disc was a complex and profound formation diagram. Li Feng made up his mind. Li Feng made up his mind, and a terrifying fist light burst out of the disc. In the blink of an eye, the fist light elongated and flew towards where Xiaochen stood. Xiaochen's figure flashed, easily dodging. The lake water where Xiaochen stood instantly evaporated, filling the air with steam. "Watch out for my sword." Su Fuguan had been waiting for a long time already. The moment Xiaochen moved, he moved as well. Su Fuguan's figure turned into a ghostly sword image, piercing through the rain. Not a single drop of water touched him as he stabbed at Xiaochen. Xiaochen could not dodge. He squinted and focused his gaze on the tip of the sword. The thunder great Dao silently spread out. The sword before Xiaochen could not just look at its surface. He also had to look at the hidden sword move. Ding! Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Xiaochen, Xiaochen flicked his finger and tapped the sword in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious sword hum rang out, echoing in the surroundings. The hazy sword intent hummed endlessly. Boom! In the next moment, Su Fuguan's sword move slashed out. The rain that filled the sky suddenly changed, turning into boundless sword chi that shot towards Xiaochen. However, the thunder great Dao that Xiaochen silently laid out also activated at the right time. Thunder flattened the sky, suppressing the sword hum. Amidst the terrifying roar of thunder, the rain of swords exploded into pieces, clanging non-stop. Su Fuguan revealed a surprised expression. He had not expected Xiaochen to shatter his sword moves with just the thunder great Dao. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that Xiaochen's fist aura seemed to have accurately calculated the direction of his retreat. 100 cauldron force gathered in the tip of his fist. The strong pressure nearly suffocated him. His figure flashed, and he quickly changed his position. Boom! 100 cauldron force exploded, and the shock wave forced Xiaochen's illusory figure back. Unhurriedly, Xiaochen threw another punch. At such a close distance, the sword in his hand was useless. Su Fuguan was a little angry. "You're going too far." His left hand formed a seal, and a dazzling sword light burst out to meet Xiaochen's fist light. Bang! The fist radiance and the sword radiance were evenly matched. Su Fuguan was forced back 100 meters. Just when he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he was shocked to discover that the sword radiance was not as powerful as before. The horrifying fist light before Su Fuguan seemed to follow him like a shadow, charging over again. Xiaochen predicted every step Su Fuguan took, preventing him from escaping. "Senior brother Su." Several Silver Dragon Palace disciples were flabbergasted. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so strong. Within 2 or 3 moves, he pressured Su Fuguan to the point of suffocation. Now he was in danger. At the critical moment, a calm figure appeared in front of Su Fuguan. Seeing the fist light containing 100 cauldron force and a mountain-like pressure, this figure calmly threw a punch, clashing with it. Bang! The two fists clashed. The two did not move back at all, and the shock waves spread out. Tens of thousands of water pillars burst out of Crescent Moon Lake, which was as large as a medium-sized city and stretched as far as the eye could see. The surface of the water under their feet sank. In a clash of fist force, aside from veritable essence energy and vital chi, there was also their auras and great Dao. While it looked like the two were fighting in a small area, in reality, the shockwaves of the battle already covered the entire Crescent Moon Lake. From top to bottom, it was a clash of auras. Veritable essence energy, will, mental state, all materialized in their auras. Whoever revealed an opening first would be the unlucky one. The two had a rather perfect grasp of their auras. They were practically equal, making it hard to find an opening. Hence, a rather strange scene appeared on this Crescent Moon Lake. Xiaochen and Li Feng's strange fists clashed on the lake's surface. Neither moved at all. As their gazes clashed, sparks danced. What a strong opponent. However, only I can win. Li Feng shouted in his heart, and golden dragon roars erupted from his body. The golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out behind him, illuminating the entire night sky. The golden divine dragon's dragon might dazzled everyone. When everyone felt the golden divine dragon's dragon might, they all trembled. The golden divine dragon was the noblest of the 6-colored divine dragons. Naturally, Its dragon might was stronger than that of the other 5-colored divine dragons. As for mixed blood dragons, that went without saying. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen did not immediately lose before this nearly solid golden divine dragon's dragon might. He showed a calm expression, even more relaxed than the people on the flower-filled island. The Heaven Dragon's Mysteries. Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo, and the others familiar with Xiaochen were greatly startled. At the same time, they felt proud. It turned out that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were truly strong. Xiaochen did not fear the golden divine dragon's dragon might at all. This was especially so for the mixed blood dragon, Lu Feng. His eyes blazed with fervor. Can a mixed blood dragon's dragon might be so strong? The one who found this the most unbearable was none other than Li Feng. His golden divine dragon's dragon might was like a tall mountain, like the sea, even giving off the supreme might and pressure of a deity. However, Xiaochen, who faced Li Feng, was boundlessly ethereal, appearing and disappearing. Xiaochen was clearly right in front of Li Feng, but it seemed like he was beyond the 9 heavens. This scene startled by Yunfeng. He suddenly recalled what Xiaochen once asked him. How vast was the sky? One could jump out of the well but not out of one's heart. It was useless. When one looked at the sky with one's eyes, it would forever be unreachable. One could only feel one's own insignificance and helplessness. Looking at the sky with one's heart. By Yunfeng paled. In this instant of comprehension, he saw a mysterious phenomenon that others could not see. An incredibly colossal dragon image circled Crescent Moon Lake. The dragon head looked like it descended from the sky, hovering above Li Feng's head with its jaws open, looking like it would bite down at any moment. However, at this moment, Li Feng was still searching for Xiaochen's boundlessly ethereal and mysterious dragon might. By Yunfeng thought to himself, how am I going to find it? Li Feng was still conflicted with the clash of auras, searching for Xiaochen's openings on the battlefield. However, Xiaochen's heart had already leaped out of the battlefield. After a while, Li Feng only needed to show the slightest sign of weakness, and he would instantly lose. Bai Yunfeng thought about the horrifying strike that would erupt from Xiaochen's dragon might at that time, and he felt a chill. Watch out for the sword. However, just at this crucial moment, the forgotten Su Fuguan leaped out and swung his sword like a lone peak. It was like the clouds parting and the fog scattering, revealing a lone peak piercing the sky. This horrifying sword strike, which was waiting to be unleashed after storing up power, contained the mysteries of a lone peak. It gave off the boldness of breaking through the sky. Upon seeing this sword strike, the Heaven Dragon Palace's group could no longer sit still. Xiaochen! Lu Ruyun exclaimed. She felt some impulse to rush forward and save Xiaochen. The main reason was that no one expected Su Fuguan to launch this sword strike at the crucial moment of the clash of auras. Even the Silver Dragon Palace's people felt embarrassed. However, they all kept their mouths shut, acting like nothing had happened. Chapter 1987. Su Fuguan's sword had been accumulating power for a long time. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a killing move. Especially at this time, Xiaochen was in a dilemma. Once he retreated, his vital energy would be completely defeated. Li Feng's fist light would severely injure him in an instant, showing no mercy. Thinking about his current prestige, even the people on the Flower Island felt a little fearful. It was clear how terrifying the power he would erupt with would be. If he was hit by this sword, the consequences would be even worse. Both of their attacks landed on Xiaochen's body. It was possible that he would be crippled on the spot. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall felt their hearts in their throats. They all stood up, feeling incredibly nervous. Firmament's Rage. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen instantly executed Firmament's Rage. His left hand turned into a claw and pushed out fiercely. He didn't seem angry, but he was powerful. When he pushed out his claw, it seemed like the entire night sky started to tremble. Every cultivator present felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fuguan's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that Xiaochen would be able to block the attack that he had been accumulating power for a long time. At that moment, he was prepared to draw his sword back, change his body, and strike again. However, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's claw contained a horrifying thunder great Dao and boundless saber chi, as well as the overwhelming rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. What was even more despairing was that the aura in the palm had already firmly locked onto him. If he took a step back, Xiao Chen would immediately turn his claws into palms. The boundless saber chi, the power of thunder, and the terrifying saber intent from the primordial ancestral dragon would instantly strike at him. There would be no chance for him to dodge. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had long since expected this. Others might have forgotten about Su Fuguan, but Xiao Chen had not. The other party's sword strike, which contained a Lonely Peak's mysteries, had been prepared for a long time. Wasn't it the same? He was accumulating power and waiting for the other party to take the bait. A strange scene immediately appeared on the calm lake. Xiao Chen's fist and claw actually blocked Li Feng's and Su Fuguan's fist and sword at the same time. 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage at all. This, he actually blocked it. Everyone on the flowery island was stupefied. They did not dare to believe the scene before them. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would definitely lose, but he actually managed to block it. Not only did this sword not defeat Xiao Chen, but it also allowed him to gain the upper hand. I'll defeat you first. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on Li Feng. Just when he found it strange, Li Feng's expression changed. The heaven dragon, which had always been elusive and boundless, could suddenly be captured clearly. His heart sank. This is bad. At this time, his momentum had already dropped a lot. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have any advantage at all. Boom. The invisible dragon image above Li Feng's head ferociously opened its mouth and instantly tore apart Li Feng's golden dragon might. Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Feng's lips. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's fist light landed mercilessly on Li Feng's body. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone could hear Li Feng's bones breaking. Then he went flying back. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a golden protective veritable essence energy shield formed on Li Feng's body, blocking most of the damage. Otherwise, this punch would have severely injured him. Right after Li Feng went flying, Su Fuguan's mind turned chaotic. He would be next. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Su Fuguan quickly made a decision and retreated. You think you can run? Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he turned his claw into a palm and threw a palm strike. Immediately, a colossal hand formed in the sky. The fingers were like sabers flickering with berserk electricity, carrying an ancestor dragon's rage that made the sky tremble. The hand struck Su Fuguan, who was in the air. Pa! Su Fuguan vomited a large mouthful of blood as he fell into the water. Wounds riddled Su Fuguan's body. The electric light and saber intent continued to wreak havoc. Su Fuguan's body twitched on the water. Clearly, his injuries were more severe than Li Feng's. At Crescent Moon Lake, the white-clad Xiao Chen knocked back 2 people and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Xiao Chen appeared calm, but he exuded might without being angry. A strong aura spread out, and his body seemed to radiate an even more dazzling light than the divine dragon cultivators. This fellow is really a mixed-blood dragon. A silver dragon palace disciple exclaimed, unable to contain the shock in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Chen won. The Heaven Dragon Palace's people rejoiced. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could win so beautifully even when fighting 1 against 2. For many years, the Heaven Dragon Palace's cultivators had not felt so delighted. In this grand scene of 3 outer palaces gathering, Lu Feng defeated the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai. Then, Xiao Chen defeated the Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples. This matter would spread throughout the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. When? I haven't admitted defeat yet. Li Feng's expression turned extremely sullen. He had never thought that he would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a mixed-blood dragon. Li Feng had even used his life-saving trump card, the Dragon Mark. This could be said to be a great humiliation. Since his debut, none of the battles of various sizes had made him feel more sullen than this. Even when working with others, he still could not defeat a mixed-blood dragon. If Li Feng could not defeat Xiao Chen today, He would become the new joke of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. The pride of a golden dragon prevented Li Feng from accepting this humiliation. Su Fuguan, if you are not dead, then move for this old man. If you don't, I will kick you out. Li Feng glared at Su Fuguan with some disgust as he said coldly and angrily. Su Fuguan struggled to his feet, his expression extremely unsightly. He vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Don't worry. This old man is not as weak as you think." Xiaoqun showed a somewhat grave expression. Earlier, he had been very relaxed when facing 2 people in their peak states. At this moment, he ruthlessly suppressed 2 people's sharpness. One of them was even severely injured. However, he appeared somewhat grave. The 2 people on the other side were already pushed to the edge of the cliff. The situation would probably not end well. The victor is already decided. Are you still going to continue fighting? Xiaoqun asked softly as he looked at the 2. Nonsense. I did not admit defeat, so it is not considered a defeat? Do you think that my Golden Dragon Palace is not that good? If that is what you think, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Feng suddenly let out a roar. His eyes actually turned bloodshot. He had actually overdrawn his will of soul in an instant. Boom! A horrifying dragon might burst out of Li Feng's body, representing the mysteries of ultimate destruction. His body surged, and the golden fist radiance on his right hand was mixed with traces of mottled black dragon chi. Behind him, the image of a 3-eyed golden divine dragon appeared. It was a holy venerable formed completely from the horrifying destruction profound mysteries. Oh no! This is the Golden Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. This is bad. To think that Li Feng executed this forbidden technique without caring about the consequences. This is a forbidden technique that represents the mysteries of destruction. Once it is executed, the entire Twin Moon Lake will be affected. The people on the flower-filled island appeared somewhat horrified. They felt that the place they were at was not safe. Sword art, star extermination. On the other side, the severely injured Su Fuguan seemed to be stimulated by something, executing the Silver Dragon Palace's forbidden sword art. Scatter! Yuan, she shouted, and the people on the flower-filled island soared into the air and scattered, not daring to remain. Only you can lose, Xiaoqun. World-destroying dragon fist. Li Feng roared. He punched out the Golden Dragon Palace's destruction forbidden technique infused with his will of soul. The entire night sky seemed to tear. That 3-eyed golden dragon image flapped its wings, carrying the mysteries of destruction. Under Li Feng's fist light, the golden dragon image turned solid and launched itself at Xiaoqun. Star extermination. At this moment, Su Fuguan also unleashed his sword art at the same time. In that instant, the light from the sword in Li Feng's hand was like the most resplendent light of a star shattering, lighting up the entire night sky. The 2 forbidden techniques flew at Xiaoqun, shocking the entire Silver Dragon Palace. Several elders noticed this mysterious phenomenon. However, while they noticed it, by the time they arrived, the 2 forbidden techniques would have already flown at Xiaoqun. If Xiaoqun wanted to live, he still had to rely on himself. Just as everyone could not bear to watch Xiaoqun get buried in the 2 forbidden techniques, a bright moon and a blazing sun rose up behind Li Feng. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose behind Xiaoqun. In that instant, they stabilized Xiaoqun's suppressed aura. This was the soul energy mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together. Saber! The 2 horrifying forbidden techniques were about to reach Xiaoqun. However, at this crucial moment, Xiaoqun remained incredibly calm. No one could see any panic in his eyes. Xiaoqun shouted, "Saber," and waved his right hand. The bright moon reflected in the smooth, mirror-like crescent moon on the other side of Twin Moon Lake. As Xiaoqun waved his hand, a beautiful saber flickering with a cold moonlight materialized before everyone's shocked gazes. Life bestowal spell, Moon as Saber. Resolving the mundane, Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiaoqun did not panic. He executed sun and moon shining together, materializing a bright moon saber and activating the 7-kill seal. Then, he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike to resolve the mundane. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in just one breath. Xiaochen completed all of this at nearly the same time. It was so fast that the others could not react. Under the clear sky and bright moon, the white-clad Xiaochen used the moon as a saber to face the two forbidden techniques that scared everyone away. Then, he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike infused with sevenfold killing qi. Chapter 1988. Under the sun and moon shining together, Xiaochen used the moon as a saber. With his sevenfold killing qi, he executed a Buddhist sect forbidden saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane. Boom! The ice-cold blade that was suffused with moonlight emitted an eternal and inextinguishable blade light that slashed the three-eyed golden divine dragon into pieces and shattered Su Fuguan's sword light that was comparable to the destruction of the stars. It had to be said that these two people's forbidden techniques were indeed terrifying. Xiaochen could even severely injure an initial perfection sovereign personage. He might even instantly kill his opponent when they were caught off guard. Anything was possible. Between the two, Li Feng's World Annihilation Dragon Fist was naturally stronger. His perfect fusion of the will of soul was much more exquisite than Su Fuguan's. If Xiaochen could not manifest the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, he would not be able to do so. Even with the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, he wouldn't dare say that he would be able to suppress this move even if his cultivation had improved tremendously. However, when the moon shining together phenomenon appeared that day, it stabilized the other party's soul pressure and blocked the invasion of the destruction intent. When the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was used in conjunction with the mortal heart, the effect was vastly different. An eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept out and shattered the two forbidden arts. To the Silver Dragon Palace, avoiding a terrifying destruction was a fortunate thing. As for Li Feng and Su Fuguan, they were in a miserable state. After killing the three-eyed golden dragon and the sword light, its power was greatly reduced. However, its momentum did not decrease as it slashed at the two of them, cutting them in half at the waist. His life aura was draining away at an extremely fast speed. At this point, it was impossible for Xiaochen to hold back. Otherwise, he might be the one to die under the forbidden technique. Senior brother Su. Li Feng. The Silver Dragon Palace disciple and Qin Outyin cried out at the same time. Yuan, she said slowly, don't scream, you won't die. Indeed, Xiaochen would not die. The forbidden art had startled the heaven-class elders in the Silver Dragon Palace long ago. The instant the two were cut in half at the waist, he quickly rushed forward and stabilized their souls. He turned around and said that he would leave everything here to Yuan Shi. Then, he quickly left for the residence of the Supreme Elder of the sect. Generally speaking, once one reached the Holy Venerate realm, one's cultivation would increase. No matter how severe their injuries were, even if their vitality was completely gone, as long as they received treatment at the first possible moment, their souls wouldn't dissipate. Of course, you first needed to have a divine vein expert present, and you had to be in a large sect. Secondly, he couldn't waste too much time. Otherwise, even if a faux god came, they would not be able to revive a person from the dead, unless it was some legendary great desolate Aeon fruit that could revive the dead. When the heaven-class elders took the two away, all the disciples present heaved a sigh of relief. If someone died, then things would be a little troublesome. After all, they were all divine dragon cultivators with esteemed statuses. If they were not careful, they could easily implicate a bunch of big shots. So. When everyone landed back on the flower-filled island, fear flashed in their eyes as they looked at Xiaochen. Everyone thought that he would be blasted into pieces by the two forbidden techniques. Xiaochen actually counterattacked, using the moon as a blade to defeat two great forbidden techniques. It was hard to believe. Xiaochen, are you all right? Lu Ruyun asked softly as she walked over quietly. The others were worried about Li Feng and Su Fuguan, who had been chopped in half by Xiaochen. However, they did not know that Xiaochen, who was struck by the two great forbidden techniques, was not having it easy either. He could not remove the sword intent of the destruction mysteries and star extermination for a while. I'm fine. It's not a big problem. If I go back and recuperate, there should be no major problems. Lu Ruyun relaxed when she heard that. Then she said, "My father wants you to go to the White Dragon Palace again when you have time. He has something to discuss with you." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "I won't talk to him. If he wants to talk, get him to come and look for me." Even though the White Dragon King had not truly injured Lu Ruyue, Xiaochen found it hard to accept what the White Dragon King had done. If possible, it was best not to meet the White Dragon King. When Xiaochen was not as strong as the White Dragon King, he would not take the initiative to look for the White Dragon King. As for the White Dragon King looking for him, that was unavoidable. Lu Ruyun frowned in silence, clearly confused. When Yuanxi saw this scene, he felt upset for some reason. "Xiaochen, return my dragon-patterned battle suit." Qin Outyin shouted as he pushed aside a few people and arrived before Xiaochen. Xiaochen retorted coldly, "I said it before. If Li Feng won, I would naturally return it to him. Since he lost, he can forget about it." Qin Outyin's expression turned sullen as he retorted angrily, "Good. Save those words for my big brother." Qin Outyin felt embarrassed by Xiaochen. However, he was not a match for Xiaochen, so he threw out some harsh words before leaving in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Brother Qin, are you not going to stay for a while longer?" On account of Qin Mu's big brother, Yuanxi tried to get Qin Outyin to stay. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Outyin left without even turning his head back. Clearly, Xiaochen had become a thorn in his side, and he couldn't do anything to him. Staying here any longer made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiaochen's big brother, Qin Mu, is the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Although I am known as one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, I have to admit that there is still a gap between me and his big brother. You'd better deliver the dragon-patterned battle suit yourself. You won't be able to use it anyway. Yuanxi turned to look at Xiaochen and said softly, "I have my own plans." Xiaochen's answer was rather vague, and he didn't say much. Seeing this, Yuanxi let out a cold snort in his heart and ignored him, saying, "Let's end the gathering here. There's no need to continue the sparring after such a huge incident." The earlier battle was equivalent to 3 great forbidden techniques clashing. The impact was indeed quite great. If they were to continue sparring and cause trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. Wait a moment. Although the others felt some regret, they could understand. However, Lu Feng was not satisfied. He looked at Yuanxi and said, "I came here to see how strong the sword Dao of one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, Yuanxi, is. I'm not satisfied with just leaving like this." Yuanxi revealed a mocking smile. "You are not qualified to exchange moves with me." He is qualified. However, I believe that in his current state he will not challenge me. Yuanxi pointed to Xiaochen, acknowledging Xiaochen's strength. Lu Feng revealed a stubborn expression as he continued, "How will I know if I don't try?" Yuanxi retorted indifferently, "I do not wish to waste my time. I already made myself very clear. You are not a match for me. I have no interest in exchanging moves with you." Yuanxi's words were quite a blow to Xiaochen's confidence. Although Xiaochen did not agree with Yuanxi's arrogance, he had to admit that Lu Feng's chances of victory were slim. Of all the people present, even the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, Xiaochen could tell how strong they were and felt confident of victory. Only Yuanxi was hard to say for sure. "Send off the guests." Yuanxi waved his hand and called the disciples to send off the people present. "You?" Lu Feng was thoroughly enraged. He could not hold back and wanted to make a move. However, Xiaochen stepped forward and placed his right hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. "Brother Yuan, just take it as Lu Feng seeking guidance from you. As a fellow dragon race cultivator, this request is not overboard, right?" Xiaochen asked softly as he looked at Yuanxi. Yuanxi entered deep thought. "In my opinion, mixed blood dragon cultivators cannot go far. You are an exception. I'll give you face today. Come, I accept your challenge." Lu Feng snorted coldly. When the others saw the situation, they quickly scattered. Yuanxi, who was known as one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, had always been mysterious. After seeing the strength of the newcomer Xiaochen, the crowd felt curious about his strength. Being able to see Yuan Shi make a move before leaving made this trip worthwhile. Lu Feng did not overthink. After some thought, he took 7 steps forward. With every step, the crowd could feel the sword intent on his body burning like a blazing fire. The sword intent was so strong that it moved everyone's expression. After 7 steps, the hundreds of flowers on the island of flowers bloomed as if spring had arrived. Petals filled the air and soared into the air at the same time. At this 7th step, Lu Feng's hand grasped his sword hilt. When the hundreds of flowers bloomed and the flowers were at their peak, he raised his sword technique to its peak. Back off! Yuan Shi shouted coldly, and a desolate sword intent spread out. A cold wind blew. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, I will bloom and kill all the other flowers. With Yuan Shi's shout, the hundreds of flowers withered. The petals dancing in the air instantly withered. Only the most beautiful and aloof flower monarch remained on the entire island of flowers, Yuan Shi himself. Pussy-eyed. Lu Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and was forced to loosen his grip on his sword hilt. He staggered backward, nearly falling over. Not only was his sword aura destroyed, but his mind was also assaulted by Yuan Shi's sword intent. Lu Feng was severely injured. Compared to his injuries, what made him feel even sadder was that this was the result of his stubbornness to fight. He was defeated before he could even draw his sword in front of his opponent. Furthermore, Lu Feng had not underestimated Yuan Shi at all and had already used his full power. He simply could not accept this. Lu Feng roared, showing a pained expression. He felt very sullen in his heart. Ignoring the obstruction of the Heaven Dragon Palace's people, he ran away with a sullen expression. You should not have given him a chance to fight. His life is ruined. I hope you will not regret it. Yuan Shi showed a calm expression as he looked at Xiao Qin meaningfully. Xiao Qin had already turned around and stopped. He said, I only gave him a chance to lose. Don't underestimate the resilience of the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciples. If he defeats you one day because of this, I hope you will not regret it. When Yuan Shi heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile. I will regret it? Chapter 1989. After leaving the Silver Dragon Palace, Bai Yunfeng and the others immediately spread out, searching for Lu Feng, who had run off somewhere. Soon, a few people from the White Dragon Palace came out. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and greeted these people. Lu Ruyun came over and said, Xiao Qin, do you really not intend to go to the White Dragon Palace? I feel that you and my father seem to have some misunderstanding. But misunderstandings have to be resolved. Isn't it better to talk to each other? When Xiao Qin heard this, he looked at Lu Ruyun's face. Suddenly he understood. He smiled and said, Actually, your father did not invite me, right? A flustered expression appeared on Lu Ruyun's exquisite face. Then she pretended to be calm and said, Of course not. There was an invitation. All right, there was no invitation. However, if I invite you to the White Dragon Palace to play, that should be fine, right? If you go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, you will not have many chances to come back. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. This girl had no idea what kind of irreconcilable conflict existed between him and her father. Unless the other party could help Lu Ruyun recover her memories, Lu Ruyun was the entire White Dragon race's hope and hope for the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Even if Lu Ruyun did not succeed in obtaining the Dragon Emperor position, given her talent and strength, she could allow the White Dragon race to continue flourishing. Within the White Dragon clan, there was no more suitable successor than her. If he helped her recover her memory, then everything he had done before would be a complete waste. If not for some misgivings, the other party might have already killed him in the ancient city. Xiao Qin said softly, There will be a chance. In the future, when we go to Ancestor Dragon City, we will have a chance to meet again. Lu Ruyun frowned and sighed. All right. When Xiao Qin saw her pitiful appearance, he was amused. His tone became much warmer as he said, It is indeed boring to always stay in the White Dragon Palace. Although I cannot go to the White Dragon Palace, you can come to the Heaven Dragon Palace to look for me if you have the opportunity. Lu Ruyun smiled and said, That's true. Why am I so stupid? Senior Sister Lu, we should go. The White Dragon Palace's group stood on a flying demonic pet and urged, "Then I'll leave first. By the way, take this." Lu Ruyun sorted out her emotions. Before she left, she handed Xiao Chen an exquisite brocade box. It was unknown what was inside. The magic pet soared into the clouds and flew further and further away, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the brocade box. The workmanship of the box was exquisite, and its appearance was exquisite. It felt heavy in his hands. He didn't know what was inside. "Xiao Chen, we've searched everywhere, but we didn't see junior brother Lu Feng." Bai Yunfeng and the others rushed back and looked at Xiao Chen anxiously. The relaxed expression on Xiao Chen's face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, "Let him calm down. He will come back once he has thought it through. Let's return to the sect first." The many heaven-class core disciples on the flower-filled island in the Silver Dragon Palace had not left yet. The battle between Xiao Chen and Su Fuguan against Li Feng still lingered in their minds, leaving a deep impression on them. As for the battle between their first senior brother and Lu Feng, they did not feel anything about it. They had long known of their first senior brother's strength. It was reasonable for him to defeat Lu Feng. "Senior brother Yuan, what rank do you think this Xiao Chen can rank in the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palace?" A disciple asked out of curiosity. Yuan Shi entered deep thought. After a while, he replied, "A conservative estimate is that he can enter the top 10. The others felt shocked, somewhat surprised that Yuan Shi would give Xiao Chen such a high evaluation. The top 10 of the outer palace. This was still a conservative estimate. It had already been more than 100 years since a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple reached such a height. In that case, can he enter the top 5? A disciple boldly asked. Actually, he wanted to say the top 4. Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "If that is all he is not strong enough to enter the top 5. However, there are still 2 months. It is hard to say." Xiao Chen, who was rushing back, did not know that the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi had such a high evaluation of him. The group returned much faster than when they came. In less than 10 days, they arrived at Heaven Dragon City. The moment they entered the city, someone recognized Xiao Chen's group. "It looks like the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen and the others? It really is Xiao Chen. He looks exactly like the portrait." The news of Xiao Chen fighting 1 against 2 in the Silver Dragon Palace spread like wildfire throughout the various outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate. When the news reached the Heaven Dragon Palace, the entire sect burst into commotion. In the past, when the 3 outer palaces gathered, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were mostly onlookers, going through the motions. Occasionally, there would be some eye-catching people, but they would only win 1 match at most. However, this time, Xiao Chen fought 1 against 2, defeating the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng at the same time. Furthermore, when the 2 of them executed forbidden arts, Xiao Chen even defeated the other party, chopping them in half. This was something that even the Divine Dragon Palace's outer palace disciples found hard to accomplish. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chen did it. For many years, the mixed-blood dragon cultivators of the Heaven Dragon Palace had never felt so delighted. "Junior brother Xiao, it looks like you are famous now." After the group entered the Dragon City, they had to slow down due to the Dragon City's rules. As the group flew, they could see a sea of people chasing the demon blood vulture, just to catch a few more glances. Xiao Chen felt surprised. In his opinion, this was not something worth being proud of. However, all the cultivators in Heaven Dragon City felt strangely satisfied. Their expressions could not be faked. Li Luo noticed the shock on Xiao Chen's face. She said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, don't feel surprised. You just came back recently and often cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Perhaps you really do not know the status of the mixed-blood dragon bloodline. In the past, our Heaven Dragon Palace was always suppressed by the other 6 outer palaces. Before them, we did not have any confidence at all. However, ever since Junior Brother came, you first destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone in the abyssal underworld and saved one of the Empire's legions. Now, you defeated the Golden Dragon Palaces and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples at the same time. In the past, we would not have dared to imagine this. Bai Yunfeng sighed softly. Junior sister Li Luo is right. The 6-colored divine dragons have very high standards. Even a true dragon bloodline is like a mixed blood dragon in their eyes. Just look at that Yuan Shi. He does not show anything on the surface, but he naturally disdains mixed blood dragons in his bones. Junior brother Lu only sought guidance from Yuan Shi, but he did not give him any chance at all. If it were another Outer Palace disciple with junior brother Lu Feng's strength, Yuan Shi would not mind giving them some pointers. As Xiao Chen spoke, the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived before them. According to the rules, the group had to report their gains and experiences to the sect. Xiao Chen did not want to go through the trouble, so he asked Bai Yunfeng for help and returned to Cold Moon Cave alone. Xiao Chen did not get arrogant because of the many cultivators chasing after him in Heaven Dragon City. Xiao Chen spent some time to remove the remnant destruction Dao and star extinguishing sword Qi from the 2 forbidden techniques in his body, not leaving behind any future problems. After that, Xiao Chen calmly chose to cultivate. After seeing Yuan Shi's strength, Xiao Chen discovered that the Outer Palace's 4 great experts lived up to their reputations. Furthermore, Yuan Shi said that the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu firmly suppressed them. This put pressure on Xiao Chen. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. If he became complacent now, Qin Mu would humiliate him ruthlessly in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I nearly forgot about this. Xiao Chen remembered the exquisite brocade box that Lu Ruyun had given him before he left. He opened it and took a look. He opened it to take a look, feeling stunned. The brocade box actually contained some local delicacies. Xiao Chen had thought that it would be some cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, it was these. Indeed, she was still a girl. Speaking of which, Lu Ryue's closest relative in the Divine Dragon Empire should be this Lu Ryun. Xiao Chen casually took out a piece of pastry and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. 3 days later, Xiao Chen, who was cultivating, received a message from the First Palace Master, interrupting him. There is news of the 5-element divine lightning. Chapter 1990. In the main hall of Heaven Dragon Peak, Xiao Chen met with the First Palace Master, Yun, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Chen was about to bow when Yun raised her hand slightly, indicating that there was no need. Huh, Xiao Chen, you're really famous in the Outer Palace now. The palace masters of the other 6 palaces have been asking me about you recently. They are very concerned about you. The First Palace Master said with a face full of smiles, not concealing the joy on his face. Xiao Chen said calmly, this disciple is only doing what a disciple should do. Very few. Neither arrogant nor rash. Such a state of mind is indeed rare. You should know why I've asked you to come here today. To tell you the truth, I was planning to tell you after the competition between the 7 palaces. The First Palace Master sighed softly. There is still about 1 more month before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. If you end up delaying your chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City because of the 5-element divine lightning, you will lose more than you gain. If you don't go, it will be a huge loss to the Heaven Dragon Hall. The First Palace Master spoke the truth, not hiding his thoughts. Now that Xiao Chen's reputation had spread far and wide, if Xiao Chen did not appear during the 7 palaces competition, the 7 palaces competition would definitely end up as the 7 palaces competition. Not only would the morale of the Heaven Dragon Hall's disciples suffer, but they would also be laughed at by the other 6 halls. The First Palace Master could not help but think about it. However, since the First Palace Master had already called Xiao Chen over, he clearly already had an idea. However, after thinking about it, I realized that time waits for no man. The 5-element divine lightning is something that can only be found and not sought. If the 5-element divine lightning really appears this time, then the losses will be rather great. Just like the Tai profound bomb that Xiao Chen had once obtained, the 5 elements divine thunder was something that was extremely difficult to obtain. Just like the divine lightning of Tai, it only had a very small chance of being born in the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth. The tribulation thunder of heaven and earth did not refer to the tribulation of a cultivator, but the divine thunder that descended when other spiritual beings in this world underwent tribulation. For example, The tiny profound lightning had appeared during the tribulation of the devil-patterned thousand-winged serpent. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was more open-minded. He said in a deep voice, "There's still a month left. Time is indeed a little tight. There might be a chance in the future." The first palace master was rather resolute as he denied, "No, you have to seize this opportunity. Sometimes fate is like this. If I miss this chance, I might lose it for the rest of my life. I can't bear this responsibility." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. That made sense. In one's life, there are many things that might really be missed if you miss them. "Where is it?" Xiao Chen asked. "Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, a dangerous place near the White Marsh Beast Empire. There are endless thunderclouds there all year round, and the lightning attribute spiritual qi is abnormally active. In Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, there is a fusang tree that is about to undergo a tribulation. When such a divine tree undergoes a tribulation, there is a high chance that it will produce the 5 elements divine lightning. The White Marsh Beast Empire was one of the 8 great empires, located in the northern region along with the Divine Dragon Empire. They were all empires established by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the overlords of the Great Desolate Aeon. On the surface, they were allies, but in the dark, they competed with each other. After all, there were some benefits that could not be divided clearly just by forming an alliance. You might run into the White Marsh Beast Empire's people on this trip. Be careful. If there is no need, don't make the first move. Otherwise, you might end up leaving yourself vulnerable, the first palace master warned. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I know." "Xiao Chen, how long have you been in my Heaven Dragon Palace?" The first palace master suddenly asked an unrelated question. Xiao Chen did not keep track of the exact date. He answered honestly, "I'm not too sure. Almost a year, I think." Back when Xiao Chen entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, he knew that the competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin in 1 year. Now, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. Xiao Chen thought that it should be about a year now. It is not almost a year. It is 1 year and 25 days. The first palace master said with a sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled, finding it strange. How did the first palace master know so much? The first palace master smiled and said, "You must be wondering if I looked through the sect records. No, when you first entered the sect and became enemies with Tian Yun, we, the 3 palace masters, noticed it. When third brother insisted on taking you in as a disciple, we even laughed at him, saying that you would definitely not agree. We even made a small bet." Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the third palace master wanted to take him in as a disciple the moment he entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. It turned out that the 3 palace masters knew about the test. It looked like the 3 palace masters paid attention to the Heaven Dragon Palace's junior generation disciples, regardless of the specifics. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Even if I lived to my age, I would have to sigh at how fast time passes. The first palace master Yun revealed an aged expression as he sighed softly. Indeed, time passed really fast. During this 1 year, Xiao Chen had gained a lot in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This should be the year with the greatest gains since he left the Kunlun realm. In a short time, Xiao Chen broke through from Star Venerate to Middle Stage Holy Venerate. Furthermore, he learned the Dragon's Gate's Forbidden Technique, Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, Movement Technique, Light of Freedom, and comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In another month, after the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Xiao Chen would leave this place and head to Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City could be considered the Dragon's Gate's inner palace. Once he entered, he would be a true elite of the Dragon's Gate. At that time, his stage would be the entire northern region, even the entire central Great Realm. The 4 dynasties, the 8 empires, the righteous Dao, the demonic Dao, the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. Xiao Chen would personally participate in everything. The Heaven Dragon Palace could be considered safe in its corner. No matter how much competition or commotion there was, it would be within the dragon race. There would not be any danger to Xiao Chen's life. Compared to the competition he would face in the future, everything now was just a small matter. This was a rare period of peace. The first palace master was someone with experience. He could see how exciting Xiao Chen's life would be in the future, how perilous it would be. To Xiao Chen, the Heaven Dragon Palace was just a cornerstone, a springboard for him to establish himself in the central Great Realm. The first palace master hoped that Xiao Chen would remember the days in the Heaven Dragon Palace, cherish this rare period of peace, remember the Heaven Dragon Palace and the people here. As the first palace master said earlier, many opportunities would disappear once one missed them. For many places, it would be hard to return once one left. Even if one returned, one would not be able to find the feelings of one's memories, only reminiscing in sorrow. However, it would be hard for one to understand these things without reaching a certain age. It was pointless to say too much, so the first palace master did not elaborate. He only sighed ruefully. Whether Xiao Chen could understand it or not depended on himself. Xiao Chen looked at the first palace master and said, "First palace master, I understand." The first palace master shook his head and said, "You do not understand. There are some things that you can understand. However, if you have not truly experienced them, you can never say that you truly understand them. This trip to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh is hard to predict. I'll give you a talisman. If you activate it at a crucial moment, you can summon a Heaven Dragon clone to protect your life." Xiao Chen did not argue. He stepped forward and received the talisman. The image carved on the talisman was that of the Heaven Dragon statue on the profound dragon platform. Xiao Chen recalled Situ Changfeng's words about the Heaven Dragon statue being unfathomable and boundlessly profound. The value of this Heaven Dragon talisman probably surpassed his expectations, making it extremely precious. Xiao Chen put it away and performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then, he said with a resolute gaze, "Many thanks for First Palace Master's kindness. I promise First Palace Master that no matter what, disciple Xiao Chen will definitely show up for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. In one's life, one would not get another opportunity if one missed it." This was indeed so. However, once one missed some things, one would regret it for life. I can lose the 5-element divine lightning, but I absolutely will not miss out on the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is disciple Xiao Chen's promise. If Xiao Chen missed the competition between the 7 outer palaces, he could wait another year. However, if he lost the 5-element divine lightning, he might have to wait another 10 years or even his entire life. The former represented the collective, Xiao Chen's respect and gratitude for the Heaven Dragon Palace. The latter represented the individual. It concerned Xiao Chen's strength and was a selfish decision. Xiao Chen's words made his choice very clear. The first palace master was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised that Xiao Chen would take this so seriously. After being stunned for a while, he smiled and said, "I believe you. Goodbye." After leaving the main hall, Xiao Chen looked at the sky outside with a somewhat grave expression. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then, he looked at the vast Heaven Dragon Palace again and saw the hundreds of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators moving about in a hurry below. Most of the time, Xiao Chen really thought that he was one of them. Xiao Chen had forgotten the fact that he possessed a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline and shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the blue dragon bloodline. One day, when I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely abolish the old system and let the mixed-blood dragon bloodline gain true respect. Everyone is born equal. How can one use bloodline to determine one's status? Chapter 1991. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Not many people knew about this place in the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, it was not within the Empire's borders and did not have as great a fortuitous encounter as Desolate God Valley. However, this Thundercloud Ancient Marsh was rather famous in the White Marsh Beast Empire. Lightning-attributed cultivators frequently went there for experiential training. The White Marsh Beast was an ancient great desolate Aeon strange snake. It was completely snow-white and extremely intelligent. Normally speaking, snakes were frightening dark existences. They were accompanied by all sorts of negative terms, inspiring fear and dread. However, the White Marsh Beast was an exception. It could be seen as a holy snake. Among the 10,000 races of the Great Desolate Aeon, the White Marsh Beast bloodline was named after the phoenix, the Qilin, and the other holy beasts. However, the great desolate Aeon was already gone, and it was now the epic era. Like the dragon race, the white marsh beast did not leave behind any pure-blooded descendants. There were only human cultivators who inherited the white marsh beast bloodline. Time was tight. This time, Xiaoqun directly used the primeval heavenly pill. He used the trans-realm transportation formation to leave the divine dragon empire and arrive at the city closest to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, Thundercloud City. Thundercloud City, don't just stand there. There are still people waiting behind. The old man operating the trans-realm transportation formation urged Xiaoqun, who was looking around, to come out quickly. Actually, he was quite curious at times. What kind of power was it? What kind of power was it that connected all the transboundary teleportation arrays in the Great Thousand Domains together? After thinking about it carefully, even the 4 dynasties did not have such ability. Xiaoqun shook his head and left the transportation formation, formally entering this city. Since Thundercloud City could have a trans-realm transportation formation, it could not be a small city. According to rumor, this city was controlled by a noble clan. This was an independent city. There were many such independent cities in the northern region. People who could control independent cities all had extremely strong factions behind them, existences that even empires and rank 7 sects had to think twice about. I need a detailed map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh to find the exact location of the propping mulberry tree. Xiaoqun rubbed his chin as he wandered the streets of the city. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Xiaoqun's gaze stopped in front of a magnificent building. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I have a VIP card, and its rank is quite high." Xiaoqun walked in and handed over his VIP card to the receptionist. He said, "I would like to introduce you as the person in charge." The pretty maid glanced at Xiaoqun's VIP card and smiled politely. "Young master, your VIP card is only a grade 1 purple card. You can only meet grade 3 managers. You'll need at least a gold card to meet the 2nd level manager." When Xiaoqun heard that, he felt somewhat embarrassed. It looked like Li Xiuhai from Ancient Desolate Town tricked him. It was a first-class VIP card, but he didn't tell her that there was a golden VIP card above it. However, when Xiaoqun thought about it, it made sense. Li Xiuhai was only a minor character in Ancient Desolate Town. How could he give Xiaoqun too much authority? However, the level of a purple card is already very high. We can give you a 10% discount and provide professional guidance services. The pretty maid noticed Xiaoqun's awkwardness and chuckled softly to ease the atmosphere. "You then. I need a map of the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Please follow me to the VIP lounge." Xiaoqun nodded slightly and followed behind the other party, walking calmly. "Young Master Xiao." Just at this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice startled Xiaoqun and the maid. Xiaoqun looked back and was shocked to discover that the person was Li Xiuhai. Li Xiuhai showed a shocked expression. When he discovered that it really was Xiaoqun, he rejoiced and rushed over with large strides. "Tis?" Xiaoqun asked. The pretty maid replied softly, "He is our new Lord Manager. There's nothing else for you here. I'll entertain young Master Xiao. You can go and do something else," Li Xiuhai said with a smile as he sent the maid away. "Yes." The pretty maid withdrew obediently. Before she left, she bowed slightly to Xiaoqun and Li Xiuhai, appearing refined and courteous. The Thundercloud Ancient Marsh truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 super merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. The maid's service was extremely thorough. Xiaoqun took out his purple card and teased, "This card's level is really high. I can't even meet a manager." Li Xiuhai knew that he was playing a trick. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry. I'll give young Master Xiao a gold card later. Let's go to the VIP room first. I'll get someone to call Mr. Bai over." Soon, the 3 gathered in the VIP room. After a simple conversation, Xiaoqun learned that Li Xiuhai had been promoted in the Merchant Association because of his business deal. In the entire northern region, Li Xiuhai was already a 2nd-class manager. Any higher and he would be the person in charge of the northern region. Coincidentally, Li Xiuhai was transferred to Thundercloud City, leaving a remote place like Ancient Desolate Town. It had to be said that there was some fate between them. I really did not expect to see young Master Xiao again so soon after we arrived at Thundercloud City, Li Xiuhai said with a smile. He felt that Xiao Chen always brought him good luck, so he was very excited to see him again. However, Mr. Bai appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and said, "It's a small world. Little friend Xiao Chen, did you come to Thundercloud City for the propping mulberry tree's tribulation this time?" Mr. Bai was as wise and far-sighted as ever, easily guessing Xiao Chen's itinerary. Xiao Chen asked in shock, "Mr. Bai, how did you know?" Just as Mr. Bai was about to say something, Li Xiuhai interrupted, "I know the reason. Recently, 3 outsiders have come to Thundercloud City. After that, we found out through the Heavenly Alliance's information network that the propping mulberry tree is about to undergo its tribulation. I heard that a few experts skilled in divination predicted that the 5-element divine lightning might appear during the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Young Master Xiao happens to be a Thunder Great Dao cultivator. Aside from this, there should be no other reason for him to come to Thundercloud City." Xiao Chen understood. He asked sullenly, "Are my requests difficult? The map is not a problem. After all, it is next to the White Marsh Beast Empire. All the places that should have been explored in the past 10,000 years have already been explored. However, the propping mulberry tree's location is somewhat difficult. Young Master Xiao, as you know, some trees will gain sentience after 10,000 years. Besides, this is a divine tree. It has long gained sentience. It already gained sentience long ago," Li Xiuhai said with a slight frown, appearing somewhat troubled. "I see." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He did not have that much time to wander around Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Since the propping mulberry tree had sentience, it would definitely run away on its own. Finding it would be too difficult. Given that, Xiao Chen might as well return and save himself the trouble. Then he could focus on cultivating and prepare for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Mr. Bai said, "Actually, it is not as problematic as you imagine. I saw that many of the 3 outsiders who came were very confident and did not worry about not being able to find the propping mulberry tree." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. Then he looked at Mr. Bai and asked, "What do you mean?" "The propping mulberry tree has existed since the beginning of the martial epoch. Who knows how many tribulations it has undergone? There is bound to be some pattern to it. There are only a few suitable spots for it to undergo its tribulation. If it chooses a spot to undergo its tribulation, there will definitely be traces to follow. We just need to guard it properly." Mr. Bai paused for a while before continuing, "Little friend Xiao Chen, if you trust me, I will help you find the spot where the propping mulberry tree is most likely to appear in 2 days, no, 1 day. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Since it is just 1 day, I will arrange for Sir Xiao to stay at the Merchant Association. That way, I will be able to inform you if there is any news." Li Xiuhai extended a warm invitation. Xiao Chen rejected, "I will just stay nearby for a night. There is no need to trouble yourself." After Xiao Chen left, Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, it is all thanks to you for keeping Sir Xiao here. I really could not tell that Mr. Bai is so knowledgeable." Mr. Bai replied indifferently, "It's not that I know a lot. It's just that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation is a major matter, so I paid some attention to it." Let's not talk about that. However, isn't it a little too rushed to help Sir Xiao in 1 day? It's fine. My authority in the Heavenly Alliance is sufficient." Bang. Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed at the same time. An intense murderous intent burst out from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The two were very familiar with that murderous intent. It came from Xiao Chen. What happened? Did Xiao Chen start a conflict with someone? To think that he started a fight in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, breaking the rules. Let's go quickly. Don't let the guards make a move on Xiao Chen. The two knew that the situation was urgent, so they rushed out. However, they discovered that it was already too late. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts blocked Xiao Chen in the hall. The two sides faced each other in a somewhat tense standoff. A misunderstanding. What happened? Li Xiaohai rushed over, afraid that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts would fight with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. This is this Xiao's fault. I apologize to Manager Li and Mr. Bai. Earlier, the instant Xiao Chen came out of the VIP room, he happened to feel a familiar aura. A mysterious person wrapped in a cloak came out from another private room with a map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in his hand. Xiao Chen immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow who stood with the holy Sun Mingxian in the ancient city. While Xiao Chen found this strange, the other party discovered him and quickly left without saying a word. This situation was extremely strange. Xiao Chen could not resist trying to block the other party. However, he accidentally violated the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's rules. Fighting was forbidden in the Merchant Association. The sovereign personage experts of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion blocked Xiao Chen, so he could only watch as the other party left. Chapter 1992. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows mocked with some mockery. It would be fine normally. However, many experts have come to Thundercloud City recently. I wonder why they are here. I just hope I do not run into them. To think that someone could remain safe after making a move in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This person's background was somewhat surprising. I do not have much time. Whether I succeed or not, I have to leave within 1 month. After leaving the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Chen chose a nearby inn to stay in. Then, he took out a primeval heavenly pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. Xiao Chen also knew why this place was always wet. Heavy rain often fell under thunderclouds. The figure was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of palpitating eyes. Not long after the mysterious man entered, the group of cultivators suddenly became wary. A figure that inspired fear slowly walked over from the heavy rain in front. As a lightning-attributed cultivator, Xiao Chen did not feel much pressure in this place. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and stopped walking. He discovered that there were many cultivators in black holding weapons in their hands, blocking the path in his direction. I wonder if the castle master can obtain it this time? If he can, he will definitely give us many benefits. To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows managed to obtain so much useful information in 1 day. If you don't believe me, then don't come with me. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared displeased. One of them was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chen saw yesterday. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky at the limits of Xiao Chen's vision. Occasionally, he could see lightning tearing through the sky. At the same time, 2 people discussed entering Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in a private room of an inn in Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xiao Chen, who was on the Demon Blood Vulture, noticed some changes in the sky. Li Xiaohai asked worriedly as he looked at Xiao Chen's back. Definitely. It's fine. I just ran into an acquaintance. It looks like he is here to obtain the 5-element divine lightning as well. Of course, it was extremely valuable. Senior Bai, do you think that Xiao Chen will succeed? Although the 5-element divine lightning is somewhat ethereal and might not appear, the people who came this time are not people to be offended. These 2 days, Thundercloud City has clearly not been peaceful. A scarlet, flame-like bird soared through the sky, rushing toward the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. There were many things that Mr. Bai was not clear about yesterday, but today he was crystal clear. Master Bai pointed to the red dots on the map and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the propping mulberry tree will definitely undergo its tribulation in one of these 5 places. The map that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion gave Xiao Chen was no ordinary map. It contained complicated formations and dense talisman scripts. Alright, then let's set off immediately. Along the way, Xiao Chen saw many teams, and there was no lack of experts among them. In the heavy rain, it was very boring. The disciples chatted from time to time. Upon seeing the mark between the other party's brows, the saint-venerate old man immediately felt somewhat horrified. It was an expert from the White Marsh Beast Empire. Just like him, they didn't choose to temper themselves. Instead, their gazes wandered about aimlessly as they searched the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a large snake burrowed out. Amid miserable shrieks, it swallowed up all the other disciples, aside from the saint-venerate old man, at lightning speed. Xiaochen explained many things to Xiaochen in detail, answering many of his questions. He felt somewhat curious as to where the other party's information came from. A small faction near Thundercloud City must have discovered something in the dense forest. Unfortunately, Xiaochen could not execute this strong cultivation technique in front of everyone. Thunder Eagle Castle? What's that? Sir Xiao, what happened earlier? Xiaochen opened the map and compared it to the one in front. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh's periphery was right in front. There are really a lot of people targeting the 5-element divine lightning. Clearly, they were all here to search for the propping mulberry tree. Come, tell me what you bunch of trash are waiting here for. There's no rush. I don't need the 5-element divine lightning. Are you confident of obtaining what I want? Li Xiuhai smiled and said, Sir Xiao, let me borrow it first. You can just return it to me after the matter is over. If you find anything in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, you can sell it to me. Li Xiuhai asked out of curiosity. Clearly, Xiaochen was not someone who did not understand the rules. Something must have happened. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Let's depart, then, the pale, middle-aged man said sinisterly. Master Bai smiled and said, That is easy. If this is indeed the propping mulberry tree's tribulation site, then the vegetation there will definitely be lush, clearly different from other places. Although it is a divine tree, it cannot casually move it when it is undergoing tribulation. It will be easy to find. Master Bai smiled and said, Don't worry about this. Look, Xiaochen is not at all conflicted. Just based on his attitude, I feel that he will definitely gain something. Even if he does not obtain the 5-element divine lightning, he will not return empty-handed. Xiaochen thanked Master Bai and took his leave. The ground was somewhat damp and covered in weeds. When Xiaochen looked around, it was vast and boundless. His figure flashed, turning into a gentle breeze. Then, Xiaochen drifted into the dense forest. Xiaochen answered casually, not saying anything more. I'll leave my matter to the two of you. Xiaochen did not dare to be interested in their discovery. He only wanted to pass through the forest and rush to the possible tribulation site of the propping mulberry tree on the map. After walking for half an hour, Xiaochen took a deep breath and continued advancing cautiously in the heavy rain. The blue sky and white clouds could no longer be seen in the sky. It was filled with black thunderclouds. Let's go and take a look. Occasionally, Xiaochen could see all sorts of strange mutated vegetation in this somewhat oppressive environment. The vegetation was abnormally lush. However, the colors were not bright. They were all dark plants. A pale, middle-aged man stood on the head of the huge snake. Our Thunder Eagle Castle turned out in full force. How could we fail? Right now, Xiaochen's divine dragon body tempering art was stuck at the peak of the 5th layer. He had no hope of breaking through the purple thunder divine incantation for now, so he could only cultivate the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art first. The places where the propping mulberry tree had a chance of appearing were clearly marked in red. Xiaochen, who had already silently passed through their guards and arrived on the tree above them, rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. Thundercloud fruit? Xiaochen gently tapped the map, and the scene on the map immediately enlarged. A 3-dimensional scene appeared before his eyes, showing the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in its entirety. The old man struggled with all his might. However, the more he struggled, the weaker he became. The poison on the snake's skin continuously permeated his body. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows said indifferently, I ran into someone who snatched my map. That's a small matter. Now that I have the map, have you gotten any information? There was only one old man, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, that required some attention. He felt that his lightning-attributed veritable essence energy would improve rapidly if he cultivated in this place. Such a scene caused the others to be slightly shocked. Boom! A few blind ferocious beasts leaped out of the ground. Xiaochen casually killed them, and his figure flashed as he entered Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Mr. Gong, I heard that you nearly ran into trouble at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion yesterday. the pale, middle-aged man asked meaningfully as he looked at the man shrouded in bloody shadows. Li Xiuhai said indifferently as he glanced at the sovereign personage experts. These were all cultivators who had just advanced to Star Venerate. Some were not even Star Venerates yet. Their clothes all had the symbol of a sect embroidered on them. Outside Thundercloud City, blue sky and white clouds. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed to have an extremely urgent desire for the five-element divine lightning. Half a day later, a dense forest appeared in front of Xiaochen. In the heavy rain, the entire forest was filled with mist. At this moment he was wearing a large cloak that covered his body. Apart from his strange aura, nothing else could be seen. The air was filled with violent lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Soon, it started raining. Opposite him was a pale-faced middle-aged man with a blood-red mark between his eyebrows. That mark was the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire, something that only cultivators with the White Marsh Beast bloodline had. You all can withdraw first. This is my friend. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. Xiaochen entered deep thought and asked, if I find the right place, how do I confirm it? When Xiaochen arrived at the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, he successfully obtained what he wanted, a complete map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Li Xiuhai asked when Xiaochen stood up and prepared to leave with the map. Since this was Li Xiuhai's friend, these Nine Cauldron Pavilion experts naturally would not make things difficult for Xiaochen. They performed cupped fist salutes and withdrew. How many primeval heavenly pills? Xiaochen asked. Just as this holy venerate was about to flee, the snake under the middle-aged man's feet swept up its tail and bound this holy venerate old man, preventing him from moving. Then, the snake brought him before the middle-aged man. Who is it? The Thunder Eagle Castle has already sealed off this place. If you want to travel, please take another direction. Xiaochen got the demon blood vulture to stop. Then, he leaped down from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. Naturally. It has already been 3 days. If I still have not found out where the propping mulberry tree might undergo its tribulation, then there is no need for me to work with you. How lucky! Unexpectedly, we found the thundercloud fruit in the forest. The only holy venerate old man stepped forward, hoping to use the Thunder Eagle Castle's reputation to intimidate the other party. No problem. We are leaving now. Chapter 1993. I'll tell you. A disciple of our Thunder Eagle Castle discovered a thundercloud fruit in this forest. It has already given birth to a Dao pattern, so he brought the entire sect here. The holy venerate old man's complexion turned black as he said in pain. How strong is your fort, master? Small perfection sovereign personage, skilled in the thunder Dao. Thump. When he was done, the pale-faced middle-aged man flung him away. Get lost. The holy venerate old man ran out in a panic, not daring to look back. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows stepped forward and entered deep thought. The 10,000-year-old thundercloud fruit is quite valuable. Are you interested? The pale-faced, middle-aged man said, I am not a cultivator of the Thunder Dao. The castle lord is also a small perfection sovereign personage. Naturally, he will not take this risk. However, based on Xiaochen's calm expression, it was clear that he did not take this small perfection sovereign personage Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master seriously. Then help me get this thundercloud fruit first. The man shrouded in bloody shadows said indifferently. The horrifying venomous snake silently burrowed into the demonic pet pouch at the middle-aged man's waist. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Mr. Gong, you are not willing to let any of these Thunder Dao treasures off. Fine, it's just a small matter. Let's just treat it as an appetizer for our cooperation. Don't talk nonsense. You help me and I help you. You will definitely benefit from it. The two immediately changed their original path and went deep into the forest, starting to search for the whereabouts of the Thunder Eagle Castle's gang members. Swish, swish, swish. In the dense forest, rain fell continuously. Although cultivators could not touch a single drop of water and their strength would not be affected by the environment, they would not be affected by it. However, the terrible weather still affected people's mood. Xiaochen flew through the forest, capturing all the movements in the dense forest. With his keen divine sense, he quickly found some clues. The rain could wash away the traces of fighting and the smell of blood in the air, but it could not wash away the aura left behind by the martial artists. An hour later, Xiaoqun stopped in front of a big tree. There was no need to use spiritual sense. One could hear the sounds of intense fighting with just their ears. Found it. Xiaoqun pondered for a moment and changed into a new set of clothes. Then he took out the Grim Reaper's mask and wore it. Immediately, all of Xiaoqun's aura was isolated. Even if a divine vein expert came over, they would not be able to detect Xiaoqun, who had intentionally hidden himself. Under the lead of a sovereign personage, the elite disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle charged forward in the dense forest ahead. That small perfection sovereign personage expert had resolute facial features. He wore simple robes that exposed his muscular arms and chest. His body seemed to be filled with explosive energy. Castle Lord, how much longer? This jungle is too dangerous. Almost half of our brothers have died. In the dense forest, in addition to the fierce beasts, the more dangerous things were the vegetation that could not be guarded against. More than 100 people from the Thunder Eagle Castle came in. Now, only about 50 or 60 remained. Don't hesitate. Keep going. The Thunder Eagle Castle master struggled slightly. However, when he thought about how he could improve his Thunder Dao by obtaining the Thundercloud fruit, he braced himself and continued walking forward. In the dense forest, any random tree could have thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. The toughness of the tree could be comparable to godly metal. While the environment looked simple, in reality, even a sovereign personage had to be careful, not daring to be careless. Castle Lord, it is there. Half a month ago, I discovered the Thundercloud fruit there. There was a ferocious beast there. Hey, why is it gone now? That ferocious beast clearly had an extremely terrifying aura. We should have been able to sense it from far away. A Thunder Eagle Castle disciple exclaimed, feeling shocked and confused. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master's expression turned sullen. He said, "Let's go and take a look." The group quickly advanced. Soon, they saw the corpse of a ferocious beast lying quietly on the ground. Thick blood spread out on the ground. Even the heavy rain could not wash it away, continuously seeping into the ground. Electric light flashed not far from the ferocious beast corpse. Thunderclouds drifted in the surroundings. A youth with a clean face and plain clothes was currently trying to subdue the Thundercloud fruit, suppressing the Tao in it. Who is it? When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the mutated fruit was snatched away, he became enraged. He shouted, "Quickly hand over the Thundercloud fruit. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." That clean and tidy youth's eyes were as clear as water. However, he did not look immature. He said in a melodious voice, "I am Sang. This place is not safe. If you still do not leave, none of you might be able to leave. I don't know whether I will die or not. In any case, you will die today." When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the other party not only did not hand over the Thundercloud fruit but even threatened them, murderous intent immediately filled their eyes. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master called out and prepared to get the Thunder Eagle Castle's people to attack together, not letting this youth leave. But just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out. A vine crawled out of the ground and wrapped around a Thunder Eagle Castle disciple. That snake-like vine was covered in tiny thorns, looking like pinholes. It instantly sucked that disciple's blood dry, turning him into a pile of withered bones. Closely following that, more vines emerged from the ground. Blood-sucking vines. Everyone quickly run. All the disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle fell into a state of panic. They broke the vines in fear. However, the vines seemed to be endless, and there was no way to cut them all. Damn it, how did this happen? The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master glanced at that youth and then at his group of disciples. He clenched his teeth and had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting the Thundercloud fruit. He used all his strength to protect the disciples who came with him, cutting down the vines one by one, and prepared to break out of the encirclement. The blood-sucking vine was one of the most ferocious mutated plants in the Thundercloud ancient marsh. Its roots were buried deep underground. Almost all martial artists who encountered it would find it difficult to escape with their lives. However, this blood-sucking vine rarely appeared. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to encounter it. Today, for some reason, he suddenly appeared in this forest. So. Some of the disciples wanted to soar into the air and fly out of the forest. Who knew that the vines seemed to have eyes and shot out like arrows from the ground. Before he could ascend 1,000 meters, the vines grabbed him and sucked him dry in the air, turning him into white bones. Everyone, don't act rashly. Do not fly into the air. The blood-sucking vines do not have eyes and are very sensitive to the sound of the wind. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master shouted, "Follow me closely and kill our way out." When this group of Thunder Eagle Castle disciples went far away, their fates unknown, Xiaochen prepared to show himself. Two figures appeared and looked coldly at the plain-looking youth, Sang. "Hand over the thundercloud fruit." "It's him." Under the mask, Xiaochen felt slightly shocked. The cloaked figure of the two was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that he met in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Xiaochen did not recognize the person beside him. However, when he looked at the mark on his forehead, he knew that this was a white marsh beast empire cultivator. Sang frowned slightly. He sensed the danger that these two people posed to him. Just as he was hesitating, a snake image suddenly appeared behind him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, it opened its mouth and spat out venom. The venom penetrated the rainwater, which instantly turned black. The venom mixed with the rainwater and quickly fell towards Sang. Despicable! Sang, who was suppressing the thundercloud fruit, cursed and quickly dodged. However, he was still too slow and came in contact with a drop of venom. Immediately, Sang felt a heart-wrenching pain. His lips instantly turned black, and his complexion paled, drained of blood. "Ha! Just obediently hand over the thundercloud fruit. You were poisoned by my flying dragon snake. If you do not have the antidote, even if a true god were alive, he would not be able to save you." The youth snorted coldly and turned around to leave, moving very quickly. Trying to run? It's not that easy. After him, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, Mr. Gong, and the pale, middle-aged man leaped onto the flying dragon snake and gave chase. The flying dragon snake slithered on the ground like a strong gust of wind. It crashed into many towering trees, showing how strong it was. However, just as the two were about to catch up to this youth, a figure descended, holding a ghost pennant and blocking the two. Both Mr. Gong and the pale, middle-aged man were startled and quickly got the snake to stop. It was that person. He wore a white mask with scriptures carved on it. Black demonic chi surged out of his body. Most importantly, the two could not make out the other party's strength. They did not know how strong this person was. "Back off." Under the mask, Xiao Chen's voice changed to a cold shout. Chapter 1994. This temporarily stabilized the flying dragon snake's venom. Xiao Chen asked casually as he turned around. He felt an incredible headache. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had changed his attire, he was stunned for a while before recognizing him. Xiao Chen said seriously, "Don't overthink. I'm only doing this for the thundercloud fruit in your hand. Hand it to me. I need it more than you do." The soul tool. Now that Xiao Chen had made some progress, obtaining the thundercloud fruit was the most important thing. Trying to delay? Unfortunately, I don't have that patience. It was not easy to control and drained too much soul energy. The ancient great desolate Ian ferocious beast embroidered on the ghost pennant immediately released a trace of might, scaring the flying dragon snake into becoming obedient. Xiao Chen hesitated for only 1 second before choosing to trust this youth. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. From communicating with the demon blood vulture, he learned that this delicate youth, Sang, actually found a herb in the dense forest. Not far away, the delicate youth, Sang, leaned against a tree. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Chen. "Why did you save me? You should go." However, if the demon blood vulture did not appear, Sang would not be able to help this youth settle down. After thinking for a while, he removed his mask and cloak. Sang smiled coldly and handed the thundercloud fruit to Xiao Chen reluctantly. who knew that after taking a few steps, his body would stumble and fall to the ground unsteadily. Sang smiled mysteriously. I've seen several batches of people like you. How can I not know? You are too late. If you continue searching like this, you might not even know when the propping mulberry tree finishes its tribulation. Seeing how stubborn this youth was, Sang frowned. What are you doing? The Xianxia beast's demonic soul entered the ghost pennant. Soon, Sang saw the demon blood vulture's figure. He gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiaochen looked at the other party without batting an eyelid. How did you know? Sang looked at Xiaochen warily and took a few steps back. Since that was the case, he might as well make the first move. Before him, there were already a few groups of people who had come before him. The Xianxia beast ghost banner in Xiaochen's hand shone brightly and the demonic might on his body surged and soared into the sky. This youth's words sounded credible. Xiaochen looked at the other party suspiciously. You know where the propping mulberry tree underwent its tribulation? Xiaochen released his Thunder Dao Might and easily suppressed the Thundercloud Fruit's Dao Might under the other party's surprised gaze. This time, he did not deliberately suppress the Thundercloud Fruit's Great Path runes. The massive might of the Great Path was accompanied by lightning, and the light was somewhat dazzling. Now, Xiaochen's usage of soul tools had improved significantly. After executing the Xianxia beast's ghost streamer, his soul power was completely under his control and was not greatly affected. As expected, if it appeared, it would be a little troublesome. Xiaochen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then he looked at the youth and said, If you want me to send you off, I can. Under the mask, Xiaochen sneered. The Xianxia ghost streamer in his hand flickered slightly. The pale, middle-aged man stomped on the flying dragon snake's head and stabilized himself. Then he looked at Xiaochen even more cautiously. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If the demon blood vulture appeared, he would not be able to keep his identity a secret. May I know who you are? 3 days later, the youth on the demon blood vulture's back wobbled and woke up. Xiaochen did not insist. My destination is in front. I'll send you off later. He was still a teenager, so he didn't resist it. You have reached great perfection of your Thunder Dao. You indeed need this thundercloud fruit more than me. The scarlet eyes released a light, and its long tongue flickered continuously, threatening Xiaochen in a mocking manner. Although Xiaochen had received news of this and used the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to rush here, according to Master Bai's words, he should be able to obtain the Thunder Cloud Fruit. As Xiaochen looked in the direction of the scarlet man shrouded in bloody shadows, he entered deep thought under the mask. Compared to when he first used it, his soul energy found it somewhat unbearable. Under the mask, Xiaochen revealed a mocking expression. He had guessed that the two would not be able to hold back. Shaking his head, Xiaochen turned around and soared into the air. Right now, he had more important things to do. He had the demon blood vulture keep an eye on the fleeing delicate youth, Sang. Sang said softly. Then, he looked coldly at Xiaochen before turning to leave. Although Sang moved fast, the demonic might still shocked the two. The holy beast severely injured the holy beast. However, it did not turn its head back, fleeing even faster. The demon blood vulture carried Xiaochen above the dense forest. Then, it stopped and circled around. Whoosh! After casually looking around, Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed. Everything seemed normal here. The spiritual energy was not particularly dense, and the plants did not grow wildly. Whoosh! Great minds think alike. Let's continue to fight with him. Let's attack at the same time and see how strong he is. The two were confident of blocking this strike. However, they feared that the other party was truly a demonic Dao expert. Why would it be impossible for a demonic Dao expert to possess a soul tool? Be more obedient, Xiaochen sent a voice projection. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows replied indifferently, he is probably just trying to mystify us. If he were truly a senior expert, he would have attacked long ago. Xiaochen immediately felt somewhat shocked. This youth did not look old, but his life force accumulations were boundlessly vast. Since he was already late, he might as well give it his all and take a gamble. This youth has many secrets. Xiaochen said casually, You should have grown up in this thundercloud ancient marsh. Where are your parents and seniors? I'll send you over. Otherwise, you will not be able to get rid of the poison in your body by yourself. Although it's not fatal, fainting suddenly like just now happens often. Right after Xiaochen spoke, he quickly executed the attack that he had prepared long ago. The youth nimbly leaped onto the demon blood vulture and patted its back. Then he said softly, "Naturally, I know. Tell this demon blood vulture to listen to my commands. I'll bring you over. Otherwise, by the time you find them, it will be too late." On the flying dragon snake, the white marsh beast empire cultivators and the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows showed somewhat grave expressions. They did not act rashly. The flying dragon snake, which had only inherited a trace of its bloodline, was no longer a true flying dragon snake. This Xianxia beast's ferocious might frightened it into trembling and nearly flinging the two off. The flying dragon snake feared that the Xianxia beast's demonic soul would chase after them. Bang! To think that the Black Lotus Church's demonic soul was targeting the five-element divine lightning like Xiaochen. Xiaochen wondered if the Black Lotus Church's holy sun would appear. "Mr. Gong, what should we do now? Who exactly is this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? How did he get together with the Black Lotus Church's holy sun back then?" Run! Soon, the demon blood vulture swooped down, bringing Xiaochen to the first red dot on the map. Clearly, this was not where the propping mulberry tree was going to undergo its tribulation. Xiaochen, who was toying with the thundercloud fruit and preparing to put it in his storage ring, saw this scene. He stepped forward and sighed at this person's life force. Seeing Xiaochen's sincere attitude, Sang's expression warmed somewhat. He shook his head and said, "I do not have parents. Let me down. I have my own ways to remove the poison." The two had just made up their minds when the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows looked at Xiaochen and said, "Sir, you are holding a ghost pennant. Could you be an outstanding disciple of the soul-devouring palace, one of the 10 great demonic Dao sects? If not for his extraordinary life force, the flying dragon snake's poison would have killed him long ago." Whoosh! If Sang was not careful, his soul would scatter, and he would die without a burial. The pale, middle-aged man also knew how powerful this strike was. His movements were no weaker than the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Sang sized up the surroundings. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and suddenly asked, "Are you looking for the place where the propping mulberry tree is undergoing its tribulation?" However, the gargantuan flying dragon snake under the two did not last long. "You're awake!" Xiaochen scared the two away. However, he did not continue chasing with his demon soul. After all, the Xianxia beast ghost pennant was a soul tool. The flying dragon snake was also an incredible ancient ferocious beast. However, the one before Xiaochen was not a pure-blooded flying dragon snake. When the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows saw the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, he showed an extremely horrified expression. He did not have a physical body and feared such demon soul attacks the most. Xiaochen turned into a black bolt of lightning as he quickly traveled through the dense forest. Great! The terrifying Xianxia beast ghost pennant flew out of the ghost pennant. The overwhelming demonic might of an ancient ferocious beast surged out. Carrying the mysterious man, Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then he placed the mysterious man on its back. However, although the flying dragon snake's poison was still corroding the mysterious man's life force, it would take at least 10 years to completely corrode the mysterious man. Chapter 1995. 8 days later, under Sang's guidance, Xiaochen arrived at a wasteland in the thundercloud ancient marsh. After circling the sky once, Xiaochen felt that something was amiss. In the vast wasteland, there was a place with lush vegetation that was particularly eye-catching. With a single glance, one could tell that this place was different from other places. The wild grass looked scary. Who would have thought that a stalk of wild grass could be more than 10 meters long? But here, as far as the eye could see, there were strange sights that could not be seen normally. The exuberant vitality even attracted birds and spirit beasts, and it seemed to be full of vitality. "This is the place." Sang, who was on the demon blood vulture's back, said softly after taking a look. Xiaochen looked around strangely. Why did the propping mulberry tree choose this place as the tribulation point? I do not see anything special about it. Everything has a spirit. Once you touch the boundary set by the heavenly Tao, you will have to undergo a tribulation. The tribulation of plants and ferocious beasts was different from that of cultivators. One should not look at it from the perspective of cultivators. To the propping mulberry tree, this place had the most fire-attributed elements in the thundercloud ancient marsh. It was also the place with the most sunlight. It's perfect for transcending tribulations. Sang's words made Xiaochen look at him in a different light. Young man, you know quite a lot at such a young age. Sang did not deny it. He asked softly, "Are you here for the 5-element divine lightning?" "Of course." Sang seemed to heave a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then, he said with a complicated expression, "However, the propping mulberry tree is unwilling to see the 5-element divine lightning appear." Xiaochen smiled and said, "That's natural. Who would be willing to have such divine lightning appear during their tribulation?" However, the propping mulberry tree appeared at nearly the same time as the martial epoch. It should be able to endure this lightning tribulation. Sang glanced at Xiaochen and said, "Who told you all this?" During the Great Desolate Era, the propping mulberry tree appeared. Most of the divine trees had the ability to undergo nirvana. Before the end of the epoch, it can be reborn and reborn in the next epoch. Xiaochen smiled and did not argue with this youth. He said softly, "No matter what, thank you for sending me here. Otherwise, by the time I found this place, the propping mulberry tree would have already completed its tribulation." Up in the sky, he had already noticed that many people had gathered in the grass and trees below. If the 5 elements divine lightning really appeared, it would definitely not be his turn. Sang said indifferently, "Laugh after you survive." Everyone knows that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation has a chance of producing the 5-element divine lightning. However, I wonder what kind of storm the propping mulberry tree will cause every time it undergoes a tribulation. What do you mean? Xiaochen looked at this youth and asked for guidance. This youth grew up in the thundercloud ancient marsh and should know a lot more than him. Perhaps he knew something that the intelligence didn't. After hesitating for a moment, Sang did not say anything more. "Even if I tell you, you will not give up. You should be more careful." Whoosh! Right after Sang spoke, he jumped off the demon blood vulture's back and landed deep in the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen frowned slightly and said, "What a strange youth." Since this place was already confirmed to be the propping mulberry tree's tribulation, then he should find a place and wait quietly. The demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet flame and looked like an ancient divine bird with a golden divine flame burning in its eyes, appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it attracted many gazes. At this moment, the demon blood vulture descended while carrying Xiaochen. Xiaochen had just jumped off the demon blood vulture's back when he heard the sound of wind blowing. 2 figures stood on the grass and looked at him. These 2 had scarlet marks on their foreheads. Clearly, they were cultivators from the White Marsh Beast Empire. Although they were young, they were late-stage holy venerates. So, it is a friend from the Divine Dragon Empire. This humble self is the White Marsh Beast Empire's rank 6 noble clan, Xianxia. The person on the left wore alternating blue and white robes. He had a pale complexion and handsome features. He performed a cupped fist salute and introduced himself to Xiaochen. A rank 6 noble clan did not refer to a rank 6 faction. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The White Marsh Beast Empire ranked noble clans by bloodline. A rank 6 noble clan was a rank 6 Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Aside from the royal by clan, there were 4 rank 6 noble clans in the empire. Xiaochen knew some simple information about the White Marsh Beast Empire. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Heaven Dragon Palace, Xiaochen." Xianxia went straight to the point. He looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you here for the 5-colored divine lightning as well?" Xiaochen nodded slightly, not denying it. Nearly all the experts of the Thunder Dao under the Divine Vein realm in the White Marsh Beast Empire are here. "Brother Xiao, what do you think your chances of victory are?" Xianxia asked indifferently, revealing a disdainful smile. The reason why Thundercloud Ancient Marsh forbade Divine Vein Realm cultivators from coming was not because Thundercloud Ancient Marsh forbade them from coming. However, the 5-element Divine Lightning appearing on the propping mulberry tree was only a possibility. The chances were very low, and it was not guaranteed. There was more than one place in the Central Great Realm that had a chance of giving birth to the 5-element Divine Lightning. Occasionally, news of the 5-element Divine Lightning appeared. Many people went over when they heard the news but returned disappointed. Gradually, the Divine Vein Realm Thunder Dao cultivators no longer felt as tempted by the news of the 5-element Divine Lightning as they did in the beginning. After all, the time of a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor was much more valuable than that of a sovereign personage. After all, it would be a huge loss if they wasted their efforts. Even sovereign personages were rather calm about the news of the 5-element Divine Lightning, not taking it too seriously. For example, Xiaochen only came with hope. He would not be surprised if the 5-element Divine Lightning did not appear. Brother Xiao, this demon blood vulture is pretty good. Are you interested in selling it? The man on Qin Xiao's right suddenly asked as the two chatted casually. Not yet. You have not even heard my offer. How can you not be interested? Since when did the disciples of the Dragon's Gate's Heaven Dragon Palace become so arrogant? That person saw that Xiao Chen was of a mixed blood dragon bloodline and wanted to seek trouble with him, so he was very interested in this demon blood vulture. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength reigned supreme. Many times, even if there was a conflict, it would not be useful to report it to the sect. If one was not as skilled as the other, there was no need to say anything. Although the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire were allies on the surface, these small frictions did not bother them. The major characters of both sides could not be bothered with it. Brother Xiao, state your offer, Qin Xiaozi, who was at the side, said in support. Qin Xiaozi, who was at the side, chimed in. Actually, the demon blood vulture had attracted the two over. When they saw that Xiao Chen was only a middle-stage holy venerate and a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace, they started to have some ill intentions. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled coldly and said expressionlessly, although my demon blood vulture is somewhat foolish, it is not for sale. Please return. What if I do not return? Qin Xiaozi revealed a smile that did not seem like a smile. His eyes clearly showed mockery. Clearly, he did not take Xiao Chen's warning seriously. In that case, scram. Xiao Chen, who had already lost his patience, suddenly stepped forward and took a step forward. When Xiao Chen took the step, his peak aura instantly surged out. The vast dragon might instantly suppress the two of them. The expressions of Qin Xiaozi and his companion changed drastically at the same time, showing some disbelief. The aura that Xiao Chen erupted with actually rivaled that of a sovereign personage, immediately suppressing the two who had underestimated him. Before Qin Xiaozi could react, he saw a fist light appear in front of him. Caught off guard, Qin Xiaozi circulated his veritable essence energy and charged forward. Bang! 100 cauldron force instantly exploded. How could the veritable essence energy that Qin Xiaozi circulated in a hurry block 100 cauldron force? Qin Xiaozi vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back like a sandbag. The person who offered to buy the demon blood vulture paled in fright. Then he turned and fled. However, that person had just taken 2 steps when he felt a shadow encasing him. When he looked back, the demon blood vulture stomped on him. That person immediately let out a miserable shriek as all the bones in his body broke. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, the demon blood vulture wanted to swallow this fellow up. To think that he dared to target this great me. He is truly reckless. Mentioning the word, sell, would be tearing at the demon blood vulture's scars. Back then, the demon blood vulture's cheap father sold it to Xiao Chen for 100 years without any room for resistance. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm not a demonic Dao cultivator. I don't have a demonic nature. The White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator, who was already in the demon blood vulture's mouth, was so frightened that his body went limp. He loudly begged for mercy, letting the other hidden cultivators see this scene. This demon blood vulture did not just look pretty on the outside, but it was also very powerful. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop them. Just toss it further away. Chapter 1996. They were all here to try their luck and see if they could encounter the 5 elements divine lightning. Yu Yuanliang said indifferently, "No need. No matter what, it's not our turn to worry." The one who should be worried was old Devil Chin. His 2 subordinates were thrown out. Judging from his tone, I don't think he can bear it. Besides, the 5 elements divine lightning might not even appear. There's no need to make enemies for yourself. Second uncle, what should we do? The middle-aged man's name was Qin Yun. He was a direct descendant of the Qin clan, one of the White Marsh Beast Empire's 4 noble clans. He was also an initial perfection sovereign personage. They had been waiting for a long time. The longest had been here for almost half a month. It was impossible for them to keep waiting. The divine lightning eye had a total of 10 layers. The first layer could only send down 1 lightning tribulation, the second layer could send down 2 lightning tribulations at the same time, and the third layer could add the previous 2 layers to send down 3 lightning tribulations. As it got closer, Zhang Xian realized that it was a heaven-suspending war chariot. Boo! It's by Li Xuan. Unless they were on very good terms with each other or had promised him a great gift, they wouldn't come along. Every part was polished with divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Its streamlined appearance was very eye-catching. The middle-aged man said coldly, "Useless things, I told you to check out the situation and see if you can form an alliance. You 2 brats actually had ideas about other people's magic pets. You've lost all face. Just stay here and don't go out and cause trouble." The lightning attribute in the entire Thundercloud Ancient Marsh was very active and dense. Although there was slightly more fire attribute here, it did not affect the fact that the lightning attribute existed. Time slowly passed. No one knew when the propping mulberry tree would arrive. Apart from the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, there were very few other places where so many Thunder Dao experts gathered. He said that in a few years, his name would shake the northern region and become the true leader of the White Marsh Beast Empire. When he thought about the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his mind, he felt somewhat depressed. It was clearly a heaven-defying existence. In the previous epic, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor was in charge of the Tribulation Lightning Ancestor. However, he could not use all of it. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The ground of the desolate grassland suddenly split open. They all knew very well what it meant to possess a 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot. The divine lightning eye had been stuck at the 4th layer for a very long time. It was time to break through the bottleneck and reach the 5th layer. Xiao Chen temporarily forgot about the 5-element divine lightning and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that the Thunder Immortal Ancestor left behind. He remained calm and let the surrounding cultivators probe him. At the 4th stage, one could superimpose the previous 3 stages and send down 6 lightning tribulations. Chen Xiaozi said uneasily. Who would have thought that Bai Lishuan would actually come? At the same time, there were 2 figures hiding in the dark on the prairie. When one of them saw Bai Lishuan's arrival, he had a bad feeling. Anyone who could advance to sovereign personage would be considered an expert, no matter where they were. He wore a purple robe with a white jade belt around his waist. His appearance was delicate and handsome, and there were 3 blood-colored marks between his eyebrows, forming a special symbol. Xiao Chen calmed his heart and entered deep thought. Then he focused on cultivating the divine lightning eye. An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a blurry black dot at the end of their vision. If only Xiao Chen's firmament's rage could link to the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning like the divine lightning eye. Even the first palace master's firmament's rage would be inferior to Xiao Chen's. No one in the entire divine dragon empire could compare. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows said, "As long as no divine vein expert appears, I am confident of obtaining this 5-element divine lightning." However, the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators were very familiar with this symbol. These 2 people were the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator with the flying dragon snake. Such speed startled everyone. Even a peak initial perfection sovereign personage would not be faster than this. They started hunting ferocious beasts in this desolate plain, searching for hidden mutated fruits. A 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already the peak personal war chariot that the Pirate Alliance sold. Above that was a warship. Even in the Central Great Realm, where there were many geniuses, only a few could comprehend a great Dao. After all, the 5-element divine lightning was too ethereal, a waste of time. Old Devil Chin showed a somewhat grave expression. Who knew what he was thinking? The middle-aged man on the Thunder Vulture suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his thunderous gaze landed on the two. Aside from these two teams, there were 4 stronger Thunder Dao cultivators from the White Marsh Beast Empire and some loose cultivators from Thundercloud City's vicinity. Once one broke through to the 5th layer, it would be a huge breakthrough. One would be able to send down 12 lightning tribulations at the same time. Suddenly, the roof of the war chariot opened on both sides. A throne with a white marsh beast snake carved on it slowly rose. Bai Lishuan leaped down and looked at the surrounding White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators. Then, he nodded slightly without saying anything. Several of the White Marsh Beast Empire's people immediately recognized this purple-clad youth. He was the royal clan's outstanding talent, Bai Lishuan. An initial perfection sovereign personage companion stood beside Bai Lishuan, a helper that Bai Lishuan had invited. Should we deal with this fellow? Although his cultivation is low, he is skilled in the physical body and vital qi. That demon blood vulture is somewhat strange as well. We might have a chance. Only relying on the divine lightning eye magic ability to bring out its might was truly a waste. The middle-aged man said, Bai Lishuan will definitely not come alone. He definitely has someone protecting him. Furthermore, there is that demonic Dao expert hiding somewhere. You can forget about the fight for the 5-element divine lightning this time. It is probably impossible. A purple-patterned electric python coiled around this person. He was an initial perfection sovereign personage, possessing extremely terrifying strength. Even without the 5-element divine lightning, these Thunder Dao cultivators could observe the propping mulberry tree's tribulation, making this trip worthwhile. This was a famous rising talent of the royal clan. He was not even 20 years old, but he was already a holy venerate. Everyone knew that the propping mulberry tree was about to appear. That 3-star heaven suspending war chariot looked like the underworld ghost bird. However, it did not have the underworld ghost bird's ability to move between reality and illusion. The various experts in the surroundings, both in the open and in the dark, all felt nervous. It was already something to flaunt for ordinary people to possess a 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot. Anyone who could possess a 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot would definitely have an extraordinary status. On this particular day, when night was about to fall, sitting cross-legged on the demon blood vulture, Xiaochen closed his eyes and cultivated. His entire body flickered with a purple light and sparks as he got on the war chariot. Right now, Xiaochen's only disadvantage over those demonic geniuses was his young age. However, this was also his greatest advantage. His potential was even more terrifying. Everyone present, including Yu Yuanliang and the Chen clan's old Devil Chen, showed somewhat grave expressions. Helpless, old Devil Chen could only bring some juniors of his clan to form a formation and fight together. That way, they could suppress an initial perfection sovereign personage. Many people felt bored. It's a 3-star heaven suspending war chariot. What fast speed! Old Devil Chen glanced at it and ignored it. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking? This 5-element divine lightning does not belong to the royal clan." Since he did not say anything, he clearly does not intend to use his status as a member of the royal clan to suppress us. There is no need to care about it. However, this time, old Devil Chen did not bring any companions. Not everyone was willing to make a trip to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Even in the 4 dynasties, as long as one advanced to sovereign personage, one could obtain a noble title and enjoy the protection of the dynasty's luck. What's wrong? The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows asked when he noticed the strangeness of the people around him. After chasing away the 2 White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators who came to cause trouble, Xiaochen ignored the many mental energy cultivators who came to scout the situation. As the throne appeared, a young man sat on it. A team of 2 initial perfection sovereign personages was considered a strong existence. No one came over to challenge them. On the other side, Chen Xiaozi and his companions stumbled back to their team. Then, they said to a middle-aged man seated cross-legged on a thunder vulture, "Second uncle, you have to seek justice for us. That mixed-blood dragon actually dared to attack our Chen clan's people?" Although Chen Xiaozi said that, he still felt somewhat nervous in his heart. After all, this was by Li Xuan, whom the royal clan's upper echelon had high hopes for. However, before this ear-piercing whistle faded away, a blurry black dot appeared before everyone in the next moment. They only hoped that the 5-element divine lightning would not appear this time. That way, it would be good for everyone, and they could not be bothered to fight over it. They could use this opportunity to cultivate properly. Of course, if they wanted to become a marquis like the Soaring Dragon Marquis, relying on initial perfection sovereign personage would not work. This was the old devil Chen that Yu Yuanliang mentioned. This fellow. To think that he is cultivating here. This person's talent was even more terrifying than the strongest demonic geniuses of the White Marsh Beast Empire. This person's name was Yu Yuanliang, a famous Thunder Dao expert in the White Marsh Beast Empire. When a middle-aged White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator on the desolate savannah saw this scene, he felt incredulous. The sky and ground shook, and space fluctuated intensely. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. This was the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan, the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire's rank 7 royal bloodline, which surpassed the 4 rank 6 noble clans. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Waiting was a kind of torture. Few could be as calm as Xiao Chen. At this important moment, he entered a state where he forgot about everything else and focused on cultivating. Now, with every breakthrough, his might multiplied. It was extremely horrifying. Hence, the bottleneck was extremely difficult to overcome. Chapter 1997. Xiao Chen, who was on the demon blood vulture's back, also felt this fluctuation. He slowly startled awake from his forgetfulness and opened his eyes. Electric light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, giving birth to purple electricity. Crackling sounds rang out endlessly. The many cultivators on the desolate plain soared into the air and quickly spread out. No one could predict when the lightning tribulation would descend after the propping mulberry tree appeared. Avoiding it in advance was undoubtedly a good choice, avoiding the risk and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even the White Marsh Beast Empires by Li Xuan boarded the 3-star Heavens Suspending War Chariot and quickly retreated. With the 3-star Heavens Suspending War Chariot, Bai Li Xuan had an advantage in speed. He moved nimbly, moving like the wind and berserk like lightning. Originally, Bai Li Xuan planned to exit his state of cultivation and retreat with the others before dealing with Xiao Chen. However, he was somewhat shocked to discover that when the mysterious phenomena appeared, strong winds accompanied lightning, and the thunderclouds in the sky scattered, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy became exceptionally lively. The thunder-attribute spiritual qi was abnormally active, reaching a state that was completely impossible in normal times. A good opportunity. He looked up into the sky and saw a mirror-like screen of light in the sky. It looked like a lake was hanging upside down in the sky. Occasionally, ripples spread out, looking very strange. Xiao Chen closed his eyes again, grabbing hold of this rare opportunity to absorb the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air. The sealed 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness moved continuously, cracks appearing in it. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Before the propping mulberry tree arrived, Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation in his sea of consciousness. As the lightning-attributed energy surged out, his entire sea of consciousness turned into a golden sea of lightning. Bang! Right at this moment, a tree branch suddenly stretched out from the ground. In the next moment, countless tree branches struggled out of the ground. No one knew when they would end. Propping mulberry tree. Many people could not help exclaiming when they saw such a majestic scene. After the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the tree branches that struggled out of the ground were already lush, looking like a green castle on the ground. However, the propping mulberry tree's main trunk still had not appeared. It was hard to imagine just how majestic this propping mulberry tree was. From the looks of it, it was comparable to a mountain range. The lush sea of branches was about to swallow Xiaochen. Once trapped, it would be troublesome to get out. When the lightning tribulation descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the critical moment, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. In his right eye, the 12 violet leaves spun endlessly. The world in his eye was deep and boundless. Beyond the 12 violet leaves, there seemed to be no end. Xiao. With a thought, the 12 purple leaves suddenly condensed into a complete purple leaf flower, appearing before Xiaochen's eyes. At the same time, the raging sea of lightning in his sea of consciousness calmed down. The divine lightning eye had reached the 5th layer. Go! Xiaochen looked behind him. Then, he turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and put it on his finger. Activating the light of freedom, he transformed into a bright bolt of lightning and charged forward. Under the light screen, this bolt of lightning was extremely conspicuous. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all astonished. What's going on? Before the propping mulberry tree appeared, the lightning tribulation already descended? No, that's not right. That bolt of lightning has an aura of life. It seems to be the incarnation of a cultivator. He is using this opportunity to cultivate. Who is so bold? If he is not careful, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, falling here. Even Bai Lishuan could not help looking at that bolt of lightning. He sighed softly in his heart, finding it strange. Bai Lishuan had also noticed the dense lightning-attributed light under the light screen that looked like an upside-down lake in the sky. Bai Lishuan had also thought of using this opportunity to break through some bottlenecks. However, when he thought of the consequences, this thought only appeared for a second. In the next moment, he calmly interrupted it. To think that someone really dared to do this. Bai Lishuan had to view this person in a different light. Boom! Right at this moment, a deafening clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth, and everyone was stunned. Everyone felt their senses turn chaotic in that instant. They did not know if they were shaking or if the world was shaking. The entire world turned blurry. After Xiaochen, who was the closest, appeared, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. While everyone was bewildered, they were shocked to discover a ripple in the vast water-like light screen in the sky. A bolt of tribulation lightning descended, heading for the propping mulberry tree that had yet to fully appear. This was a bona fide lightning tribulation. That person triggered the lightning tribulation in advance. Everyone looked at the propping mulberry tree with extremely grave expressions. Before the propping mulberry tree fully appeared, it had already encountered a lightning tribulation. Such a change had never happened in the past tens of thousands of years. No one knew what the consequences of such a change would be. As for Xiaochen, no one cared about him anymore, as he was already a dead man. Xiaochen's expression changed drastically. He had not completely extricated himself yet, not as far as the other cultivators. He was still within the range of the lightning tribulation. If the lightning tribulation descended and the shock waves swept over, the consequences would be unimaginable. The lightning tribulation before Xiaochen was prepared for the propping mulberry tree. It was not something he could endure at his level. This person is going to die, old Devilchen said softly with a grave expression. This person is going to die, old Devilchen said softly with a grave expression. Qin Shaozi exclaimed in shock. Really? He overestimated himself, trying to use this opportunity to break through his bottleneck. However, he overreached and ended up getting himself killed. When Yu Yuanliang, who was on the purple mark lightning python, saw this scene, he also said leisurely, "How unfortunate." Bai Lishuan, who was on the heavens suspending war chariot, sighed softly. Such a courageous person was about to disappear. This was truly regrettable. When the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows saw Xiaochen under the light screen, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He laughed maniacally. Ha! Good. That brat was finally going to die. As long as that brat died. As long as that fellow dies, even if I do not obtain the 5-element divine lightning, this trip was not in vain. Delightful. Ha! Upon seeing the incredibly excited mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, the middle-aged cultivator at the side felt very suspicious. This Mr. Gong had always been mysterious and unfathomable, rarely showing any emotional fluctuations. To think that he lost control of his emotions for that white-clad person. How strange. I wonder what grudge he has with Mr. Gong? Boom. Before everyone's eyes, the first bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly fell. A loud sound rang out, and the tribulation lightning turned into a piercing white light, dazzling everyone's eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, the propping mulberry tree's lush branches were not affected much. However, that white-clad youth was nowhere to be seen, and no life force leaked out. What a miserable death. Not even dregs remain. Ah, that is a lightning tribulation prepared for the propping mulberry tree. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor would not dare to enter its range. Given such a situation, there was naturally only one result. The shock waves of the lightning tribulation instantly blasted the white-clad youth into oblivion. His soul and physical body turned to dust at the same time. Boom. As the first bolt of tribulation lightning fell, the vast and boundless light screen in the sky started to rain down all sorts of tribulation lightning. All sorts of tribulation lightning began to fall. Every bolt of tribulation lightning caused one's heart to skip a beat and their souls to tremble. Such a scene was extremely exciting for Thunder Dao cultivators. The Thunder Dao cultivators' bloodlines swelled up. The power of the Heavenly Dao's lightning was completely unleashed at this moment, revealing its most ferocious side. This was the ultimate pursuit of Thunder Dao cultivators. Just think about it, if one day one only needed to grasp 1% of this power, not to mention being unrivaled in the world, one would have no problem dominating a region. The Thunder Dao. This was the might of the Thunder Dao. Before this majestic lightning tribulation, the propping mulberry tree, which originally gave off a huge, luxuriant, and majestic feeling, seemed insignificant. The world lost its color under the thousands of tribulation lightning bolts. The propping mulberry tree was like a weak child. The tribulation lightning was like the Heavenly Dao's merciless whip, lashing down mercilessly. The branches and leaves scattered, looking like blood flying out. However, that weak child was incomparably stubborn. In front of the misty heavenly might, he didn't even flinch. Before this vast heavenly might, the propping mulberry tree rose continuously, proudly spreading out its branches and leaves, slowly rising into the ground. It showed no fear, not shrinking back at all. It faced the thousands of tribulation lightning bolts with its head held high. Every single cultivator of the Way of Thunder benefited greatly from this shocking scene. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Even if the 5-element divine lightning did not appear, this trip would not have been in vain. It was worth it. As for Xiao Chen, everyone had already forgotten about him after seeing such a majestic scene. Chapter 1998. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen was dead. However, was Xiao Chen really dead? Naturally not. If this lightning tribulation struck Xiao Chen, no matter how many trump cards he had, he would not have survived. However, if it were just the shock waves, be it activating his great desolate Ian bloodline, executing Dermic World, or using the life-saving Heaven Dragon talisman that the first palace master gave him, Xiao Chen could avoid death. Of course, he could not avoid being severely injured. However, Xiao Chen did not use any of these trump cards. Before Xiao Chen could use them, a tree branch shot out and wrapped around him. Just as the lightning tribulation was about to land, the tree branch pulled him into the lush leaves. This force was so vast that Xiao Chen could not block it at all. He felt the world spin around him, and space turned blurry. When Xiao Chen woke up, he discovered himself in a mysterious space. This space was incredibly hot. Dense fire-attributed energy spread in the air. The surrounding walls were incredibly hard, looking like fiery red rocks with smooth patterns. However, when one touched them, one would feel that they were not rocks. As Xiao Chen walked along the path, he felt somewhat dizzy. As he walked around, he discovered that this place was like a maze. As for Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it was completely obstructed, unable to move 1 meter away from him. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to use force to break through the four walls, a shout came from behind him. Haha! What are you trying to do? Do you think that you can break through 10,000-year-old divine wood? This startled Xiao Chen. When he turned his head back, a familiar face appeared before him. He exclaimed in shock, Sang? The youth who appeared before Xiao Chen was the strange youth, Sang, whom he had interacted with for some time. That's me. Sang nodded slightly and revealed his identity. If not for me, how could I have saved you? Xiao Chen immediately understood. After entering deep thought, he looked at Sang and said, In that case, you are the propping mulberry tree? Xiao Chen had long felt that this youth was somewhat strange. He was young, but his life force accumulations were exceptionally vast. Xiao Chen also knew Thundercloud Ancient Marsh like the back of his hand. Not only could he easily find herbs to suppress the poison, but he could also predict the appearance of blood-sucking vines. He also knew the location of the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Now that the other party had reappeared in front of him, everything became clear. Yes and no. I inherited the propping mulberry tree's memories, but I obtained my own physical body only in the past 10 years. You can think of me as the soul of the propping mulberry tree, although I'm not, but you can understand it this way. It's too complicated for you to understand. Sang clearly did not want to explain too much. Fortunately, Xiao Chen did not care about this. Where am I now? Inside the propping mulberry tree. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, Isn't the propping mulberry tree undergoing a tribulation? Why is there no reaction at all? Naturally, there is no reaction. This is the root of the propping mulberry tree. It is still buried in the ground and has yet to appear. This is all thanks to you. If not for you attracting the lightning tribulation in advance, the propping mulberry tree would not have to face the tribulation before its main trunk appeared. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Chen said somewhat apologetically, Sorry about that. Sang waved his hand and said, It's fine. Fortune comes with misfortune. This is both a good and a bad thing. The propping mulberry tree has never undergone a tribulation like this before. If it can really clear this tribulation, it will definitely be reborn and rise to the next level. Sang showed a calm expression. He appeared very relaxed as he conversed with Xiao Chen. This puzzled Xiao Chen. Why are you not nervous about the propping mulberry tree's tribulation at all? Based on your appearance, there is no need to worry about it. From your appearance, it seems like you will remain indifferent even if it fails the tribulation. Sang replied softly, That is natural. Right now, I can leave the propping mulberry tree and live on my own, pursuing the martial god Dao. Although my cultivation can advance rapidly in the propping mulberry tree, it will not last long. I will have to leave sooner or later. However, I personally hope that it can successfully clear this tribulation. Otherwise, it will not be good if other problems appear. What problems? Xiao Chen recalled that before Sang left the demon blood vulture, he said that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation would be somewhat troublesome. However, when Xiao Chen asked Sang about it, Sang did not answer him, leaving directly. I can't tell you now. Sang looked at Xiao Chen and asked, What do you plan to do now? If you want to leave, I can send you off. If you want to experience the propping mulberry tree's lightning tribulation from inside, I can bring you in to observe it. However, it will be somewhat dangerous. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose the latter. The people outside might think that he died. Xiao Chen might as well stay here and observe the lightning tribulation from the propping mulberry tree's perspective. After making his choice, Sang said softly, Come with me. The surroundings were like a maze, unusually hot and dry. Xiao Chen followed closely behind, not daring to be careless. If he got careless and lost Sang, he might end up trapped here. The interior of the propping mulberry tree was a strange great world. It was a vast wasteland with rivers and lakes formed by tree sap. There were even some flaming spirit birds living in it. The two of them climbed up the spirit beasts one after another. An hour later, Xiao Chen and Sang finally sensed the shocking might of thunder. Lord Sang, I will take my leave. The Thunderfire's spirit eagle carrying the two spoke in the human language. Go down and prepare yourself. The situation could change at any time. I know. When only the two of them were left, Sang tapped lightly in front of them. Suddenly, the view in front of them became clear. If they raised their heads, they would be able to see the scenery outside the divine tree. Bolts of tribulation lightning continued to fall. From this angle, it looked like the lightning tribulation had fallen on him, and he could feel the might of the lightning tribulation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was there. Xiaochen found it difficult to breathe. Fear spread in his heart. It took him a moment to stabilize his mind. On the other hand, Sang remained incredibly calm. He had already started observing and seriously comprehending. Xiaochen did not dare to miss this opportunity. He focused and carefully observed. At the same time, he secretly drove the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning sealed in his sea of consciousness. Xiaochen vaguely sensed that this was an excellent opportunity to make a breakthrough in the divine lightning eye. If he missed it, it would be hard to get another opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to make another breakthrough in the divine lightning eye. His thunder Dao could also improve further. At the same time, outside, by Lishuan, Yuan Liang, Old Devil Chin, and the other experts were also observing the lightning tribulation, carefully comprehending it. They were all experts of the thunder Dao. They would not easily let go of this rare opportunity to observe. However, in terms of practical effects, Xiaochen inside the divine tree was 100 times better than them. The watery light screen in the sky became as smooth as a mirror. The range it radiated became increasingly wider. Under the brilliant thunder might, the huge propping mulberry tree endured wave after wave of tribulation lightning. Finally, its trunk came out. The tribulation lightning contained horrifying destruction, profound mysteries. The tribulation lightning continuously broke the thick tree branches. The propping mulberry tree leaves danced chaotically in the lightning storm. Occasionally, tree sap splattered into the air. It looked like blood splattered in the air. Many people felt pity when they saw this. This was the divine tree's essence, a priceless treasure. However, no one here dared to run into the lightning tribulation's range to snatch the divine tree's essence. The sun rose and set. After 3 days, the propping mulberry tree's lightning tribulation still had not passed, continuing endlessly. If it were a cultivator's lightning tribulation, lasting half a day would already be considered an anomaly. However, to the propping mulberry tree, which had lived for countless years, a 3-day lightning tribulation was very ordinary. Sometimes, the lightning tribulation could even last for half a month. The propping mulberry tree's life force accumulation was incomparable to a cultivator's. Naturally, the lightning tribulation could not compare. During these 3 days, everyone benefited a lot, feeling that their thunder Dao improved. However, in terms of who improved the most, it naturally had to be Xiaochen. Xiaochen was inside the propping mulberry tree, feeling like he was undergoing a tribulation himself. Boom! On this day, Xiaochen opened his eyes. 24 purple petals appeared in his deep and vast right eye. When the petals gathered, they formed an incredibly beautiful purple flower. The divine lightning eye reached the 6th layer. Sang, who stood across Xiaochen, revealed a brilliant light in his eyes. He said seriously, "No wonder you wanted to take the risk to comprehend it previously. This secret technique of yours is probably closely related to the tribulation lightning. Unexpectedly, you actually made another breakthrough in a short 3 days. This is truly surprising." The purple flower scattered, and Xiaochen said softly, "If not for you giving me this opportunity, I would not have been able to break through so quickly." In the past, Xiaochen would not even have dared to dream of breaking through to the 2nd layer of the divine lightning eye in a short few days. However, being inside the propping mulberry tree was equivalent to undergoing a tribulation together with the tree, giving Xiaochen this opportunity. Sang was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He sighed softly, "The 5-element divine lightning that you want is here." Startled, Xiaochen looked up. Then, he saw a light screen that looked like an upside-down lake in the sky. Different lights appeared in the north, south, east, and west, each giving off circular ripples. When the ripples clashed, the entire world trembled intensely. The 5-element divine lightning appeared. Chapter 1999. It appeared. The moment the mysterious phenomenon in the light screen in the sky appeared, It immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside. 5 clumps of light of different colors appeared in 5 different directions on the light screen. There was the scarlet heptagold divine lightning, the azure greenwood divine lightning, the red fire divine lightning, the blue-gray water divine lightning, and the black earth filth divine lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements gathered. Bai Lishuan, the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan disciple, exclaimed softly in shock. Surprise flashed in Bai Lishuan's eyes. He had been observing the propping mulberry tree's tribulation in this desolate savanna for 3 days. He had already immersed himself in it, forgetting his purpose in coming here. The mysterious phenomenon of the lake-like light screen startled Bai Lishuan awake. Then wild joy filled his heart. 5-element divine lightning. It really appeared. The 5-element divine lightning that could only be found and not sought actually appeared during the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Bai Lishuan glanced at the surrounding people. Then he swept his gaze across Old Devil Chin and Yu Yuanliang. These two posed the greatest threat here. They were both small perfection sovereign personages and famous Thunder Dao experts in the White Marsh Beast Empire. When he was young, the two of them had already made a name for themselves. When he was very young, he had heard of their talent in the way of lightning. However, time was merciless. These two's talent was limited. In the end, they stopped at initial perfection's sovereign personage. Xiao Qin had caught up from behind. Although his current cultivation was not high, only mid-stage holy venerate, he no longer feared these two people. Of course, it was obviously impossible for him to defeat the two of them by himself. Furthermore, the two of them were not alone. They both had helpers. Uncle Qin, help me later. However, the confidence on Bai Lishuan's face did not diminish at all as he sent a voice projection. Young master, don't worry. This 5-element divine lightning will definitely be young master's. No one here is a match for this old man. Xiao Qin sent a voice projection in reply to Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan nodded to himself, feeling that it was a pity. Had he known that the 5-element divine lightning would appear, he would have sent a divine vein realm sovereign emperor of the royal clan with him. Let the royal clan's divine vein realm sovereign emperors travel together. That way, success would be in the bag, with practically no accidents. However, it was not too much of a pity. Who could have imagined that the 5-element divine lightning would appear? Uncle Qin alone was enough to hold the fort. Uncle Qin, don't show yourself at the critical moment. I feel that there are still some people hiding in the dark. I felt it too. It's fine. With me here, the 5-element divine lightning will not be lost. Hidden in the darkness, the man shrouded in bloody shadows revealed an extremely excited expression. He even felt like laughing out loud. Life was nothing more than this. His most hated enemy was already dead, not even a speck of him was left. The treasure he needed the most had appeared at this crucial moment. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. Gong Xianxing, stabilize your emotions, don't get discovered. The pale-faced middle-aged man said with some dissatisfaction. The man shrouded in bloody shadows sneered and said, so be it. Anyone who dares to stop me from obtaining the 5 elements divine lightning will die. Sensing the cold, murderous intent in his words, as well as his strong confidence, the pale middle-aged man was slightly fearful. The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, when will we make our move later? The man shrouded in bloody shadows looked at the 5 kinds of divine lightning slowly gathering in the sky and said, soon, the heptagold divine lightning, the greenwood divine lightning, the 10th water divine lightning, the 3rd fire divine lightning, and the earth filth divine lightning will merge into one, forming the true 5-element divine lightning. After the propping mulberry tree withstands this wave of 5-element divine lightning, the 5-element divine lightning will definitely scatter. At that time, whoever has the strongest Thunder Dao will be able to attract the most divine lightning. At that time, act according to the situation and protect me. The man shrouded in bloody shadows revealed strong confidence in his Thunder Dao. The pale middle-aged man entered deep thought. What if the propping mulberry tree cannot withstand this tribulation? The man shrouded in bloody shadows felt stunned. He had not considered this problem before. He shook his head and said, "That should not happen. The propping mulberry tree is very old. It should be able to withstand it." Although the man shrouded in bloody shadows said that, he was not very confident. Before the propping mulberry tree could fully stretch out, the lightning tribulation descended in advance. The current situation was obviously weaker than any other time in the past. Whether the propping mulberry tree could withstand the 5-element divine lightning was a question. If the propping mulberry tree could not withstand it, no one would dare to rashly absorb the complete 5-element divine lightning before it scattered. One could only absorb it one by one, splitting the thunder might of the tribulation lightning before merging the 5 elements into one, perfectly merging them. The pale middle-aged man was very knowledgeable and would not ask questions for no reason. At the same time, the White Marsh Beast Empire's Chen clan elder, Chen Yun, showed an extremely grave expression. It really appeared. Chen Xiaozi, who was at the side, whispered, "Second uncle, are we really going to snatch it? Bai Lishuan is here. If we offend the royal clan..." "Humph." Chen Yun snorted coldly. "Why not? If the clan head were here, he would definitely support my decision. Offending this Bai Lishuan for the 5-element divine lightning is completely worth it. We can give up everything else, but we cannot give up the 5-element divine lightning." This Bai Lishuan is very clear about this. He is not using his status as a royal clan member to suppress others. "What are you afraid of?" Qin Shaozi, who was lectured, lowered his head and answered, "Prepare yourselves and form a formation at any time to protect me." The Thunder Dao. Determination flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. After the propping mulberry tree withstood the tribulation lightning and weakened the 5-element divine lightning's might, scattering it. At that time, it would be a competition of whose Thunder Great Dao was stronger and whose understanding of the Thunder Dao was deeper. They released their Thunder Dao might. Whoever was stronger would have the opportunity to absorb the 5-element divine lightning into their body. This was not a competition of strength but the Thunder Dao. Chen Yun had diligently cultivated the Thunder Dao for more than 100 years. Back then, he was also an outstanding talent of the Thunder Dao. Hence, he had a special feeling for the Thunder Dao. He did not believe that he could not compare to the others here. The Thunder Dao experts all held their breaths and focused, storing up power in secret, waiting for the situation to develop. When the 5 elements merged and the tribulation lightning descended, inside the propping mulberry tree, Sang said somewhat worriedly, "This is problematic. I'm not sure if the propping mulberry tree can withstand this 5-element divine lightning." This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Sang showing such a worried expression. This meant that the situation had reached an extremely thorny stage. "What if it cannot withstand it?" Sang rolled his eyes and asked, "What if you fail the tribulation?" Of course, the consequences of failing the tribulation would be dire. The usual outcome was death. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chen said somewhat awkwardly, "Could it be because of me?" Xiao Chen already sensed that the propping mulberry tree had a hard time enduring the lightning tribulation early. Right now, it was already much weaker. The 3 days of lightning tribulation had significantly injured it. If not for it being a divine tree, it would have turned to dust long ago. Fate has already been decided. It does not matter if you appear or not. Sang sighed softly. Even if the propping mulberry tree fails the tribulation, it can be reborn from the ashes and return to its original form. However, I'm afraid that there are other variables. This thundercloud ancient marsh has never been peaceful. What do you mean? Xiao Chen asked. Sang had already mentioned this problem several times but did not say anything. Sang dodged the question. The lightning tribulation is about to descend. Come down. It was already too late to leave. The 5 elements gathered in the sky, and the 5-element divine lightning revealed its true form. A 5-colored light moved around, startling the entire thundercloud ancient marsh. Even Thundercloud City, which was millions of kilometers away, saw this shocking scene. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao's thunder might revealed its most ferocious and terrifying form. Bai Lishuan and the others, who were completely outside the range of the Heavenly Dao's radiance, felt a deep fear. However, they did not show any intention of retreating. A crazed expression appeared in their eyes as they accumulated lightning-attributed energy at an even faster pace. All Thunder Dao cultivators had a state of arrogance in their bodies. They absolutely would not shrink back before an opportunity. They were like the lightning of nature, advancing only and not retreating. No matter how much effort they put in, only that moment of light existed. The moment the electric light flickered, the entire world would know of their existence. What was the Thunder Dao? Either live or die. All one sought was to do it vigorously. Even if one's body shattered, one did not care. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, by Li Xuan, Yuan Liang, Qin Yun, and the other Thunder Dao experts, all staked their Dao on the idea of winning. Chapter 2000. Just as the 5 elements gathered and the 5-element divine lightning was about to descend, however, the world was strangely silent. It was not that the thunder had disappeared. Instead, Bai Li Xuan and the others were already fully focused, holding their breaths and concentrating in their world. There was only the 5-element divine lightning. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly. 1 second felt as long as a year. Xiao Chen, who was inside the divine tree, was also making his preparations. As a Thunder Dao cultivator, Xiao Chen was also preparing. As a Thunder Dao cultivator, Xiao Chen also had a hot-blooded heart that did not care about anything else. Regardless of life or death, he would never shrink back before an opportunity. "It's coming," Sang said softly. Sang said softly. Then, the 5 different attributed divine lightnings quickly intertwined in the light screen in the sky. The 5 colored lights spun continuously. They formed a huge storm whirlpool that looked like it could swallow up the world. Before this storm, the propping mulberry tree looked incredibly insignificant. At this moment, the world seemed insignificant. Everyone felt extremely nervous. Their hearts leaped to their throats, not daring to breathe loudly. Boom! Suddenly, the world before everyone's eyes turned upside down. The surrounding scenery twisted and turned blurry, continuously changing. Bai Li Xuan immediately felt flustered. He quickly asked, "Uncle Qin, what's wrong? Is this an illusion?" "Young master, don't panic. This is not an illusion. The 5 elements have already reached the level of constructing the 5 basic elements of a basic world. What fell was not a bolt of lightning but the vague form of a lightning nation. It clashed with the real world, resulting in such a mysterious phenomenon. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, only death awaits you if you get sucked in." Uncle Qin's voice turned grave. At this moment, he no longer had his initial confidence. In this twisted world where space turned upside down, an extremely resplendent bolt of lightning turned into a complete lightning nation in the middle of the incredibly huge storm whirlpool. The bolt of lightning clashed with the propping mulberry tree as it charged forward. The horrifying thunder might squeezed out terrifying spatial tears in this twisted space. One could even vaguely see images of some ferocious and terrifying ferocious beasts in those cracks. It was unknown what kind of alternate space it led to. Everyone felt like they were not moving, but the scenery around them moved as if they were moving quickly. The strange scene completely blurred people's sense of direction, subverting some common sense of the world. In this strange space, the 5-element divine lightning finally landed on the propping mulberry tree. The process seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. With a crisp sound, the distorted world in front of him shattered like glass. Turning into thousands of fragments, the distorted world suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to reality, but the surrounding terrain had completely changed. A few holes appeared in the sky, and various kinds of energy-formed waterfalls surged down from the holes. The landscape within 5,000 kilometers was completely different, looking extremely foreign. If it weren't for the propping mulberry tree, everyone would have suspected that they had been teleported to another place. Bang! Before Xiao Chen could think too much, he saw the propping mulberry tree, which was much larger than a mountain range, giving off a bright light. The essence of the divine tree floated in the air, condensed into specks of light that drifted with the wind. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors burst out of the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree, which had stood tall in the lightning tribulation for 3 days, collapsed. Without any warning, the propping mulberry tree snapped in half. However, no one cared about all of this. Everyone's gazes were focused on the scattered 5-element divine lightning, whose might had weakened significantly. I cultivated bitterly for 100 years for this moment. A crazed expression appeared in Chen Yun's eyes as he roared, "Thunder Dao!" Chen Yun soared into the air, and a resplendent and dazzling Dao disc appeared behind him. He looked like a sun rising into the sky. A brilliant Dao might spread out in the world. The 5-element divine lightning immediately moved, attracted to it, and quickly surged over. "It's not that simple." Yu Yuanliang snorted coldly. Then he unleashed the Thunder Dao might that he had been preparing for a long time. The Dao disc behind Chen Yun burned like a flame. Then, it formed a Thunder Flame War God that merged with him. The Thunder Flame War God appeared solemn and dignified, looking like a Thunder Flame War God of the heavenly realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others moved no slower than these two. They all soared into the air and unleashed their Dao might. There was only one Thunder Dao. However, everyone's understanding of the Dao might was different. All sorts of Dao might intertwined endlessly in the entire space, competing with each other for supremacy. The Heptagold Divine Lightning, Greenwood Divine Lightning, Water Divine Lightning, Fire Divine Lightning, and Earth Impure Divine Lightning all hovered strangely in the air, unable to move at all. Yu Yuanliang and the others pushed with all their might, but they could not move the 5-element divine lightning in their direction at all. "Ha! This era is no longer yours. It still depends on me," Bai Lishuan. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Lishuan guffawed, feeling a lofty aspiration in his heart. The 5-element divine lightning hovered in the air, unmoved by the various experts. If Xiaoqin did not make a move now, when would he? "In the name of my ancestors' bloodline, come out, my Dao!" Bai Lishuan shouted, and the royal bloodline in his body surged. Then he stretched out his hand, and the pure Thunder Dao might formed a white snake with a single horn on its head. It actually condensed into an incomparably pure white snake with a single horn on its head. It was the image of the prehistoric divine beast, Bai Zhe. The moment the Thunder Dao might formed the Bai Zhe, it hovered in the air. The originally motionless 5-element divine lightning trembled continuously, slowly moving towards Bai Lishuan. "Oh no!" This greatly startled Yu Yuanliang and the others. Sweat continuously dripped down their foreheads. Everyone burned their veritable essence energy, continuously raising their Dao might. However, it was to no avail. They could only watch as the 5-element divine lightning approached Bai Lishuan. "Damn it! How can it be like this? Could it be that my 100 years of bitter cultivation cannot compare to a brat's?" Chen Yun's qi and blood surged as he felt incredibly sullen. He could not hold it in and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion immediately paled. "Stop struggling. Perseverance is important. However, it is not worth anything before talent. Everyone here is a Thunder Dao cultivator. My talent is clearly higher than yours. How about you help this junior? I will remember this favor." Although the 5-element divine lightning inched closer to Xiaoqin, these older generation Thunder Dao experts refused to give up. This resulted in the 5-element divine lightning moving extremely slowly, draining veritable essence energy rapidly. Bai Lishuan found this somewhat unbearable. "Ha! Everyone, don't give up. He will not be able to hold on for much longer. The older, the wiser." The sharp-eyed Yu Yuanliang immediately saw through this. He started laughing loudly, and the Thunderfire War God behind him merged further with him. "Damn it!" Bai Lishuan cursed. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not know how to appreciate favors. A bunch of fools. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows smiled coldly. After waiting for a long time, he finally made his move at this moment. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows moved his hands, continuously draining his great Dao energy. Then, a black lotus throne materialized under his feet. The lotus throne carried the mysterious man into the air. Then, a Thunder Dao clone of the black lotus demonic ancestor appeared in the sky. Boom! Lightning appeared on the horizon together with the black lotus demonic ancestor's terrifying Buddhist might. A world of lightning materialized behind the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The horrifying Buddhist might instantly suppressed by Li Xuan and the others, encasing the entire place. The expressions of Bai Li Xuan and the others changed drastically. They had not expected such a situation to happen. To think that someone could successfully merge the Thunder Dao and the evil Buddha, instantly suppressing all of them. Ha! This 5-element divine lightning is mine. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows on the Black Lotus throne laughed maniacally as he ferociously spread his hand. The incredibly huge Black Lotus demonic ancestor Buddha image behind him opened its palm, and electricity flickered in its palm. Then, it ferociously pushed down, trying to grab the 5-element divine lightning. "Uncle Qin, do it?" Bai Li Xuan shouted, bringing out his trump card as well. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. A Bai clan old man smiled coldly and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Step back." A terrifying sovereign will erupted from this old man's body. He was actually a terrifying late-stage sovereign personage expert. "Sorry, I've been waiting for you for a long time as well." The pale, middle-aged man appeared before Uncle Qin as the flying dragon snake soared into the air. "Those who block me will die." The situation turned chaotic. The pale, middle-aged man relied on the flying dragon snake's might to do his best to deal with Uncle Qin. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows fought everyone in the sky, trying to cover the sky with one hand and forcefully snatch the 5-element divine lightning. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. A chaotic battle could break out at any moment. Inside the propping mulberry tree, where no one was paying attention to, Xiaochen supported the pale-faced Sang and fed him the thundercloud fruit. Then he poured in his veritable essence energy to prolong Sang's life. At the final moment of the 5-element divine lightning, Sang, who had been relaxed all this time, could no longer hold back and finally made a move. He helped the propping mulberry tree split a portion of the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, the propping mulberry tree would have been destroyed by the 5-element divine lightning on the spot. There would have been no chance to scatter the 5-element divine lightning. Even so, the propping mulberry tree still snapped. Its life force was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Sang smiled with some difficulty. For the sake of the 5-element divine lightning, everyone is displaying their magic skills, fighting to the death. "Why don't you go?" Xiaochen took a look and shook his head slightly. "I am skilled in the Saber Dao. Although my Thunder Dao is strong, there is still a gap between me and these people who specialize in the Thunder Dao. On the other hand, you clearly left the propping mulberry tree. Why are you still fighting to the death? Don't you find it very foolish? You still can't change anything." Sang said somewhat desolately, "Indeed. Why are you so foolish? You still can't change anything. Don't bother about me. If you listen to me and leave now, you can still live. If you wait any longer, you will die for sure. Let's go together." Chapter 2001. Despite Sang's resistance, Xiaochen carried the other party on his back. Then, he called out the demon blood vulture and quickly flew far away. Bai Li Xuan and the others were busy fighting the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who merged with the Thunder Dao. They could not care about anything else. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows showed a grave expression. He controlled the gigantic demon hand, wanting to grab the 5-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin flew into a rage out of humiliation. An initial perfection sovereign personage relied on the flying dragon snake to hold him back, which made him extremely anxious. Uncle Qin wanted to quickly deal with this person and go help Bai Li Xuan. However, this pale, middle-aged man was extremely crafty. Uncle Qin did not clash head-on with Uncle Qin, only relying on the flying dragon snake to hold him back. When the other party wanted to make a move, Uncle Qin would make a move to harass him. One had to admit that this man and snake worked very well together. They actually managed to hold back a late-stage sovereign personage expert. This could be considered a miracle. However, based on Uncle Qin's appearance, he would not last for long. Uncle Qin would be defeated sooner or later. If he did not flee at that time, only death awaited him. The four focused on executing their magic skills and did not notice Xiaochen, who was fleeing far away from the divine tree. Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to stop only after Xiao Chen was far away. He glanced at Sang, who was behind him. After consuming the thundercloud fruit, Sang's injuries had stabilized. His life was no longer in danger. The two looked into the distance, paying attention to the 5-element divine lightning's battlefield. It's coming. Sang sighed softly. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes, showing his worry. Xiao Chen looked at Sang's expression and seemed to understand something. You are worried that someone will consume the propping mulberry tree? The propping mulberry tree's life origin flame was continuously fading. However, as long as no one cared, it could turn into a sapling and grow again. However, if someone targeted it, the propping mulberry tree would not be able to block them in its current state. It's not a person, Sang said softly. Before Xiao Chen could figure out what was going on, he had not realized what was going on. Suddenly, thousands of scarlet soaring dragons shot out of the ground below the 5-element divine lightning. They looked like countless thin snakes, entangling each other and launching themselves at the propping mulberry tree, which was broken in half. The scarlet soaring dragon's aim was very clear. They wanted to use this moment to consume the propping mulberry tree. In the sky, the blood tendrils chased after the life essence of the propping mulberry tree, greedily absorbing it. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon came without any warning. Bai Lishuan and the others were startled. Countless blood springs were flying aimlessly at them. In the air, their powerful life auras were like live targets. Damn it! How could this be? Upon seeing the blood-sucking vines that suddenly appeared, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt startled and furious, his expression changing dramatically. So. The hundreds of blood-sucking vines merged and formed an incredibly thick blood-sucking vine. It looked like a huge snake biting down. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt somewhat frightened. He quickly withdrew Black Lotus Demon Venerate's gigantic hand and smashed the blood-sucking vines flying over. At this moment, everyone was too busy to take care of themselves. The first thing Xiao Chen thought of was to preserve his life. He was not in the mood to fight for the 5-element divine lightning. The 5-element divine lightning that lost its restraints and shackles started dancing wildly in the world. Young Lord, quickly land on the ground. Uncle Qin shouted when he saw the 1,000-odd blood-sucking vines besieging Bai Lishuan. Then he charged over. When the pale, middle-aged man landed on the flying dragon snake, his expression turned slightly unsightly. However, he did not make a move to stop the other party. He looked around and discovered that these blood-sucking vines were truly terrifying. They treated them as food, not wanting to let them leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The more experienced cultivators all wisely chose to land on the ground at the first instant. They were like live targets in the air, in danger of dying at any moment. In mere moments, 3 great perfection sovereign personage experts were caught off guard and turned into dried corpses by the blood-sucking vines. Since they were in the air, they simply could not dodge the numerous and endless blood-sucking vines. Whoosh! Before Bai Lishuan could land on the ground, the blood-sucking vines wrapped around his right foot. Then, with a ferocious tug, he tumbled in the air. Immediately, countless blood-sucking vines charged at Bai Lishuan like blood-sucking demons. Die! Bai Lishuan roared. With a wave of his hand, countless snake-shaped lightning bolts shot out. The lightning bolts blasted apart all the blood-sucking vines lunging at him. Kasi! At this moment, Uncle Qin broke the blood-sucking vines under Bai Lishuan's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Bai Lishuan quickly landed. After landing, the blood-sucking vines could not sense their target. Although there were more blood-sucking vines in the surroundings, they were relatively safer. Young master, I'll bring you away. Given Uncle Qin's late-stage sovereign personage strength, he should be able to bring Bai Lishuan out. Bai Lishuan glanced at the 5-element divine lightning dancing in the air. Extreme dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. I'm not leaving. This blood-sucking vines only came to consume the propping mulberry tree. When they finish consuming it, they will naturally leave. At that time, it will be time to snatch the 5-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin said somewhat worriedly, however, if they do not leave at that time and grow stronger, it will be difficult for this old man to bring you away. I will not feel satisfied if I don't take this gamble. Determination flashed in Bai Lishuan's eyes as he looked at the five-element divine lightning dancing in the sky, filled with desire. In this dangerous situation, some people struggled with their lives, while others still held on to hope, wanting to continue working hard. My purple-striped thunder python. Yu Yuanliang and his companions stood on the purple-marked lightning python, their faces filled with pain. The purple-marked lightning python's enormous body was filled with the pain of losing its life. It was very difficult for Xiaochen to dodge the attacks of the blood-sucking vines. After the protective barrier broke, thousands of wounds soon appeared on his body. Blood dripped from his body, and his life force was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Due to the purple-patterned boundless lightning, there were fewer blood-sucking vines around the two of them. Hence, the boundless lightning absorbed most of the blood-sucking vine's attention. A pained expression appeared on Yu Yuanliang's face. As if he had gone mad, he continuously slashed at the demonic dragon that was wrapped around the purple-patterned thunder python. However, it was to no avail. He could not prevent the purple-patterned thunder python from dying. "Brother Yu, let's go. This is the best time to leave." Actually, his companion beside him looked worriedly at the endless blood vines in the surroundings. The blood-sucking vines had always been in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. They were all cultivators' nightmares. Few of the cultivators that fell into the blood-sucking vine's control could leave alive. For tens of thousands of years, almost no one had ever seen its true form. The blood-sucking vines were like demons, growing in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh and turning into such a terrifying existence. Even if a divine vein realm cultivator came, they would find it hard to find the blood-sucking vine's true form and kill it. However, Yuanliang turned a deaf ear to the blood-sucking vines. It was like he could take revenge for the purple-patterned thunder python by doing so. His companion worried about Xiaochen's safety and could not bear to leave, so he could only stay. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the pale, middle-aged man stood together. Cracks appeared on the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image behind them. Its might was no longer as strong as before. This was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows trump card, a secret technique that the Black Lotus sect venerate had passed to him when he was still alive. Now, only the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the Black Lotus Church venerate knew it. However, this blood-sucking vines, which the mysterious man had thought was in the bag, suddenly appeared and spoiled his plans. In terms of dissatisfaction, how could Bai Lishuan compare to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? Damn it! The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt extreme hatred in his heart. However, he felt somewhat helpless. He was already at the end of his rope and did not have any trump cards left. "Mr. Gong, let's go." The pale, middle-aged man at the side sighed softly and said, "When the time comes, the world will help us. When the time comes, the hero will not be free. This is all fate." "Fate? You are talking to me about fate? I will never believe in fate." The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed to recall some unbearable past. He glared at the pale, middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. A crazed look appeared in his eyes, not willing to give up. This glare startled the pale, middle-aged man. He took a few steps back and did not say anything more. Fortunately, the flying dragon snake was much stronger than the purple-patterned lightning python. Even if the two did not leave, they would not face any problems for now. Far away, Sang watched the blood-sucking vines slowly approach the broken propping mulberry tree from the demon blood vulture. He frowned heavily. Lightning-attributed flames still lingered around the propping mulberry tree. Furthermore, the horrifying energy pouring down endlessly from the skies slightly hindered the propping mulberry tree's advance. On the demon blood vulture that looked like a scarlet flame phoenix, the white-clad Xiaochen stood in the wind. His clothes and long hair fluttered as he looked into the distance. Then he said, "I understood a principle long ago. Indecisiveness leads to chaos. If you can let it go, then turn around and don't look back. If you cannot, then don't stand here." "What do you mean?" Sang demanded somewhat angrily as he turned his head to look at Xiaochen. Xiaochen retorted indifferently, "You don't understand? In that case, I'll be more direct. Either you charge over and fight a big battle with the blood-sucking vines or you scram. Don't stand here with an unresigned expression. You pretend to be relaxed and say that you can let it go. However, at the last moment, you still sacrifice yourself to block the 5-element divine lightning. What's the point of that? You think you are very noble? I feel that you are just trash without a mind of your own. You are indecisive, weak, and incompetent. Either you leave without any reluctance and come back another day to kill this blood-sucking vines. Or you die, charge over now. No matter what the result is, you will not have any regrets, dying without regrets. Sang felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiaochen and tightly clenched his fists. He said sullenly, "What do you know? You know nothing. You have no idea how horrifying these blood-sucking vines are. It's useless. No matter how hard you work, it is useless. Today, the propping mulberry tree will die." Xiaochen retorted softly, "Who said that it is useless? If we can gather the 5-element divine lightning in the sky again, we will definitely be able to push back these blood-sucking vines." Sang looked at Xiaochen in shock. You can do it? If I don't work hard, who knows what the result will be? Even if I can't do it, so what? At the very least, I will do my best and not have any regrets.